Chapter 3939. The first is more. Shen Yun is dominated. You Jyoti Pavilion, you can really do business. Jian Wushuang glanced at Shun Yun dominated. Although Jyoti Pavilion did pay something, it can be exchanged, but it is the favor of a strong man. And these strong people are not ordinary people. Like Jian Wushuang, although it is only the master of the rules now, Jyoti Pavilion is not considered by the eyes, but Jyoti Pavilion knows that Jian Wushuang has mastered a little cosmic law. Super genius. How great is such a super genius? He is worthless now, but when he grows up in the future, it will have a great effect when it is critical. The Jyoti Pavilion relied on some help to these strong men in the early stage, which made it unkind and included the name in the Jyoti Emperor's list, but they paid only some completely acceptable prices for the Jyoti Pavilion. For example, the so-called intelligence, Jyoti Pavilion, is itself for intelligence. It can be said that Jyoti Pavilion made a bet on a young, strong man at a small price. Many of these young powerfuls may have failed to grow up and died before returning the favor of Jyoti Pavilion. Only 1 out of 100 people has grown up, which is profitable for Jyoti Pavilion. After years of accumulation, many names that still exist on the 9 Emperors list have grown into top-level existence, but they all owe the favor of the 9 Emperors' court. What a terrible power! A list of 9 emperors alone is afraid of the power that is enough to make the vast universe ignore the forces of the 9 emperors' pavilion. It is no wonder that Jyoti Pavilion can become one of the giants in the vast universe, spreading its forces in all corners of the universe. The Lord of the Blood Sword. I wonder if you would like to be my friend of Jyoti Pavilion? Shun Yun dominated the smile and looked at Jian Wushuang. Of course I do. Jian Wushuang nodded. I have nothing to refuse. He really needs the Genuine God Fruit now, and the only thing he can get is the Way of the 9 Emperor list. It is not a bad thing to include his name in the list of 9 emperors, and it is not a bad thing to become a friend of the 9 emperors. Although it will owe a favor to the 9 emperors, I am afraid that this personal relationship will be obtained for a long time. When he truly becomes the top power after that, Jyoti Pavilion will ask him for more. Now, and for a long time to come, Jyoti Pavilion will only serve him with the resources it has used. I don't know if there will be a chance to become a top powerhouse in the future. If there is a chance, I will return the favor of the Jyoti Pavilion at that time. Jian Wushuang smiled. Lord of the Blood Sword, there is a sign. You just need to leave your name and a drop of blood in the sign. Shen Yun dominated and laughed. More blood. Jian Wushuang stunned. Of course. Shen Yun dominated and laughed. The universe is vast, the number of practitioners is endless, the names are the same. I do know how many there are. There is no convincing power at all, but the essence is the only one. Yes. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate, even when the word blood sword and a drop of his own blood were left in the order. After staying, the Lingfu slightly lighted up a special light. When he saw this, Shun Yun dominated and smiled, took Lingfu back, followed him, and took out another Lingfu, the Lord of the Blood Sword. Starting today, you are my friend of Jyoti Pavilion. There is a sign here to represent you. Wu Jianso nodded slightly and put the order symbol into the ring. I have done what you said, that Genuine God Fruit. Jian Wushuang's words were not finished yet. The Lord of the Blood Sword, please rest assured that within 500 years, I will surely send all the Genuine God Fruits and those treasures on this list to the Star Palace. As for the cosmic source stones needed, Blood the Lord of the Swords, you just need to give me the cosmic source stone you own now. As for the rest, you will return it later. Shen Yun dominated and smiled. Yes, Jian Wushuang also smiled. One more thing, now that I am already recognized in the list of 9 emperors, according to what you said, any information that has a lot to do with me You Judy Pavilion, they will notify me as soon as possible, so now you should know what I care about most. Of course, the Lord of the Blood sword you care about most now is the Devil Star. Shunyun dominated with a smile. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded. The Lord of the Blood Sword, according to the information I received from the Jodi Pavilion, the Lord of the Demon Clouds has been out of the customs not long ago and has led his army to ride this cosmic boat towards this star field. It's so fast. It's no accident that around 950 years, the army of Devil Stars will reach this territory. Shenyun dominated. Is it 950 years? Jian Wu's eyes narrowed, and he said, I need your Jodi Pavilion to keep an eye on the movement of this magic cloud star for me. No problem, you can leave a messenger for the Lord of the Blood Sword, but whenever there is news of Devil Cloud Star, I will send it to you as soon as possible. Yes. Jian Wushuang left a summoning order, and then left directly with the Dragon Lord. After Jian Wushuang and the Dragon Lord left, Master Shen Yun stood with the other two masters of Jodi Pavilion, and all three smiled. Shen Yun, we have done a great job this time. One of the patrons laughed. It's a great achievement. Lord Shen Yun also laughed. The Lord of the Blood Sword has excellent talents, and his chances are also against the sky, after he fought against the ancient knight Demon King. I confess some of his information going up, I paid great attention to the Lord of the Blood Sword. After all, it is the level of the ruler who understands a trace of the law of the universe, and it is still in the most marginal place of the universe. The above means that we originally wanted us to find a way and make friends, and to find ways to include his name in the list of 9 emperors. But it's not long before the name above was passed down. I have already done it, and I know above it will definitely be credited to us. This credit does not say how much it rewards us, as long as we are transferred from here to those big a little territory. That's enough. 9 Emperor Pavilion, although a super force in the universe, can attach equal importance to genius, especially the super genius like Jian Wushuang, which is rare in the billions of stars under such conditions. Although Jodi Pavilion will not try to save its income like other great forces, it must be to make friends with it. Okay, after all, as long as such a genius does not fall, future achievements will never be low. I invited such a super genius to be a member of the 9 Emperor list, which is indeed a great credit for Shenyun, who is at the edge of the universe and the most barren star field, dominates the 3. Their chances of making contributions are too small. The credit now is big enough for them. Chapter 3940, second more. After Sun emerged from the 9 Emperor Pavilion, Jian Wushuang and the Demon Dragon Lord marched side by side in the cosmic void. Master, in fact, you can just let the Emperor Pavilion come to you to help you with a 4th or 5th rank master at the cost of a rule of treasure. After all, most 4th ranks include many 5th level masters do not have the rule of treasure in their hands. At the cost of 1 rule of treasure, I am afraid that there are many 4th rank and even 5th rank masters willing to come. Demon Dragon Lord said, You may be right. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. It is possible to invite the strong to come out of Jodi Pavilion, but the territory where we are now is at the extreme edge of the universe, even among the many nearby star domains. I am afraid that it is difficult to find a 4th ranking master, not to mention the of the 5th series, so the Zhoujian Pavilion was calculated. The strongest one you visit must be quite far away from our star field. Even if it depends on the cosmic channel for transmission, it may not be possible in a short time. Reach this star field. Furthermore, even if there are really strong people who can reach this territory within 1,000 years, I still have a lot of concerns. Jian Wushuang Zhengzheng said, Worry. The Dragon Lord wondered. Magic Dragon, you should know that I haven't practiced long, but it's only 200,000 years. But in such a short period of time, I grew up step by step. Although it is only the master of the rules, the combat power is even worthy, dominate than the third grade, and have also realized a trace of the law of the universe, and can even come up with the rule of Polaroid. You talk about this is what ordinary people can do? Jian Wushuang looked at the Dragon Lord. The average person really can't do it. The master is talented against the sky. The Lord of the Dragons has not finished speaking. Talent against nature is only one of the factors. Jian Wushuang interrupted directly. No matter how good a talent is in this star field, if you don't get that kind of opportunity, it won't be possible in such a short time. This is the step to take. At least, others must think so. The Lord of the Devil Dragons froze, then nodded slowly. It is true that even him, Jian Wushuang, thinks that Jian Wushuang is too bad and too abnormal. Moreover, this kind of inverse nature cannot be achieved by purely talents. It must have obtained some great opportunities and great fortunes. You think so too? Then the question is coming. If I really invite a master of the 4th or 5th series with the rule of the treasure, this master can be completely out of my control, although I invite come. But who can guarantee his character? Maybe he will feel that there is a big secret in my body, and he will start directly. Jian Wushuang said, "Yes, it is very likely." The Lord of the Dragons focused heavily. In fact, it's unnecessary to talk about others. Just say that the Lord Dragon himself, if he is not controlled by the sword, and he is the first time to come to this star field, knowing that there is Jian Wushuang, the incomparable demon genius, even if he is subject to when the other party invites him, he will certainly make the other party's idea. Wu Jianshuang has such concerns, and it is by no means unreasonable. Only an alien lord of the demon clouds has put me into a great crisis in the beginning. It is still on the verge of life and death. If another stronger person is attracted, who knows what will happen? Swordless eyes were cold. I dare not gamble, and dare not pin my hopes on strangers who I do know and know. Rather than relying on strong external forces, it is better to rely on yourself. Magic Dragon, you go with me to Moyangu first. Jian Wushuang rode. Yes. The Lord Dragon nodded. Immediately, the two speeded up, and soon they came to the Magic Smoke Valley, one of the 3 major battlefields of the universe. Magic Dragon, you wait for me outside this valley of magic smoke. Jian Wushuang commanded. Yes. The Dragon Lord still commanded. Jian Wushuang went directly into the Magic Smoke Valley alone, and soon came to the depths of the Magic Smoke Valley. Life and death. Jian Wushuang passed through life and death, but then shook his head. When I left that special time and space, although I finally came out of life and death, the entrance to that special time and space may not be here, China, and there is a big crisis in life and death. I still don't take risks. Jian Wushuang did not choose to enter the time and space where Ling Yun's veins fell asleep through life and death. Instead, he went to the unexplored area of the Magic Smoke Valley in accordance with his own way of entering that space and time, and entered the area in accordance with the route. In that special time and space, the ash-like void is vast and immense. There is no light at all, and there is no sky or earth. I have but nothing. This special space-time is completely different from the outside space-time. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang is not the first time to come to this special time and space, and he was not too surprised by the environment of this time and space. He set off directly toward the dark void in front of him. The dark void. Jian Wushuang swept for a while before they saw the huge high platform floating in front. With that high platform, Jian Wushuang couldn't be more familiar. When he first came to this special time and space, he was on the high platform and was trapped by the 18 piers on that high platform for a total of 97,000 years. In the end, It was very difficult to break through the 18th battle, and therefore passed the test set by the Ling Yunxing master, becoming the inner star disciple of Ling Yunxing's vein, and practicing the supreme insecure technique. At the time, Jian Wushuang also saw Feng Emo, the top powerhouse from Ling Yunxing's vein, in this special time and space. The wind demon, but an extremely powerful supreme, was just too injured in the original battle, and has been sleeping in this special time and space. And when Jian Wushuang left this special time and space, the wind demon also said that if you encounter any trouble later, you can come to this special time and space for help. Wu Jianshuang came this time to ask for help. Okay. As soon as Wu Jianshuang approached the huge high platform, he was immediately attracted by the scene on the high platform. I saw a young man wearing a battle armor and a wicked face on the high platform, waving a golden spear and fighting 6 human figures. The breath on the young man is obviously the ruler of the rule, and he has reached the level of the 6 void realms, which is also good in marksmanship. Unfortunately, his marksmanship is obviously not the opponent of the 6 human figures. Being crushed by the 6 human figures, the situation was completely sideways. Soon after, the young man was defeated and returned to the most central part of the platform. At this time, he noticed Jian Wushuang appearing in the void near the high platform. Chapter 3941. Third More. Golden Snake Monarch. Wu Jian's twin shape flickered and appeared directly on the high platform. You are the Lord of the Blood Sword. When the evil-skinned man Golden Snake Monarch wearing a battle armor saw the sword unparalleled, he was shocked at first, but followed with ecstasy. I bet right. Gambling right. Jian Wushuang doubted. Ha, Lord of the Blood Sword, you don't know. My golden snake has deep blood and enmity. My wife and children died in the same person, and that person is the king of Dongqing. The golden snake Lord laughed. Dongqing king. Jian Wushuang immediately remembered the Dongqing king, who had great fame among the masters of the rules of the stars. King Dongqing is a powerful man who has reached the extreme of the 6 realms. He is much stronger than the Golden Snake King. I dreamed of killing the Dongqing king, but unfortunately I was not strong enough to kill him at all, and I knew that my talents were limited. Even if it would give me another 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years, I'm afraid I would also take this Dongqing king. There is no way at all, so I can only go to these 3 battlefields to venture out, take risks, and long for a great opportunity to kill the Dongqing king. But that great opportunity can be met but not demanded. For a long time, I have not gained anything until I knew that you came out alive from life and death. The Lord of your blood sword, before entering life and death, his strength was average, not even as good as me, but after coming out of life and death, his strength soared, and he became the first person in the rule of the rule. It's a rival to the master. Obviously, you are in the territory of life and death, and you have reached an incredible opportunity, so your strength has skyrocketed. The king snake stared at Jian Wushuang tightly. So, you have come to life and death. Jian Wushuang also looked at the golden snake monarch. Yes, life and death have always been a big forbidden area. No one has ever been able to come out alive, but you have come out. Since you can come out alive and get great opportunities from it, why can't I? So I choose to bet. I broke into life and death and suffered several hardships in life and death. Every time I died, I survived, but I had good luck. I went through many hardships along the way. Until now, I have only come to this special time and space. On this high platform, even now, I have met you. If I can meet you in this special time and space, it means that you really did get a good chance in this time and space. I bet right. The golden snake monarch laughed with a madness. Wu Jianshuang looked into the eyes of the golden snake monarch with a touch of compassion. This golden snake monarch is because he has his own lessons learned, knowing that he has come alive from life and death, and has gained soaring strength. So he actively broke into life and death to seek the same great opportunity. I have to say that the golden snake monarch is crazy. Perhaps because of the deep revenge on the blood, he has never found the hope of revenge, and finally has a chance to face him. Even if the chance is slim, he still wants to seize it. It's a pity that the golden snake monarch is doomed to be disappointed. I got the chance in this special time and space, but as for the improvement of strength, I got up purely by my own ability in the process of getting the chance. And this golden snake monarch has reached a bottleneck in his own strength. I am afraid that he cannot break through for a long time alone. He is now trapped in this 18 team. I am afraid that he will be trapped directly like the original star, Thunder Dominator. I can't leave without death. Golden Snake Monarch. Jian Shuangshuang said, "This time and space is indeed the place where my strength soared. There is a great opportunity here, but the condition for this great opportunity is that you can break through the 18th battle in front of you. For 10 million years, if you can break through the 18th battle in 10 million years, you will have the opportunity to avenge the king of Dongqing. But if you CA and T make it through, you can only die here. Is it 10 million years?" The king of the snake's eyes narrowed slightly, and Zhong Jianjian immediately turned his head. "In order to get revenge on my wife and children, I will definitely break through. Good luck." Qi Jian Wushuang took a deep look at the golden snake monarch and immediately left. He has already passed the test of the 18 final battles and is about to leave now. Naturally, the 18 humanoid statues on the high platform have never stopped him. Passing from the high platform, Jian Wushuang continued to glide forward into the dark void. The 18 peerless strikes vary from person to person. At first, because I was just an undead saint, the conditions for going through the 18 peerless strokes were not so harsh, but it took me nearly 100,000 years to barely break through. In the past, the Golden Snake Monarch was a ruler. If he wanted to break through these 18 games, the conditions would be too harsh. Unless he can, as I do now, have an understanding of kendo even more than most third-level masters, and even created a big sword skill and 2 big sword arrays. Otherwise, he wants to break into these 18 unique battles. It is almost impossible. Jian Wushuang shook his head and sighed. Of course, there is another way for Jin Shijun to break through the 18th battle, and that is to understand a little rule of the universe. But is this possible? Even if Jian Wushuang was in the dark, he went to the darkened demon realm and got the life core fragment of the undead ghost. With that life core fragment, he could comprehend a little cosmic law. This golden snake monarch has never touched the laws of the universe before, trapped in these 18 arrays. How can there be a chance to understand? He knew this, and Jian Wushuang said that he wished the king of the snake good luck, because in his opinion, the king of the snake was afraid that he could not go out alive from this special time and space. This golden snake monarch, maybe because his wife and children have been killed, his heart has already collapsed and gone mad. For revenge, he can be disregarded, knowing that it is almost impossible to survive in life and death. He still has no reason to look back, to choose to bet. Jian Wushuang secretly sighed. If millenniums later, my primordial world is defeated in the battle with Demon Star, then the primordial world will completely collapse. Many of my family and friends, as well as countless strong people in the primordial world, will be difficult to escape the demon cloud, the star's poisonous hand. Even if I escape by chance, it is estimated that, like the Golden Snake Lord, he will be completely insane and will desperately seek revenge from the Lord of the Clouds. Seeing the Golden Snake Monarch, Jian Wushuang had compassion on his heart, and at the same time thought of the situation he faced with Taichu Divine Realm. his heart was also extremely heavy. At this time, a golden light had appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Chapter 3942. Fourth more. This golden light shines from the deepest part of this special time and space. As this golden light gets closer and closer, its light becomes more and more dazzling. When Jian Wushuang approaches, this golden light is like a huge golden sun, shining the whole time and space thoroughly. Wu Jingguang dissipated, revealing the appearance of a tall practitioner. He is tens of feet tall, wearing golden battle armor and boots, with a golden trench on his head and a golden spear in his hand, a golden of war. Sword Wushuang, met Fengma predecessor. Sword Wushuang salute. I saw Feng Mo again, and Jian Wushuang was still full of shock. This is a living supreme power, different from the Lord Wu of the Red Cloud realm. The Lord Wushan's body almost collapsed, and it has been relied on by the Red Cloud realm to barely maintain it. And what Jian Wushuang saw in the Red Clouds is not the Lord's deity, but just an incarnation of its cohesion. Extremely powerful. The wind demon in front of Yun Ke's eyes, however, is a real deity. Although the wind demon has not been at its peak, he may not have recovered 20 to 30% of his strength, but at this moment standing in front of Jian Wu, he feels as if facing the entire sky universe, so tall and tall, but himself it is a trace of dust in the universe, very small. Wu Jian's unparalleled feeling. If this wind demon is willing, with one look and one eye, he can let himself die countless times. Little guy, how long have you been away from this space and time? Come back so soon. A golden battle armor, like a warlike wind demon, the narrow eyes fixed on Jian Wushuang's body. Oh, break through to the ruler of the rule, and I feel a trace of the law of the universe on you. What is going on? Predecessor of the wind demon, I have realized a trace of the law of the universe, Jian Wushuang said. And he waved his hand, and immediately the power of that law of the universe had condensed in his hands. Sure enough, ha. Feng Mo's eyes brightened, but then he laughed. His laughter was ancient and mighty, and this time and space trembled wildly. The ruler can understand a trace of the universe rule. Your kid is fighting for Ling Yunxing, and I really did not mistake you. Feng Mo seniors, don't hide it. I came here this time for your help. Jian Wushuangdo. Help. Feng Mo still smiled on his face. I did say before, if you have encountered anything, you can come here to help me. And say what? That's right, my hometown is very special in the early days. Jian Wushuang briefly recounted the cause and effect of the incident. Within 1,000 years, no accident should be more than 900 years later. The magic cloud, the army of the Lord of the Stars will rush to this star field. And when the time comes to fight, I am not absolutely sure that I can win. Is that so? Feng Mo knew. That is to say, after more than 900 years, you will face a master who has reached the 4th rank, and this master has taken away one of the astral realms. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. It's a bit of a problem. Feng Mo frowned. My brothers were too badly injured in the original battle. Until now, they can only stay in this special time and space, and have been asleep by special means, even if I can wake up occasionally. But after a while, I have to continue to sleep, and our deities have shot it in person. And before I asked you to come to us in case of trouble, because I can attach my own consciousness to you, you are a perfect life cultivator, full of divine power. And after reaching the rule of the rule, the divine power, also it is comparable to ordinary masters. I really encountered a strong enemy. My consciousness directly dominates the body for you. Although there is only the divine power of ordinary masters, but with my means I can still easily kill ordinary 1st and 2nd level masters. Even if they are 3rd level masters, I have weaker ones. Grasp the killing. This is reasonably enough in your star field. Unexpectedly, The opponent you met this time has reached the 4th level. The double-sided color of the sword is also slightly changed. This is because the wind demon has survived from that war to the present and has been sleeping in this special time and space. Over the years, there are also some practitioners who accidentally broke into this special time and space. This wind devil, from those the practitioner knows that the strongest in this star field is the 1st level top master, and occasionally a 2nd level primary master will emerge. With this kind of strength, even if the demon can't take the shot, it can be swept away by relying on consciousness to attach to a rule master. Therefore, the wind demon said to himself with such confidence that if he was in trouble, he could come to they. But now, it is clear that the opponent he met exceeded the expectations of the wind demon. A 4th level master, attached to you by my consciousness, will definitely not be able to kill. I can only give you some special treasures that will allow you to kill the Lord of the Clouds. Famal murmured, I have a lot of such treasures, not to mention killing the treasures dominated by the 4th level, even if it is the 5th grade, the ultimate level, and even the weaker and supreme treasures. I have them, but the trouble is that most of these treasures require a certain level of repair to master or guide them out. It's like having a blood demon bead in my hand, which contains the power of the horrible blood demon. Once urged, it can easily kill the ultimate master. But just to urge the blood demon's power in the blood demon bead, the strength of the 4th level and above dominates. As for the other treasures, most of them are similar to this blood devil. Wu Jianchuang heard it and was a little dumbfounded. He understood the meaning of the wind demon. That is, he had the treasures killed by the 4th level master in his hands. But the key is that these treasures are extremely high level and were not originally intended to deal with the 4th ranked master, but used to deal with the ultimate level of domination. To deal with the supreme, he used to deal with the 4th level of is a big deal. The most important thing is that even if the treasures are given to him, he can't use them, he can't lead the power out of those treasures. No way, I'm a supreme, as I say, and I'm relatively strong among them. Although I collected a lot of treasures in my hands, these treasures must have a higher level. Those lower levels are only used to deal with the 1st. The 4th ranked, 5th ranked dominator. I have long left it to his disciples. And now you want me to find a treasure that can deal with the 4th ranked master, and that you, the ruler of the rule, can guide. It's not easy. Howling Wind Devil looks a bit bitter. Chapter 3943. The first is more. You guys don't worry. The wind demon laughed again. Although I don't have the treasure you can use, maybe my brothers have it in my hands. In this way, you just wait for a while here. I will go to my few brother asked. There are seniors with labor. Jian Wu Shuangdo. Immediately the wind demon turned and walked toward the deepest part of this dark void, while Jian Wu Shuang stood still and waited silently. After a while, the wind demon in a golden armor appeared again in front of Jian Wu Shuang. You guys, you have good luck. My brothers have 2 treasures in their hands that can help you. Feng Mo smiled, turned his hands, a cyan bamboo leaf, and a unique breath. Scarlet Pill appeared in front of Jian Wu Shuang. Bamboo leaves, blood Dan? Jian Wu Shuang stunned. The first thing he looked at was the green bamboo leaf. The green bamboo leaf looks ordinary to the naked eye, and it is no different from ordinary bamboo leaves. However, with the consciousness of Jian Wu Shuang covering it, it is found that there is a terrible power hidden in this bamboo leaf. This hidden power made Jian Wu Shuang frightened. This bamboo leaf was originally in the hands of a 5th-ranking master, and no accident should be made by the 5th-ranking master himself. It is estimated that it was prepared for his disciples. Unfortunately, in an encounter, the 5th-level master accidentally offended one of my brothers and was killed by my brother, and the bamboo leaves fell into the hands of my brother. The madman smiled. This bamboo leaf was made by the fifth-ranking master himself. Although the means are relatively general, it also contains some of the power of a fifth-ranking master. With your current strength, it just barely guided this might, and under normal circumstances, it should be no problem to kill the general fourth-level master. Jian's eyes flashed. A refined treasure that the fifth-ranking master dominates himself contains some of the power of the fifth-ranking master. It is no surprise that the Demon Cloud Master is only the fourth-level master level, and it has just broken through not long. If he guides the power of this bamboo leaf, he may be very likely to kill the Demon Cloud Master directly. Where is this blood, Dan? Jian Wushuang looked at the Scarlet 10 medicine again. The color of this elixir is like blood, and the breath is very unique. Jian Wushuang did not recognize this elixir at all. Not only him, but even on him, the knowledge was better. The magic flame that was dominated by the ultimate level during his lifetime was not recognized. This elixir is very special. The look of Wind Demon became solemn. It can bring your strength to a whole new level in a short period of time. But you also have to pay a huge price after the same thing. This price is very expensive, so I do indeed want you to swallow this elixir unless you have to. Wu Jianshou couldn't help but glance at the scarlet elixir and asked, "If I swallow this elixir, will I die afterwards?" It is possible to survive, but it is also possible to die directly. Feng Mo said directly. Jian's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not expect that the second treasure given to him by Wind Demon turned out to be such an elixir that would cost a great deal. Once this elixir is swallowed, it will have the power of life. I give you this elixir just in case, but I don't want you to swallow this elixir. Feng Mo stared at Jian Wushuang. The younger generation understands. The sword has no double emphasis, and the wave of the bamboo leaves and blood color in front of the sword into the ring. Well, what you can give is already for you. You can leave. The Wind Demon waved. The junior retired. Jian Wushuang gave a little gift to Feng Mo, even if he turned and left. I watched Jian Wushuang leave, but the corner of the Wind Demon evoked a special arc and followed him to the depths of this special space-time. There I was. A few consciousnesses had woke up briefly. "Old Fourth, what's wrong?" One of them asked consciously. "I have given those two treasures to this little guy." Feng Mo smiled. "How did you tell him?" Another consciousness began. "I'm telling the truth about that bamboo leaf, but that elixir." I said that elixir can make him burst into higher combat power in a short period of time, but the price he must bear afterwards will be immense, and may even be caused him to die directly, said Feng Mo. "How come you say that?" "The fourth child, this little guy, but you have been deceived. What if this little guy was really forced into despair one day and swallowed that elixir and found out that it was not what you said at all? What would he do?" These awakening consciousnesses all started to talk. If that time comes, he will certainly have the determination to die. With this determination, if he swallows that elixir, the benefits will be even greater. Feng Mo said directly, "Well, what you said makes sense. Several ancient beings sleeping in this special space-time all nodded. These ancient beings are top powerhouses under Ling Yunxing's pulse. Each of them has supreme combat power, and they are still strong among them. At first, they followed His Majesty Ling Yun, who was the master of Ling Yun's horse. In that battle, they also played a very strong combat power. Unfortunately, Ling Yunxing's pulse was almost destroyed in the end. Countless Strong the Killer was killed, and even the Ling Yunxing Lord had left and did not know where he had gone. As for a few of them, they all fell asleep in this special time and space, and after a long period of deep sleep, they have hardly asked the world. And the reason why these consciousnesses have awakened one after another today is purely because of the relationship between swordsmen. After a long period of deep sleep, a little guy finally came into their eyes. The most important thing is that this little guy is so invincible that they will naturally pay more attention to one or two. And the wind magic had just handed two treasures to Jian Wushuang. Jane bamboo leaves are indeed a fifth series dominated refining, containing some of the treasures of attack power. But the real role of the blood dan is exactly the same as what Feng Emo said, but the price that must be borne after swallowing, etc., is actually all compiled by Feng Emo. Just kidding, Ling Yongxing's pulse is not much left now, and Jian Wushuang has only become the inner star disciple of Ling Yongxing's pulse in recent years, and not only has he passed the 18th set by Master Ling Yun himself, the test of perfection, has now mastered a little cosmic law at the main level of rules. Such a dazzling genius, these strong men in Ling Yunxing's vein must have gone to great lengths to take refuge. How could it be possible to give Jian Wushuang an elixir that is at risk of death? The reason why Feng Emo will say that is that he only hopes that Jian Wushuang can survive the crisis on his own ability and do not use that elixir. End of this chapter. Chapter 3944. Second more, coming out of that special time and space, Jian Wushuang relaxed a lot. He came to find the strong man from Ling Yongxing's veins this time. Although he didn't get the absolute treasure and strength that can kill the demon Star Master, his gain was still great. The two treasures given to him by the Howling Demon, that is, bamboo leaves and blood dan, are both huge cards that can be used to deal with the demon Star Master. I have two cards in my hand, and Jian Wushuang's grasp of the master of the demon Star is naturally a little bigger. Wu Jian Wushuang did not continue to stay in the Magic Smoke Valley, soon left the Magic Smoke Valley, and merged with the Dragon Lord, and then rushed back to the Star Palace as quickly as possible. After returning to Xingong, Jian Wushuang immediately went to meet a few people of Xian Shinto and the Lord of Mars. Xian Xin, during this period of time, have these people under me ever been honest? Jian Wushuang asked. It's okay. Mysterious Shinto smiled. I have vacated one of the 3 planet stars in my star palace to live for them, and in addition to these years, in addition to women's sexuality, food, wine, and other aspects apart from some of the small requirements of the United States, they are fairly peaceful. That's all right. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Those people under me have been trapped in a prison for a long time. I'm afraid they've been crumbling. As long as they don't ask too much, some small demands promise. They are. I know. Xian Shinto nodded with a smile. Where is the strong? The news of my star palace spread before. Should there be many strong come to the star palace? Jian Wushuang asked again. Of course, the lowest are top-level arcana, followed by the peak arcana, and even the strongest arcana as a reward. How can the rulers of this star domain, including those masters, stop the temptation? It is only a few decades now. There are already a large number of strong men who either came in person or summoned me to the horoscope, promising to fight for my horoscope. This is just the beginning. I estimate that there will be more and more strong people invited from the back. In addition, in the early days, the gods in these early years rely on the triple path to be far from being born. Wait for the magic cloud star. When the army really arrives, our side can at least make up the army of the master of hundreds of thousands of rules. Xian Shinto, humane, is the master of hundreds of thousands of rules. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. This number is still his expectation. Stone Fire, how are you preparing for the battlefield? Jian Wushuang looked at the next Lord of Stone, Mars again. Back to the master. The battle formations used by the rulers are very easy to solve. I have prepared a full quartet battle formation. These quartet battle formations are performed by different numbers of people. The power is also different. The simple battle formation requires only 1,000 rule masters to work together. After the performance, the battle force of this 1,000-man battle formation can definitely surpass the first-level master, even if it is ordinary, dominated by the second level. I am afraid that in the face of such a 1,000-man battle array, he can only retreat. As for the second-level battle formation at a higher level, which requires a full 10,000 rule masters to play together, the power is naturally stronger. The strongest fourth law formation can even let the 100,000 rule masters join forces, work together. The Flint Martian master Xiang Jian Wushuang slowly recounted that Jian Wushuang also listened very satisfied. I have to say that the war prepared by the Lord of Mars is indeed full, and the power is very good. In addition to the main army of the rules, I also designed some battle formations for the powerful ones who dominated the level. One of these battle formations is called the Fairy Battle Formation. This battle formation is extremely powerful even in the deepest universe. At the same time, among the many kingdoms of God, there is no small reputation, and this fairy war battle array has 5 weights. One weight is heavier than the other, and one weight is heavier than the other. When I was in the army of one of the kingdoms of gods, I had contact with it. I can accomplish this together in the formation method, but I can only understand the first battle line. This first battle line, it takes 36 full-blown strong men to be able to perform. Stone Mars arrived. Immortal battle array, Jian Wushuang secretly surprised. One battlefield is actually divided into 5 different levels, and the requirements are obviously not the same. This battlefield can be at the deepest part of the vast universe, and the gods of that side have great fame. And their power can be, I figured it out, 36 masters. My slaves are very tyrannical, and all of them have reached the 3rd rank. And they are also the real strong among the 3rd rank masters. Yes, if 36 people were selected from them to form this fairy battle, what would the power be? Jian Wushuang asked. Master, this is what I want to tell you. If the master can select 36 strong men from the servants to enlighten and cultivate this immortal battle, then even if it is only the first battle, and these slaves do not need mastering these battle formations to a very high level as long as they are basically mastered with the respective strengths of these slaves and relying on the battle formations, it is absolutely possible to easily erupt the 4th level domination. If they have a better grasp of this battle array, then they will be stronger through the outbreak of the battle array, said the Lord of Mars. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang couldn't help getting excited. The Lord of the Clouds is likely to have reached the 4th level. No one of his slaves is one of the opponents of the Lord of the Clouds. Even if they are joined together, I am afraid that they cannot compete with the Lord of the Clouds. If you can rely on the battlefield and perfectly combine the power of these slaves, then there may be room for competition. What's more, this fairy battlefield put out by the Lord of Mars is still so good. Stonefire, I want you to immediately select 36 people from my slaves to form a fairy battle. Jian Wushuangdo. Master, it is not difficult to form a battlefield of fairy tales. The key is to master this battle of fairy tales. At least it must be a little bit lighter, so that the battle of fairy tales can be sure to deal with the Lord of the Clouds. The battlefield is extremely esoteric and complicated. Even the simplest battlefield is not easy to master. These servants of the master have strengths and weaknesses, as well as high and low perceptions. The key is that they have not much time left. They only have more than 900 years. I am worried that for such a short time, there is no way to master the fairy battle formation, let alone to master it. Well, Jian Wushuang frowned, but suddenly he stared. Yes, the Tower of Time and Space. The Tower of Time and Space in the Temple of Time and Space. At this moment, Jian Wushuang thought of the space-time tower originally seen in the space-time temple, but many thoughts immediately appeared in his mind. Chapter 3945. Third more. The Tower of Time and Space can change the flow rate of time. Even the simplest first layer, when the cultivation time is inside, only 1 year has passed in the outside world, which is extremely magical. When Jian Wushuang saw the Tower of Time and Space for the first time, he was shocked by the Tower of Time and Space, and the Lord of Time and Space said that the Tower of Time and Space was made by him. Wu Ke later came to the universe battlefield and gradually understood the secrets of this star field. After having a certain understanding of the vast universe, Jian Wushuang knew that the Lord of Time and Space Palace was lying to him at first. Yes, the Tower of Time and Space did undergo the refining of the Lord of Time and Space, but the Lord of Time and Space only re-refined the Tower of Time and Space to restore it to some extent on the premise that the Tower of Time and Space already existed. The Tower of Time and Space itself is a special treasure that the Lord of Time and Space obtained from the universe battlefield, and it is still in the damaged stage. The master of the space-time temple itself is extremely clever in the use of time and space. Under the premise that the space-time tower already exists, the space-time tower was reluctantly restored to a part of its power. The Tower of Time and Space can change the velocity of time. Although entering the Tower of Time and Space can hardly sense the rules of heaven and earth and the laws of the universe, even Kendo, UCA, and T practice enlightenment, but in the Tower of Time and Space, it's okay to delve into something that has nothing to do with external factors and only takes a lot of time. For example, the formation method and some superb secrets. If it is outside, a powerful formation will take a long time to study, but if you study in the Tower of Time and Space, it will reduce the time a lot. Wu Jian's eyes have slowly lightened. Xian Shun, please trouble you to invite time and space. Jian Wushuang wrote. After a few days, in the beginning, the realm of the gods was in the mysterious realm where the Temple of Time and Space was located. A delicate black tower was suspended there quietly. This black tower was not tall, but it was divided into 3 floors. The Tower of Time and Space. I looked at the black tower in front of me, and a strange color appeared in the sword's eyes. When he was an undead sage, he knew that the Tower of Time and Space was extremely magical, but he didn't really practice it here. After all, in the Tower of Time and Space, although the flow of time is slow, it is isolated from the heavens and the earth and can only be used to study some special methods. But it is impossible to practice the rules of understanding the heavens and the earth. The Tower of Time and Space is indeed quite extraordinary. When I first got it, I thought it was a very special and most powerful arcana, even a rule of arcs. But later I discovered that it is not. It is just a special space and time. It's a treasure. And the most important thing is that it is too badly damaged. The internal structure and countless normal arrays have damaged 99%. After I got it, it took me a long time to rely on my understanding of space and time. Restore it to what it is now, said the Lord of Time and Space. Time and Space. I will wait to enter the Tower of Time and Space to study array or battle array should not be subject to any restrictions? Jian Wushuang asked. There are some restrictions, the Lord of Time and Space solemnly said. First of all, if the time flow rate in the Tower of Time and Space is to run all the time, it will cost a lot. This price is only a bit for the Temple of Time and Space. It's heavy, but it's nothing to the current Star Palace, to the whole Taizhou Divine Realm. In addition, the legal array on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time and Space has not been completely perfected, so multiple people cannot enter it at one time. Only one person can enter at a time. As for the 2nd and 3rd floors, there are no restrictions. Wu Jianzhou nodded slightly and said, Then please try your best to maintain the operation of this space-time tower over the years. No problem. The Lord of Time and Space nodded. Magic Dragon. Jian Wushuang looked behind him, including 36 of them. The 36 people were selected by him from his 41 slaves, including the two strongest lords, the Dragon Lord and the Scorpion Lord. 36 of you have entered the second floor of the Tower of Time and Space from today, and are devoted to studying the immortal battle array given to you by the Lord of Mars. I will give you at most 800 years and 800 years outside. In the second space of the Tower of Time and Space, there is a full 80,000 years. You should be able to master the battle array, basically. After 800 years, you will practice the running in. Jian Wu Shuangdo. Yes, the 36 lords and other slaves took orders at the same time. Stone Fire. You also go in to help them master the battle array. Jian Wushuang commanded again. Yes, master. The Lord of Mars also nodded. Immediately 36 people, including the Lord of Mars and the Lord of the Dragons, immediately entered the second space of the Tower of Time and Space. After they entered the Tower of Time and Space, Jian Wushuang also directly strode toward the Tower of Time and Space. He went to the third floor. The third floor of the Tower of Time and Space is a simple open space. Jian Wushuang stands on the open space, but can clearly sense that the time flow rate of this open space is completely different from the outside world. The second layer of the space-time tower has a time flow rate 100 times slower than the outside world, and this third layer is 1,000 times. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands tightly 1,000 times the time flow rate. In other words, he practiced here for 1,000 years, and the outside world only passed a year. Of course, the shortcoming is that this space is completely isolated from the outside world, and it is impossible to understand the rules, the laws of the universe, and even kendo. However, it is okay to delve into perfection and perfect the sword array. I have created 3 major sword arts, including Wave-Light Sword Art and Earthguard Sword Array, both of which have been improved into Wave-Light Sword Array and Earthguard Sword Array, and these 2 sword arrays have already obtained a lot under the guidance of the Lord of Mars. The degree is perfect, but it has not reached the extreme. Jian Wushuang squinted slightly. His 2 sword arrays do have a lot of room for improvement. Not only these 2 major sword formations, but also the hazy sword formation. He created the strongest attacking swordsmanship. From the perspective of Jian Wushuang, it is also possible to transform into a hazy sword formation. Once the hazy sword skill is transformed into a sword array, his attack power will greatly increase. At that time, his 3 major sword arrays will kill the enemy, entangle the enemy, the strongest defense, and combine the 3. If there are any flaws, then his strength will naturally be different. No matter it is evolution or to continue to improve his sword formation, he needs a lot of time. And staying in this Tower of Eternity, the time flow speed is 1,000 times slower, which just gives him plenty of time to delve into his 3 major sword array. Let's start. In the third space of the Tower of Time and Space, Jian Wushuang has begun to immerse himself in the evolution and improvement of his sword array. Chapter 3946. For more arrive today. Time goes by day. I blinked in 400 years. For 400 years outside, you can be in the third space of the Tower of Time and Space, and the time flow rate is slowed down by the predecessors. Jian Wushuang has studied for 400,000 years. For Jian Wushuang, who has been practicing for only 200,000 years, this 400,000 years is extremely long and boring, but he has tolerated it. The purpose is naturally to further improve his sword array, and thus face when the Lord of the Clouds is in charge. He can be as confident as possible. In these 400,000 years, the Wave Lightsaber Array and the Earthguard Sword Array that Jian Wushuang had evolved before have now become more horizontal, especially the Wave Lightsaber Array. Combining battles, that might be stronger. As for another attacking sword array, the Hazy Sword Array, Jian Wushuang has already been completed, and now it has been improved step by step, and the power has also been greatly improved. I reached this step, and by reason, Jian Wushuang had little room for improvement, but he was still enlightening in the Tower of Time and Space. Until the 410th year, which means 40,000 years in the Tower of Time and Space. Tianho Xiaoyu, the voice of the Lord of Time and Space suddenly sounded in the third space of the Tower of Time and Space. Time and space, is it all right? Jian Wushuang looked up slightly. Xianxin came over and said that Shen Yun, the first patron of the Jyoti Pavilion, was now in the Xingong Palace. Sovereign Shen Yun? Jian Wushuang looked. Many treasures I bought in the Jyoti Pavilion. Lord Shen Yun said at the time that it would be delivered to me within 500 years. Now it has passed 410 years. See, here comes all the treasures. Since Shen Yun's has arrived, Jian Wushuang naturally did not intend to continue to study in the Tower of Time and Space, but immediately left the Tower of Time and Space, and even set off toward the Star Palace. The Xingxing Palace, the magnificent palace, the gods of Xianxian, and the Lord of the Heaven Sect all sit on the throne, while sitting opposite is dominated by Shen Yun. As for the other two masters of the Temple of Time and Space, and the ancestors of the Xingong Palace, they are both in the early divine realm and have no conscious incarnations. Xianxin, you and I have had several faces. At the beginning, you personally went to my 9 Emperors Pavilion to exchange treasures. I remember when I first saw you, you seemed to have been embarrassed by the enemy. Yes, but now you are very beautiful. I heard that your current combat power has been able to catch up with the top masters, and there are several strongest treasures in hand. Alas, there are few people in this star field, now it's your opponent. Shen Yun dominated and laughed, but with a bit of praise in words. Shen Yun dominated the joke. In terms of strength, you are much better than me. As for the current scenery of my star palace, it is also because a powerful genius has appeared in my star palace. I am the master of the palace, but it's just a matter of trust, Ho Xiaoyu's blessing. Xian Shinto also laughed and was very happy in his heart. I am touted also depends on people. If it is said that the ruler of the Xian Shinto is standing in front of him, or a ruler with very ordinary strength, this kind of touting will dismiss the Xian Shinto. Sun Ku now touts him in front of him, but is dominated by Shen Yun. As the first master of Zhoujin Pavilion, he is definitely the best in this star field. Of course, the toasts of such strong players are certainly happy in the heart. This shows that the current star palace is indeed tyrannical enough, so that even Shen Yun's dominion is polite to him. Yes, Xianxin, not long ago, the ancient night demon palace has left this star field. Shen Yun dominated suddenly. Ancient Night Demon King? He left. Xian Shinto stunned. Although the strength of the Star Palace has been increasing at a horrible rate in recent years, almost every day, the ruler and even the master actively take the initiative to come to the door and promise to fight for the Star Palace. In just a few hundred years, the overall strength of the Star Palace has now reached an incredible point. I said rudely, now that this star field is afraid that it has more than 50% of its combat power standing on the side of the Star Palace. There is no way the temptation of the top arcana, the peak arcana, and even the strongest arcana, in this star field, almost no one can resist. However, although the Star Palace is extremely powerful, it has gradually suppressed the Ancient Night Demon Palace led by the Ancient Night Demon King, but the Ancient Night Demon Palace is still a major force in this star domain, the Ancient Night Demon King. In under the premise that the Star Palace does not shoot, in this star field is still unbeatable. But now, the Ancient Night Devil has left this star field. The departure of this Ancient Night Demon King may be related to those strong men brought back by Xiaoho Xiaoyu. Xian Shinto could not help thinking. He guessed right if, under normal circumstances, the ancient night demon had just come out of the eternal dark prison not long had not enjoyed many happy days and really did not rush away. Since Ku Wushuang entered the Eternal Dark Prison and brought back a large number of strong men from the Eternal Dark Prison, this ancient night devil can't sit still. I want to know that the strong men brought back by Jian Wushuang can easily kill him. Anyone is the existence that makes him fully look forward to. Although he knows that these strong men are now slaves to Jian Wushuang, obeying the deployment of Jian Wushuang, it is difficult to guarantee that Jian Wushuang will relax the restrictions on these strong men. By then, any of these strong men will look at him unpleasantly, may kill him directly. After all, he is the master of a second-level peak, but he has created a great power in this star domain, becoming a party overlord. Very happy, but these stronger third-level series, even the Eternal Dark Prison, the King's Demon Dragon Lord and Demon Scorpion Lord, they can only become slaves and follow Jian Wushuang's side, obeying Jian Wushuang's dispatch. This completely unequal treatment will inevitably make these people unbalanced and jealous. Therefore, the ancient Night Demon King chose to leave this star field. It is relatively wise. Tian Ho Xiaoyu has returned to the Xingong. Xian Shinto suddenly looked up. Are you back? As soon as Shunyan dominated his eyes, he immediately stood up. Soon, Jian Wushuang appeared in this temple. Shunyan dominates. Qi Jian Wushuang smiled and said hello to Master Shunyan. As for the Xian Shinto and the Lord of the Heavens, he nodded. The Lord of the Blood Sword, I heard that you have been staying in the Taiji Divine Cultivation these years to practice. I shouldn't disturb you. When I arrive this time, Shunyan ruled. My strength has already fallen into a bottleneck. Even in the past few years of training, progress has been extremely slow. There is nothing to disturb, but Shunyan dominates your visit this time, hoping to bring me good news. Jian Wushuang looked at Shunyan with a smile. Chapter 3947. Chapter 1 is here. The Lord of the Blood Sword. I have brought all the things you want, and as I said before, they will be delivered to you in 500 years. Shunyan's did not disappoint Jianshou Shuang, and he took out a ring of heaven and handed it to Jianshou Shou. After Wu Jianshou took it, his eyes lighted up immediately after his consciousness swept. Within the Qiangquan ring, it is the special spar such as the Golden Fire Demon Stone, Ice Yuan Crystal, and Blood Dragon Crystal that he previously bought in the Nine Emperors Pavilion, as well as the second and third weight of his supreme immortal Xian body. Many special treasures are needed, including the extremely special Golden Source Fruit. Jyoti Pavilion really did not disappoint me. Jian Wushuangdo. Of course. Shunyan dominated and smiled. Yes, the movement of the Demon Cloud Star has been paying attention to these 9 years. I have recently received information that the Demon Cloud Army is passing by a star field. At that time, I stayed for a while. Of course, I didn't stay for a long time, less than 1 year. As for the purpose of the stay, I don't know yet. I will make it clear for the Lord of the Blood Swords as soon as possible. Thanks a lot. Jian Wushuang thanked him. You're welcome. The Lord of the Blood Sword is a friend of my Jyoti Pavilion. These little things are nothing. Shunyan ruled humbly. If there is nothing else, I will leave. Shunyan, I'll send you off. Xian Shinto immediately got up to give away. Jian Wushuang is standing in place, looking at the Qianquan ring in his hand, his eyes glowing with a strong light. Before long, Jian Wushuang returned to the Tower of Time and Space again. The time flow of the Tower of Time and Space is slow. It can be used not only to study the array, but also to practice mystery. Flames, 30 gold fire magic stones, 50 ice crystals, 300 blood dragon crystals. I now send them into the blood-colored gourd. You go to devour and absorb. Jian Wushuangdo. Yes. The magic flame nodded, his voice clearly with a touch of excitement. The master rest assured that with these spar, it won't be long before my swallowing gold body can recover 20% of the peak period, when my soul body will control this respecting the divine body. At the very least, I can return to the highest level of the third series, but with my means, even if it is only the highest level of the third series, I can also exert the fighting power of the fourth series. The Lord of the Demon Clouds should have just broken through to reach the fourth level. To defeat him, I have 90% certainty. As for killing him, I have no less than 50% certainty. Well, then you work hard. Jian Wushuang's answer to the magic flame is quite satisfied. I defeated Zhouqing by 90% and killed by nearly 50%. It was already very high, and it was worth his great price to get these special crystals for Demon Flame. After Jian Wushuang sent those gold and fire magic stones, ice yuan crystals, and blood dragon crystals into the gourd, he himself sat down. With a wave of his sleeve robe, special treasures appeared in front of him. There are dozens of these treasures, and there are dozens of them, which are used to assist in the cultivation of the second most important immortal body. Let's start. The sword is dignified without two sides. Extreme Supreme is the mystery of Ling Yangxing's veins. It is very high level. Even the strongest of the supreme level can practice. And after the cultivation is successful, it will be of great use to the Supreme. The main level of the current rule of Jian Sword Wushuang can be practiced in the first 3 levels at the same time. It took a lot of time to practice the first level alone. As for the second level and the third level, it will naturally take longer. Fortunately, in the Tower of Time and Space, the flow of time is 1,000 times slower than the outside world. Or even if these treasures are obtained, Jian Wushuang will not be sure that the second incarnation of the Supreme Immortal Mystic will be before the arrival of the Demon Star Army Third Refining. Time has passed. In the Tower of Time and Space, a full 3,000 years have passed, and only 3 years have passed in the outside world. The Supreme Mystery is the second most important. Buzzing. Jian Wushuang still sits on the 3rd floor of the Space and Time Tower. The body trembles slightly, but Jian Wushuang can very clearly sense the kind of emanation emanating from his body at the moment, extremely sturdy and extremely arrogant. Yeah, it's tough and overbearing. Extreme Supreme is the most important of the indestructible mystic body, which makes the sword unparalleled body directly comparable to the elementary universe. Now that he is refining to the 2nd level, Jian Wushuang has carefully searched and inspected it. He estimates that his current body is already up to the average top treasure, compared to the top-level universe treasures. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. Under normal circumstances, the first priority of the supreme immortal mysticism is to get started. The refining of Chengdu can only be comparable to the elementary universe treasure. If the second priority is to be refined, the general deities can reach the higher universe treasure. People, you can reach the top-level treasure. The sword is unparalleled. Obviously, it is the kind of person with strong foundation and extremely strong physique. When he is refined, the body is directly comparable to the top treasure. This is only the 2nd, and then the 3rd. Swords were released from the eyes of his sword, and his sleeve robe was swung again, and dozens of various treasures appeared on him. In front of these treasures, the most conspicuous is the golden fruit. Jinyuan God fruit, the value is amazing. Simply swallowing directly can greatly increase the strength of the body. In the vast universe, it is also a rare treasure. Many masters of the 4th and 5th series are eager to get such treasure used to strengthen your own body. And if this Jinyuan fruit is combined with some special methods to make elixir, or it is combined with mystery cultivation, the effect is even better. Now, this Jinyuan fruit is the 3rd most important part of the sword Wushuang's cultivation of the supreme immortal mystery. In the Tower of Time and Space, Jian Wushuang once again cultivated the third resurgence of the supreme immortal Xian. The third priority is longer than the second priority. It took a full 8,000 years, but the outside world only passed 8 years. The supreme immortal mystery is the third most important thing. Wu Jianshou clenched his hands tightly and was able to feel the great transformation of his own body. Surprises and excitement appeared in his eyes. He can feel that after making the third immortal of the supreme immortal body, the body is 10 times stronger than before. If the strength of his body before was just barely comparable to the top universe treasure, then his strength of the body is already comparable to the strongest treasure. Yes, it is the strongest treasure. Extreme is the third most important immortal body, the limit that can be cultivated by the ruler of the rule. The body is the strongest universe treasure. This is the most extreme ruler in the vast universe that can be reached on the body, and this body is also a legend among the rulers. Chapter 3948. Second more. Compared to the strongest treasure body, the strength of this body is much stronger than before. Jian Wushuang muttered. Before, he just made it into the first place. The body is comparable to the elementary high treasure, but now it is the strongest high treasure. There are several levels in the middle. How can it be the same? Now, he has such a terrible and overbearing body. If he encounters the first level master, even if the top master takes the shot himself, Jian Wushuang does not need to move when he moves, and he can bombard him on the opponent's attack. At best, it can only tickle him. After all, in this star field, the highest level magic soldiers used by the masters are the strongest cosmic treasures. The hardest of the most powerful cosmic treasures. The first series dominated with a full blow and couldn't shake the slightest. Even if his servants are his masters, all of them are the masters of the third series. And they are all very strong in the third series, but now the sword has no double-sided against these slaves. Even if they do not shoot, do not resist, these servants will not be afraid of his injuries too much. And if he wears the highest level of the best treasures of the most precious treasures, armor, and soul armor, these slaves will be more difficult to hurt him. Moreover, the body is comparable to the strongest treasure, which for Jian Wushuang not only improves the strength of the body and the ability to protect the body, the power contained in such a powerful body is equally strong and outrageous. You must know that Jian Wushuang itself is only the master of rules. Compared with other masters in divine power, it has always occupied an absolute disadvantage. His divine power, even because he is a perfect life, is only comparable to the first-level elementary master. Even if he uses many secret skills, the willpower that has been given by the laws of the universe, etc., he, the divine power, is still very weak, can only reach the second-level level, and then rely on the rule of the supreme treasure, Wu Weeping Sword. The power can reach the peak of the second level. But this is also his extreme, unless the magic of dragon extinction is burned. But now, the strongest treasure body, the strength of this body alone, Jian Wushuang is estimated not to be weaker than the highest peak of the first level. He then performed a number of mysterious methods. His divine power could reach the peak of the second level, and relying on the Wu Weeping Sword, now he is purely in power and should be barely comparable to the third level. This is undoubtedly a huge improvement for his overall strength. The 3 major sword formations I have created are all very subtle. In the past years of research in the Ion Tower, I have even promoted these 3 major sword formations to the extreme. The sword formation is extremely powerful. Now, my divine power, the power has also skyrocketed, and the 3 major sword arrays will become even more terrible. Sword Wushuang held it firmly with both hands. His own strength is also important to the next battle with Demon Star. After knowing that the Demon Star army will reach this star field within 1,000 years, Jian Wushuang has begun to calculate the combat power and whole card possessed by his camp. First of all, On the bright side, the Star Palace has gathered a large number of rulers of this star field in recent years, plus a large number of powerful men born in the early days with the help of the Triple Path Realm. When the battle with the magic cloud star, it is inevitable there are an army of hundreds of thousands of rulers, and the rulers of these rules also have top arcane or peak arcane. In addition, the masters of these rules also formed a battle array, and the combat power that can be shipped will be stronger. As for the master, there are also many in his camp, and they all have the strongest treasures, and even a master may have several strong treasures. These are all forces on the bright side. These forces are now no secret at all in this star field. Most people know that when the army of devil stars arrives, just ask someone to ask. It is estimated that there will be so many rulers in the early gods. Of the army, there are many dominate the existence. However, this bright power can only cope with the army under the Demon Star. Demon Star, after all, is a second-level astral world. It has extremely high-level combat power. The Demon Star alone should be the master of the fourth rank. His Majesty also has a lot of strong. I am afraid that there are many masters in the series and the second series, these top fighting powers of the Demon Cloud Star. In the early days, the power of the Divine Realms camp relying solely on the bright side could not compete or even resist. However, in the early days of the Divine Realm, one side did not show up on the bright side, and there was a lot of hidden combat power. On the 41 slaves brought back from the eternal dark prison by the sword alone, this power is terrible enough to deal with the army of the Magic Cloud Star, other than the powerful Magic Cloud Star Master. The existence of these slaves is also a secret in the horoscope. Not many people know it. Even if Devil Star can get the news through some means, it is impossible to know what level these slaves brought back by Jian Wushuang. Strong. When the real war broke out, the two camps were fighting. The gods in the early days would be able to crush the Devil Star army if they were the best, but it is the Magic Cloud Star camp is really terrible, and the sword is unparalleled. There is always only one, that is the Magic Cloud Star Master. After all, it is a fourth-level master. Even if it is just a breakthrough, I am not afraid to mess with it. However, Jian Wushuang also prepared for the means to deal with the Demon Star Master. He now has 3 combat powers and 2 whole cards, both of which are used to deal with the Demon Star Master. First of all, it is himself. Now, he is undoubtedly the strongest combat power of the gods in the early days. When he was in Eternal Dark Prison before, he got 3 Town monuments, cast the Magic Town Magic Circle, and cooperated with his sword array to display. He already had the ability to kill the Dragon Lord. But now, he has deliberately studied for more than 400,000 years in the Tower of Eternity, and has spawned 3 major sword formations, all of which are extremely arrogant. In addition, he has trained the Supreme Immortal to the 3rd level, which is comparable to the strongest treasure, God Body, so that his strength soared again. Now, if he is going all out to perform the magic of the Magic Town, he is confident that he will fight against the Demon Star Master. Even if he cannot defeat the opponent, he can rely on the sword array to entangle the opponent, and the problem should be small. Even if the power of the Demon Star is beyond his expectation, the big sword Jianshuang directly casts the Dragon Extermination skill, and the burning power makes his strength soar again. Then he can also fight the Demon Star. If the Demon Star Master has a lower strength than he expected, he will use Dragon Extermination to fully control the sword array. It is even more likely that the Demon Star Master will be killed on the spot. Chapter 3949. Third More. Shan Danjian Wushuang owns this combat power. He has the capital to compete with the Lord of the Stars. The second largest combat force is the battlefield of his sister-in-law, composed of 36 slaves. This fairy battlefield is the strongest battlefield that the Lord of Mars can come up with. It only takes 36 masters to work together, and all 36 of his servants are third ranks, dominating the combat power. 36 people are united in a battle line, and the combat power displayed in a short period of time can also reach the fourth level, and even in the fourth level is still very strong. In recent years, the 36 slaves have been staying in the Tower of Time and Space to enlighten the battle formation, and they have basically mastered it till now, equals to the outbreak of the Battle of the Demon Star. This battle line must be able to play out. As for the third combat power, it is the magic flame. At the peak of the demon flame, he was the master of the ultimate level. Although only the soul body is left, his gold-swallowing body has begun to be reshaped, relying on the gold fire magic stone, ice crystal, and blood that Jian Wushuang bought from Judy Pavilion Dragon Crystal. The magic gold-swallowing body can be restored to 20% when the magic flame soul body dominates the gold-swallowing body. It is also a large fourth-level dominating combat power. According to the magic flame himself, he has 90% certainty that he can defeat the Lord of the Clouds, even nearly 50% certainty in killing the sword warriors themselves, the magic flame, and the 36 slaves formed the battlefield of immortals. These are the three strongest combat powers that sword warriors can get now, which are enough to pull the wrist of that magic cloud star. In addition, Jianwu has 2 cards in his hands. These 2 cards are, of course, the bamboo leaves and blood danks given to him by the wind demon. These 2 methods can be said to be 2 major killing tricks, which can be taken out at critical times to kill the Lord of the Clouds. Of course, the bamboo leaves are okay, but the blood dandelion. The wind devil originally said that it would cost a huge price to swallow the blood dandelion, and might even die. There is no doubt about this sword Wushuang. So this blood dandelion must be the final choice. Less than a last resort, he will never use this blood dan, but desperately with the Lord of the Clouds. 3 major combat powers, 2 major killing moves. This is everything that swordsman has prepared. He believes that these means prepared by him should be enough to deal with the Lord of the Clouds. If even these methods still can't help the Lord of the Clouds, he has no other choice. Who? Breathed lightly, Jian Wushuang slowly stood up and looked around the void. In the years of the Eternal Tower, I have promoted what I can and can improve to the extreme, and even if I continue to practice here, I am afraid it will not help me much. Instead, it's a waste of time, and it's time to leave. Wu Jianshou smiled lightly, even though he stepped away from the Tower of Time and Space. After walking out of the Tower of Time and Space, Jian Wushuang did not go to the Xinggong, but chose to return to the ancient realm of eternity. Jian Wushuang's family lives here in the eternal holy realm. Father, mother. Wu Jianshuang stood in front of his parents. Both of his parents were here. Shuanger, I heard that soon after the beginning of the kingdom of God will be robbed, and life and death are unpredictable. Now the top leaders of the whole kingdom of God have gathered together and are trying to improve their strength for the upcoming scene. Prepare for the war. You are now one of the leaders of the gods in the early days. If you do prepare for the war, what do you come back for? Jian Nantian frowned. I have prepared almost everything I can prepare for this battle, and my strength has now reached the bottleneck, and I can't improve it in a short time, so I will continue to work hard for hundreds of years. I'm afraid that it's hard to make a little progress. I might as well spend this time with you. Jian Wushuang smiled. Baishan filial piety first. Jian Wushuang had been working hard in the early calamity in the early world of God, and was preparing, but he had not been able to accompany his family, even his wife, who had been scattered for so long before. He only accompanied his wife alone. It's only 1,000 years. But now, the real calamity is coming. Jian Wushuang's most wanted to do is to accompany his family. You child, the divine crisis is at the beginning. What you should consider first is how to deal with this calamity. Luo Xinqin stepped forward. although she said something in her mouth, but she carried it on her face. The smile shows that she is still very happy inside. The next few hundred years, our family will be in this pre-God world. Take a good stroll. Shuang, what do you think? Jian Wushuang looked at the peerless beauty next to him, but his eyes softened. I all listen to your husband. Lung Rushuang smiled. For Lung Rushuang, the safety of the whole world in the early days was not important. What she really cared about was being able to accompany Jian Wushuang, which was enough. Let's go call Uncle Xiao together with them, as well as the boss Wang Yuan, the second child, the fourth child, and we set off together. Jian Wushuang laughed. It is good. Everyone answered. I soon passed out a message, and it didn't take long for Jian Wushuang and his team to gather hundreds of people. Among hundreds of people, there are relatives and friends of Jian Wushuang, as well as disciples and the children of these relatives. Hundreds of people were arrogant, riding a warship www.novel.com. They walked across a territory from the ancient holy realm to the triple sky, and from the triple sky to the endless territory. Along the way, there were no obstacles, and no one or thing disturbed them. Jian Wushuang also gave up cultivation and spent all these hundreds of years with his wife, his family, and friends. Men. They traveled all the way to the mountains and rivers, seeing all kinds of states in the world. If they are bored, they will stop in a territory and live for 10 or decades. The life is very happy and warm. What a pity such a happy and warm life does not last long. It is only more than 530 years. One day after more than 530 years, Shun Yun dominated and sent a message to Jian Wushuang. The spaceship on which the Lord of the Blood Sword and the Lord of the Demon Clouds have arrived is near this star field. At most another month. We'll set foot in this star field. Are you finally here? Qi Jianhui's eyes narrowed, and he immediately looked at his relatives and friends. Sorry, I have to leave first. Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the warship, which was still laughing and laughing, suddenly fell into freezing point. They all understand that these hundreds of happy and warm days have come to an end. As for whether they will have such a day in the future, it depends on the outcome of the next battle. Chapter 3950, the vast universe is dark and dark, and you don't see any light. An ancient and huge cosmic boat travels through this dark void. This cosmic boat is extremely fast and obviously huge and heavy. It can travel in the dark void of the universe, just like a fish shuttles through the water. General, in the spacecraft, there is a strong and majestic atmosphere. Whether it is the cabin or the deck, there are a lot of strong men. Most of these people are the rulers of the rules, but there are also many masters. At the core of this cosmic boat, it is clearly a golden and brilliant palace. In the center of the palace, two figures are sitting on the towering throne, in front of which are wine and food. After a few days, I will be able to resist that star field. Alas, I said that I have lost one of the stars in this star field, but most of my deities stay in the magic cloud star. As for this star it's rare. I remember when I last came to this star, it was a long time ago. A middle-aged man, with loose green robes and exquisite short hair, sighed with a bowl of wine, with a unique smile on the corner of his mouth. This middle-aged man in green robe, at first glance, looks gentle and elegant, but his eyes are showing a strange golden color, which adds a bit of charm. And his identity is the Lord of the Clouds. It is also the source of the great calamity in the early days. Endless years ago, if it was the Lord of the Demon Cloud who came to this astral area, but unintentionally found the embryonic primordial world, and eventually lost it, then many things will not happen at all. It will happen. And in the beginning, the divine realm will be extremely stable. Unfortunately, everything changed because of the arrival of the Lord of the Clouds. At present, The entire pre-god realm is in a distress because of the lord of the demon cloud. Once it fails to pass through, the pre-god realms of countless souls will all lose their lives. Devil Cloud, I said yes, when you get to that astral world, you have to let me take a look at the astral world you have taken away. It is best to let me walk inside the astral world. Sit opposite the Lord of the Clouds, a purple warframe man said. The man in the purple armor is burly. At first glance, it looks like a mountain. He is sitting opposite the Lord of the Clouds, and his behavior is not accompanied by awe, and the Lord of the Clouds obviously communicates with his peers. Sihua, you can rest assured that my astral world, don't say you just look at it, even if you live there for a long time, as long as you want to, the Lord of the Clouds smiled. I don't intend to stay in your astral world for a long time. I was just out of curiosity and wanted to check it out, although it is only a third-level astral world. After all, it was born by the vast universe by itself. Alas, it's enviable. The purple warframe man admired while showing unabashed envy. Haha, I'm just lucky. I was forced into desperation in Demon Star before I ran to other territories to try my luck. The result really made me run into luck. Demon Star laughed. Stand up. Of course you have luck, but you did not die while taking over the astral realm. But you succeeded in taking over, and this ability is not weak. The purple warframe man praised it. He knew very well that even if it was in one of the astral planes, in the embryo, it would be a lifetime of death. The success of the Demon Star Master was also the result of his own encounter. He was forced into desperation and finally found a great opportunity. Naturally, he desperately did not leave himself any back road, and he succeeded. The Lord of the Clouds and the purple warframe man are chatting and laughing at will. Suddenly, the Lord Yunyun's expression moved, and the two people who had waited were aware of the void in front of the spacecraft. Get the two in front. The Lord of the Clouds sends a message to the strong man on the cosmic boat. Soon, the spacecraft stopped in the dark void ahead, and the two people who had been waiting there came to the spacecraft and soon appeared in front of the Lord of the Clouds. Have met Lord of the Clouds. The two of them who came slightly saluted the Lord of the Demon Stars, and they both carried a hint of humility. Xingluo, Wushen, you two are hiding here. The Lord of the Clouds stared at the two in front of him with interest. These two are the Lord of Xingluo and the Witch God. Dominated by Xingluo is the master as cold as snow, although this is a gorgeous dividing line. Tips for novel netizens. Please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. This is a gorgeous division. Of course, he does not belong to the powerful master of the Lord of the Clouds, but he has also cooperated with the Lord of the Clouds. In the past, Jian Wushuang was trying to find the location of the Lord of the Stars in order to restore his wife as cold as frost. Turn up. As for the Witch God, when he was in charge of the Witch God religion in the early world of the gods, he stood in the same camp with the three sacred realms, and he also shot against the sword, unparalleled. Later, after Jian Wushuang destroyed the three sacred realms, he was also looking for the trace of this witch god, and wanted to find him and kill him, but this which seemed to evaporate on earth without any trace. But now, the two men Jian Shoshuang are looking for, both are here. No way, now that star field is completely a star palace. The power of the Star Palace is everywhere in the star field, even the three major battlefields of the universe, and their people are everywhere. Jian Wushuang has been searching for the trace of my two. If the two of us are still in the star field at this time, they have already been found. They can only stay at the edge of this star field and wait for the magic cloud star. Lord, you're coming. Wu Shengon smiled. Wu God, do you remember the original agreement with this seat? The Lord of the Clouds stared at the witch god in front of him. Of course I remember, but since the three sacred realms were uprooted by the sword unparalleled, all of my planned methods have stopped. And I have nothing to do. Wu Shinto. This is not a problem. After I have leveled this star field and killed all the swords and other people around him, your methods can naturally be rerun. Demon Star said. The words are so, but now the sword Wushuang and the power of Taichu God Realm are not the same as before. It is not so easy to completely uproot the resistance of Taichu God Realm, said Wu God. Oh. Lord Moyun frowned. Then you talk about to what extent has the resistance force of the gods in the early years reached these years? The Lord of the Demon Clouds, as far as I know, because of the relationship between the Lord of the Blood Sword and the Lord of Gods in the early years, he has received a lot of resources and treasures. And he has also collected a lot of powerful people. Especially in recent years, it brings together nearly 70% of the high-level combat power of this star field. The witch god began to narrate. Chapter 39:51. The first is more. Listening to the description of the witch god. Until the witch god finishes speaking, the look of the Lord of the Clouds has not changed at all. The entire star field, nearly 70% of the high-level combat power, the Lord of the Clouds, disdain, smiled. It's just some of the rule-level ants. No matter how many, they are still just ants. In front of my army of the demon stars, it's basically not worth mentioning. Besides that, I also heard that Jian Wushuang brought back a group of strong men from someplace not long ago, about 30 or 40, and those strong ones do not seem to be weak. Wu God said again, Jian Wushuang brought back a group of strong men from the eternal dark prison. This matter is still considered a secret in this star field. Even in the Star Palace, not many people know about it. But this which has been hidden at the edge of this star field, how could he even know about it? A group of strong, how strong can it be? The Lord of the Clouds looked down. It should all be masters. As for the specific combat power, it is not clear. Wu Shinto. Haha, master. The masters of this star field, but they are only the first-level hierarchy. At most, 1 or 2 second-rank masters will come out. In front of this seat, this can be regarded as a strong one. It's ridiculous. The Lord of the Clouds smiled, still not caring. I heard this. The witch god took a deep look at the Lord of the Clouds, but didn't say more. Okay, nothing else, you go down first. Lord Moyun waved his hand. Yes. Wushin nodded and bowed away. After the witch god left, the Lord of the Demon Star still looked calm, but the purple battle armor man sitting beside him frowned. Devil Cloud, who was that person just now? The purple warframe man asked. It was a master who had come to me not long ago. He knew that I had taken away one side of the astral world, and he took the initiative to find me and worked for me. Although I had taken that side of the astral world before, I did not know how to maximize utilizing that astral world, or the witch told me how to use it. The plan was also he came up with. Demon Star mastered. Is that so? The purple warframe man nodded slightly, but then said again, I just saw this man. And although he seems to be dominating the hierarchy in general, he always gives me a feeling that I can't fully see through. Magic Yun, have you ever felt that way when you faced him? You say that. It is true that there may be some secrets in him, but no matter what, he is just an ordinary first-level master. You and I can kill him at will with a slap. Don't worry about what waves he will make. Demon Star said. This is also true. The purple armor man nodded slightly. Then the Lord of the Clouds looked at the Lord of Stars again. Xing Luo, take out the treasure of this seat, the Lord of the Clouds said. Lord Xing Luo immediately waved his hand, and suddenly a black spear, exuding the breath of endless destruction, appeared in the void of the temple. This black spear not only exudes a strong sense of destruction, but most importantly, It also has a unique power, which makes the purple Warframe man look at him. Devil Cloud, what is this spear? It's obviously not a rule of treasure, but why does it make me feel so special? The purple Warframe man asked. Haha, of course it's special. This spear comes from the Diwu temple with a trace of special power. Because of this special power, the value of this spear is much higher than the most powerful arcane treasure. Compared to the rule of treasure, the difference is not too much. Demon Star said, treasures from Diwu temple? No wonder. The purple Warframe man appeared surprised, and then he was relieved. Xing Luo, thank you for taking back the spear for this seat. I owe you a favor. When this incident is over, this seat will completely wipe out this star field. This seat will give you what you need. Yours, Demon Star said. Then I will wait for the good news of the Lord of the Clouds. After the Lord Xing Luo finished speaking, he turned and left. In the temple hall, the Lord of the Clouds continued to talk with the purple armor man, but the speed of the spacecraft did not slow down at all. Soon, it had already traveled through the vast dark void and officially entered the area of this star field. Taichu Divine Realm, Eternal Holy Realm. After being summoned by Shen Yun, Jian Wushuang returned with many of his family and friends. Father, mother, and everyone, you are sure, do not leave the early world of God. Jian Wushuang looked solemnly at his parents in front of him and his relatives and friends. As soon as the battle was over, he planned to take his own close relatives and friends away from the early gods. With his current strength and methods, he completely finds a place for them to live in this astral area, such as in other astral realms, so that at least he can ensure that these close relatives are safe and sound. What a pity, when he raised this matter, none of his relatives was willing to leave. Neither of them intends to leave, but they want to stay in the early world of God. Shuanger, you don't need to say more. We have already considered it very clearly before, and stay in the Taichu God realm, and live and die with Taichu God realm. Jianan Tiandao. Yes, in the early days, the world gave birth to me, and so on. It is our hometown where our hometown is robbed. Even if I can't help a few people, I want directly abandon it and flee alone, let alone we live it's been long enough. And even if the next moment the kingdom of God will collapse, I will die after all, I have nothing to regret. Shui Yinfeng also laughed. When you got into the enemy, you and I have fled once, and we have no plans to experience the second time in those days. Luo Xinqin also said, he is not only the parents of the 2 generations of Jian Wushuang, but also Wang Yuan, Yang Zaishuan, Su Rou, and others. Embarrassed, no one chose to abandon Taichu Divine Realm and escape alone. They all plan to live and die with the gods of the early days and suffer together. In this regard, Jian Wushuang is also very helpless and cannot be forced. After all, he himself is also a member of the early world. At this embarrassment, he is going to carry the big beam for the early world. He himself also decided to live and die with the early world. In all like this, how can I restrain or force the people around me? That being the case, then this time we will live and die with the early gods. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. Many of the close relatives and friends in front of him also smiled, and their eyes were determined. Alas! Chapter 39:52. Second more. Looking at the determination in the eyes of many close friends and relatives, Jian Wushuang's heart has set off a dreadful wave. He knew that he had no retreat in the next battle. Once defeated, he cannot afford the consequences. Therefore, no matter how much the price is paid, he must win. You, I'll go first. Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. I'll go with you. Lung Rushuang came over, holding sword unparalleled hands. Well, we are together. Jian Wushuang nodded. Immediately, The couple left at the same time and headed for the place where the strongest gods in the early Taizhou gathered. Sun Jian Nantian, Ji Wuming, Zhui Yunfeng, Luo Xinqin, Wang Yuan, Yang Zhaixuan, Su Rou, a swordsman's closest relative, and his life and death brother, all watched Jinshuang and his wife leave. In addition to their decisive eyes, they also have a look of expectations. The bottom of their hearts is screaming frantically, "Must win. Be sure to win." Out of the realm of God, in the early days, in the void near the edge of the universe, countless powerful people are gathered here at this moment. Among these strong men, there are a large number of strong men who came from the Taiji God realm in these years, relying on the Triple Path realm to rise up in the shortest time, and the masters of many rules that already exist in the Tai Chi God realm, a total of 140,000 rule masters. There are also countless strong men who have been recruited by Star Palace over the past few years, plus the strong ones who belong to their majesty. The number is even more exaggerated, with a total of 560,000 people. The master of the 560,000 rules of the Xingxing Palace, plus the master of the 140,000 rules of the early gods, is 700,000. The main arm of the 700,000 rules, although the main strength levels of these rules are different. Many of them are only at the level of the Void 2 realm or the Void 3 realm, but the Void 4 realms, the 5 realms, the 6 realms, and even the 6, there are many powerful men in the extreme. And there is another feature of the master of the 700,000 rules, that is, the manpower has the treasure, and the lowest is the top treasure. As for the strength, it is a little stronger, and the peak treasure is used. Of course, with the original background of the Star Palace, even if there were 100,000 pieces of peak treasures brought back before the sword Wushuang, it is impossible for the 700,000 rule master army to have a top or peak treasure. The reason why now it was done because Jian Wushuang went to the Red Cloud realm himself a while ago. He found the Lord Wu in the Red Cloud realm, and Lord Wu agreed to send him another batch of treasures. This batch of arcana is 1 million pieces of top arcana and 300,000 peak arcana. With the addition of these treasures, the treasures in the Star Palace are naturally very abundant. Even if the top 700 soldiers of the 700,000 rule now have a top or even peak treasure, there is still a lot of surplus in the palace. This man has a master army of 700,000 rules at the top, and even the peak, under the command of the Lord of Mars. He has formed 7 huge battle arrays. Each battle has 100,000 people, which is equivalent to 7 legions. With the help of the battlefield, any army can explode into a horrible power. And if the 7 legions are separated, every 10,000 people can form a 10,000-man battle line, and the displayed combat power is not weak. The battlefield of 10,000 people is split again. It is a battlefield of thousands of people. In short, in less than 1,000 years, under the control of the master of the martial arts, the master of the Martian rule, the combat power of this rules army has increased many times. This is only the master level of rules. As for the master, in the past millennium, the Star Palace has used the strongest treasure, and it has also attracted many masters. All of them have more than 30, and these masters have the strongest treasure. Some even have 2 or 3, and this combat power is not low. All these are the fighting powers that have now been revealed on the bright side. As for other fighting powers, such as those of the swordless pair, they have not appeared except the Lord of Mars. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in the camp of the gods in the early days. Among these 3 figures, Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang walked in front of them, and behind them, they followed a cold-looking Jinjia man. This golden armor man is burly like a tower guarding Jian Wushuang. Hitting him is just staying in the blood-colored gourd, and he has also surrendered to the magic flame of the sword Wushuang. In recent years, because the flames have swallowed the gold fire magic stones, ice crystals, and blood dragon crystals, the gold-swallowing gods they have built have been continuously repaired, and 20% have been repaired before. Out of the scarlet gourd, turned into this burly man with gold armor, followed by Jian Wushuang. Stone fire. Jian Wushuang summoned. Soon afterwards, the Lord of Mars, the god of Xian Shinto, and the Lord of Time and Space have already come to Jian Wushuang. Master, the Lord of the Martian Xiang, Jianshou, respectfully saluted. Heavenly friend, you are here. Xian Shinto people just said, hello. Stonefire, I'll let you give these rulers and my slaves to practice battle formation. What's the matter now? Jian Wushuang asked. The master rest assured that the main army of the rule has been practicing the battlefield in my way over the years. Although their battlefields consist of a large number of strong men, the battlefield itself is not too complicated. They are all ruler of the rules. It was very easy to master these wars, and now that they are basically skilled, they can fully exert the power of these battles. As for the masters and slaves, you have been practicing in the Tower of Time and Space, and you have already mastered the Battle of Xianyu by the speed of time. Later, you have secretly simulated and practiced for more than 300 years. Now, they are immortals. Once the battlefield is on display, the might will be extremely powerful. However, this fairy battle array is a big whole card, including the strength of the slaves of the master. The magic cloud star should not have received the news yet, so I let them hide for the time being, and then shot at a critical time. Stone Mars said, well, you did a good job. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and was very satisfied with what the Martian Lord had done over the years. Xian Shen, I don't understand. Why do you choose the place where the decisive battle with the demon star will take place, and choose the cosmic void that is closest to the primordial world? Jian Wushuang asked, in confusion. Although it is already within the cosmic void, it is the place of the early gods. The distance is too close. Once the war breaks out, if the powers of the two sides are not well controlled, the attack of the powers may spread to the early gods above the realm. It will also cause a lot of damage to the early divine realm. Chapter 3953. Third More. Heavenly friend, you don't know. We chose the battlefield of the decisive battle here, and there is no way. After all, we have to give ourselves and leave a back road for the countless powerhouses in the early gods. Xian Shinto, humane. Backward. Jian Wushuang frowned, still puzzled. The mysterious Shinto man explained. Devil Star, after all, is a second-level astral world. Its overall strength, including how strong the Devil Master is unknown. And this battle, although we have assembled about 70% of the high-level combat power of this star field, as well as the strong men you brought back, can you really defeat the Devil Star army with these strong means? At least, no one is sure. If it is good to win in the end, but once we lose, then we have to plan for the countless practitioners in the early years of the gods. So we choose the battlefield here. Here is the cosmic void, which can allow the strong on both sides to exert the most powerful combat power, and it is entirely possible for the two sides to fight together. If our side has the advantage, we can naturally destroy the army of the demon star. And even if I lose, my strong man in the early divine realm can immediately choose to escape back to the early divine realm. In the early days of the divine realm, after all, it was only a third-level astral realm, and it was an exclusion of foreign powers, especially those who dominated the above. They could not exert much combat power in the early divine realm. It is the will of the heavenly gods to give up the early gods, but he also has to follow the laws of the universe. Even if his deity enters the world of the early gods, he will not be able to exert his peak power. By that time, our side, the faction, can continue to entangle with the demon star in the realm of the early gods and continue to fight. Of course, fighting in the early world of the gods is very passive for our side. The Lord of the Clouds can completely ignore us and continue to try to accelerate the evolution of the early world of gods, but there is no similar the existence of such a force as the three sacred realms. Our camp can always interfere with His Majesty's strong, more or less can affect his plan, and also give as much time as possible to the early gods. Wu Jianwushuang could not help listening to it. He understood the meaning of Xianshen. In the next battle, there were actually only 3 results. The first result, which is the result they are most eager to achieve, is the beheading of the Lord of the Clouds. As long as the Lord of the Clouds dies, all the crises can be lifted without the power of the heavenly will of his predecessor. The second result is that it is the second best thing. It can't kill the Lord of the Demon Star, but also completely defeats the Devil and Star army, so that the power of Devil and the Star can't penetrate into the kingdom of the early gods. That way, even if the Demon Lord is still alive and still dominates the heavenly will of the early deities, but if he has no help in the early deities, his plan to accelerate the evolution of the early deities and improve his own power will certainly be huge. Impact. Even if not completely stopped, the speed will definitely slow down significantly, which gives Jian Wushuang a lot of time to break through the master. No matter which one of these 2 results is achieved. In the beginning, the deity side was actually acceptable. However, if the results of these 2 battles are not achieved, then only the last result is left. This kind of result is unwilling to be seen by the countless strong men in the early stage of the world. That is, the camp of the early gods was defeated by the army of the demon star. The rejection of the strong outside world by the divine realm continues to entangle and fight with the army of demons and stars. However, the results of this kind of warfare are too passive, and the Lord of the Clouds may not give them any chance. Like the original, long years ago, Qixing Xuanzong fought. At that time, in the early divine realm, there was no capital to compete with Demon Star, so at that time, the 7-star Xuanzong did not dare to run out of the universe to fight against Demon Star, and could only stay in the divine world passively. The entanglement with the Lord of the Clouds, but in the end was still disintegrated by the Lord of the Clouds, directly bringing the 3 sacred realms to the powers of the early gods, and some of the external Lord of the Lords assisted, and destroyed the 7-star Xuanzong. In the first battle, the gap between the 2 sides was too great. In the early days, there was basically no room for struggle on the part of the divine realm. The top forces in the early divine realm also knew this, so they would compromise. But now it's different. In the early days of the divine realm, there was capital to contend with the demon star, so I chose the cosmic void at the edge of the early divine realm to fight the demon star. I see. Let's look around. Jian Wushuang took his frosty hand, and the couple walked in the center of the void. Wu Xian Shinto, Stone Mars, and others also followed him. The power of the sword of the unparalleled soul has been covered, and it can sense the breath of the Lord of countless rules. Some of the masters of these rules are still known to him, such as the Lord of the White Star Temple, Bat Song, etc. from the Temple of Time and Space, the spirit ancestors and ancestors of the Tianzu Dojo, and the masters of many rules from the Nine-Tailed family. The strong man he is familiar with is obviously stronger than before. Obviously, they have cultivated in the triple path in recent years. Although they have not made a breakthrough and become the master, they have made progress. It's also huge. Okay. Qi Jian Wushuang looked, but his eyes suddenly looked in one direction. In that direction, the breath of the Lord with dozens of rules gathered, and most of those breaths were women. Is the person who is too far into the valley of love. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the cold frost beside him. Schwanger, accompany me to see some acquaintances. Nodded coldly as the swordless twin shape fluttered. He soon came to the void where the powers of Tai Xingwug are in. All of you who are too high in the valley of love don't come without any sense. Jian Wushuang's voice was a bit cold, and his eyes glanced at these strong men who were too high in valley of love. Tai Shang Wang Qinggu, in the early days of the realm of God, was indeed a great power, but it was not the top. The number of rulers has not been too much, but now the rulers gathered here are actually more than 30, apparently because of the relationship between the threefold Taoism. There are also many undead saints in the Valley of Tomorrow who have broken through and become the masters of the rules. Jian Tianhou. Those who were too embarrassed by Wu Tai immediately recognized Jian Wushuang, and all of them were surprised. After all, compared to the original Jian Tianhou, whether it is in strength or identity, it is already a far cry. Chapter 3954. For more arrive today. Meet the Lord of the Blood Sword. The gray-haired vicissitudes, old woman standing in front of Taishang Wangwa Valley, strong men respectfully saluted and shouted. Is the old valley owner too forgotten? Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. He had dealt with this old valley owner several times before, and it was precisely because of the old valley owner's relationship that he had to make concessions, and he could only leave with the frosty soul body, and later easy to wake up her wife's soul body and reshape her body. Looking at the old valley owner in front of him, Jian Wu's eyes were faintly cold, frozen and frosty beside him. At this moment, the moving eyes locked directly on the body of a beautiful figure behind Lord Laogu. Wu Jianwushuang also looked at the beautiful figure. That is a truly amazing woman, and whether this woman is looks or temperament, it is similar to the current coldness. However, because Lung Rushuang reshaped the body with the heart of the astral world, the body is more perfect, which is not comparable to the woman in front of her. Fu Jun, who is that woman? Lung Rushuang asked with doubt. She is your second life. You are one with her, but now she is her. You are you? Jian Wushuangdo. Is that so? Lung Rushuang nodded slightly, but looked at the other side, but was more curious. Jian Wushuang looked at the woman, but noticed that the woman's breath was quite arrogant, and she had reached the extreme of the 6 realms of void. And the most important thing was that the breath on the woman was too cold, and the cold perfection was not like no matter how emotional she stood there, but no matter how the sword Wushuang arrived or looked directly into the frosty eyes, her look did not change at all. This is a real person with no emotion at all. Just like the purpose of Taishang Wangqing Valley, forgetting all emotions, she has obviously cultivated the unique divine magic of Taishang Wangqing Valley, and is more perfect than the old valley master, and the level of cultivation is higher. She is truly like a fairy and does not eat on earth. There is no emotion anymore. What is the difference between such a person and the walking dead? Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly. Wu Taishang's unique divine magic is very powerful, but the price is unacceptable to Jian Wushuang. The Lord of the Blood Sword, this one next to you, should be your wife, right? The old my lord looked over, and her face was still smiling. It seems that the Lord of the Blood Sword you found the ice heart glass jade now. Bingxin glazed jade. Jian Wu's eyes were cold. Speaking of this Bingxin glazed jade, am still very annoyed now. You are not brave enough. How dare you deceive me then? How to deceive? Lord of the Blood Sword, where do you start? Mai stunned. You said that my wife's soul was attached to the agarwood of the star and moon for millions of years to ensure worry-free, even at most only hundreds or thousands of years. My wife's soul will wake up, but later after tens of thousands and even 100,000 years, my wife's soul never awakened. Until the end, I met an expert, and he told me that the billion-year-old Xingyue agarwood couldn't maintain my wife's soul body at all. My wife's soul has always been attached to the agar wood of Xingyue. The soul has already been damaged. The ice heart glass jade can't recover her body at all. If I have not obtained a higher level treasure by chance, I am afraid I will never see my wife in this life. Jian Wushuang's voice was also extremely cold. What? Mai was startled. Why, how? The billion-year-old Xingyue Agarwood should be able to keep your wife's soul body intact. No, Lord of the Blood Sword, forgive me too shallowly. I really thought you the wife's soul is sheltered by 100-year-old Xingyue Agarwood, and there will be no problem. I did not expect it to be like this. Raimi was also anxious. She knows the importance of cold as frost to Jian Wushuang. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang would not be so crazy for cold as frost before. With Jian Wushuang's current strength and status, if she really wanted to investigate the previous incident, she would drop her anger a little, and it was not that she could afford it too much. Jian Wushuang glanced coldly at Mai, and the anger in his heart gradually subsided. He can see that this Mai is indeed not lying, at least not deliberately deceiving herself, but at the time she thought that the billion-year-old Xingyue Agarwood was enough to protect his wife. Well, now that I've been reunited with my wife, I'm too lazy to punish you again, and the war with Devil Star is about to come. You who are too far into the valley of affection, still try your best in this battle. Jian Wushuang snorted coldly and turned and left. Cold and frosty, she just glanced deeply at the woman whose face and temperament were similar to her and immediately left. When I saw Jian Wushuang leaving, these people who were too far into the valley of anger only exhaled heavily. After walking around the area where many rulers gathered, Jian Wushuang came to the place where many rulers gathered. Because of the relationship between the threefold Taoism world, in the early years, the world side has also added a lot of new masters over the years. Among these masters, a few are familiar with Jian Wushuang. Haha Xinhua, congratulations on your breakthrough and dominance. Wu Jianso went directly to the Lord of the Fire Lord. Xinhua Lord, in the early days of the Divine Realm, has reached the extreme of the 6 realms of void, and with the help of the Triple Realm, these years have already reached the level of domination, and he can be said to be the number 1 created by the Triple Realm. A master. As for Emperor 13, who broke earlier than him, in fact, he broke through with his own strength, and it has nothing to do with the Triple Path. Giantian Ho, no, now it should be called the Lord of the Blood Sword. It is a rare thing. With your current status, you can still remember me. Xinhua Lord smiled. You have been with me for so many years as a guard. How can I forget this feeling? Jian Wushuang smiled. When he was weak at the beginning, he was in the divine realm in the early days. There were not many friends around him, and Xinhua Lord was definitely one of them. And the Xinhua Lord did help him a lot. The Xinhua Demon Lord now broke through the master. Because of the sword Shuang relationship, he was immediately given several strongest treasures, not only the strongest treasure warrior, but also the strongest treasure warframe, including domain, flying the strongest class of treasures, all have, with these strongest treasures. In the next battle with Demon Star, Xinhua Lord's life-saving ability can also be greatly improved. Chapter 39:55. The first is more. Jian Wushuang and Xinhua Lord trembled at will, but at this time he noticed the 2 figures next to him. Heaven, life! Sword Wushuang looked and walked forward. The Lord of the Blood Sword. Both the Bone God and the Meteorite King are extremely humble. You too, here too, Minggu, you have already broken through to reach the dominance. Jian Wushuang looked at the Minggu old monster and could sense the dominating level breath emanating from the opponent. It's true, long ago I've broken through to dominate. But the ghostly old man said, Oh. Jian Wushuang stunned. heavenly friend. In fact, Minggu already stood by my star house long ago, but no one knows it. Xian Shinto said, "Is that so?" Sword unparalleled. It's no wonder that this bone-in-the-bone monster has been helping himself everywhere. It turned out that from the beginning, this bone-in-the-bone monster was someone in his own camp. In the beginning, the world was our hometown after all. Although I didn't have much ability, I wouldn't watch my hometown fall into desperation and ignore it. The ghostly old man laughed. As for his death, he told me Ben is a friend, and this time he came with me. Although the two of us were not very helpful in this battle, they were more or less capable. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded. The Great War was imminent, and many powerful men on the one side of the divine realm in the early days were extremely united. Only in this way, I have the hope of winning in the next battle with Demon Star. At this moment, Shun Yun's master suddenly passed. The Lord of the Blood Sword, there is bad news. Shun Yun's voice was a bit low. Bad news. Jian Wushuang frowned. What's the matter? The Lord of the Blood Sword. When I told you before, the spacecraft in which Devil Star was traveling stopped for a while passing by a star field. Before that, my 9 Emperors Pavilion didn't know what the spacecraft was. Staying there, but now I figured it out. Shen Yun dominated the pause and continued. The spacecraft of the Demon Star will stay in that star field because one of the star fields the strong, the beginning of God. Shihua Shinjun. Jian Wushuang remembered the name. The Shihua King is a master of the 4th series. Although it is only the elementary level of the 4th series, it also has great fame in many nearby star domains, and he and the Magic Cloud, Star the Lord himself, is very familiar, and the two seem to have a good relationship. This time, the Demon Star passed the Sea of Knowledge in that star field, and invited him to come towards this star field together. Shinyan dominated. What did you say? The sword has no double-sided color changed. Immediately. You mean that in the cosmic boat that Demon Star is now riding, in addition to Demon Star Master, there is also a starter who has also reached the 4th rank of Master level. Deity? That's it. Shunyan dominated slightly and nodded. Damn. Jian Wushuang held his 2 hands, but he could not help cursing. A single Lord of the Clouds star is already extremely difficult. In recent years, although he has prepared many means, these means combined give him a certain confidence to face the Lord of the Clouds, but he still has no absolute confidence to win in this battle. But now it's better. In addition to the Lord of the Demon Clouds, there is even a Shihua King. He is also the master of the 4th series. If this initiating prince shoots, his combat power can completely affect or even change the whole battle situation. Shun Yun is the master. Can you determine the relationship between the Lord of the Demon Cloud and the Shihua King? If it comes to a critical moment, he will surely shoot. Jian Wushuang asked. Of course, the relationship between the two of them can be ascertained. They are indeed friends. This point has heard about some of the strong players in the surrounding star domains. But after the start of the war, will the Shihua Shinjun take the shot? Can't guarantee it. Shinyun dominated. Jian's eyes suddenly narrowed. The Shihua King and the Lord of the Clouds are friends, and now they are on the spacecraft that the Moon of the Clouds rides on. At the beginning of the war, if the side of the Magic Clouds is not defeated, 80% of the King of the Stars will be shot. That is, said that in this battle they have another enemy who reaches the 4th level to dominate the level. I was really bad news. Fortunately, although this Shihua King is also dominated by the 4th level, but the strength is not too strong. Our 3 strongest combat powers should be able to easily compete with him. And I came from the early gods' camp. Said, the real threat is still the Lord of the Clouds. Jian Wushuang groaned. The arrival of Wu Shiwa's prince unexpectedly surpassed Jian Shuang's expectations and brought him a certain amount of pressure, but it was still within his manageable range. The Lord of the Blood Sword, the cosmic boat on which the demon cloud star has arrived in this star field, and is now rushing towards the early divine realm at the fastest speed. It is estimated that it can be reached for at least half a day. Shenyun Master again. Has it been a long time? Jian Wushuang looked cold. I was too prepared for all the strong men in the world, and I will treat them like death. Now, wait for them to come. In this void, where there are countless strong people, a solitary atmosphere has already condensed. With the news of the upcoming arrival of the Demon Star army, a large number of powerful people in the void are ready, and the master of countless rules has risen to form a group. Another huge battle line was lined up there. The masters of many rules in the battlefield are also ready to wait one after another. Half a day later, in the early divine camp, under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of powerful men, an ancient and huge cosmic boat slowly sailed from the forefront of the cosmic void. This cosmic boat is too big, at least 10 times larger than the cosmic boat originally obtained by the Lord of Mars. There are also countless strong men standing on this ancient cosmic boat. In the depths of the cosmic boat, there are still arrogant and even terrifying breaths circling. Devil Star Army, here it is. In a cosmic void near, 3 silhouettes stood calmly. These 3 figures are the 3 masters from Jyoti Pavilion, headed by Shenyun. The 3 of them saw the huge and boundless cosmic boat descending in this void, and they were secretly amazed at the moment. The Demon Star is a second-level astral plane after all, and there are countless powerful people. There are nearly 100 masters. The Demon Star has previously lost one side of the astral plane, and now it has reached the first level. At the 4th level, coupled with the existence of an originalization god, this lineup does not know if the side of the early gods can resist it. Chapter 3956. Second War. If it can be blocked, but if it can't be blocked, this is a trivial matter at the beginning of the divine world. The key is the Lord of the Blood Sword. I'm afraid it will die. Another cabinet master frowned. For Jyoti Pavilion, the life and death of the gods in the early days did not care. The only thing they care about is the life and death of Jian Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang is a real super genius, and his name has already been included in the list of 9 emperors. If he can grow up in the future, it will also be beneficial to their 9 emperors pavilion. Unfortunately, I do not fight for hegemony and do not participate in the battle between all forces. Although the Lord of the Blood Sword is a person on the list of 9 emperors, my 9 emperor courts will only provide him with some basic help, but it won't help him get out of crisis. This battle is life or death. All depends on himself. Shun Yun dominated his head, secretly. 9 Emperors Pavilion will not care about the life and death of those who are strong in the 9 Emperors list, especially those who are young and not yet growing up, like Jian Wushuang now. Although Jyoti Pavilion pays more attention to his genius, it still does not give Jian Wushuang too much help. Even if Jian Wushuang encounters an extreme situation, Jyoti Pavilion will not shoot. This is, after all, there are so many geniuses in the Jyoti Pavilion. After all, if anyone encounters a threat and Jyoti Pavilion assists, Jyoti Pavilion will pay too much and it will be too busy. Furthermore, it is impossible to sail smoothly along the way. Anyone who wants to become a top power must go through hardships. The talented man in the list of 9 emperors is in danger, but this is what Jyoti Pavilion is willing to see, because these dangers are some disciplines in Jyoti Pavilion's view. Only those who can truly grow up in this time and time to reach the top level of the universe can really be qualified to ask Jyoti Pavilion to take a shot. The current Sword Wushuang is too far away from that level. I hope the Lord of the Blood Sword can survive this time. Shun Yun's master can only think of it this way. An ancient and huge cosmic boat appeared in the void on the edge of the Taiji divine realm. In the Taiji divine camp, hundreds of thousands of practitioners looked at this ancient cosmic ship. Their faces became dignified. Finally, here it is. Wu Jian's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was an astonishing fierce flash in the depths of his eyes. His wife was as cold as frost, standing next to him. The gods, the masters of time and space, the Lord of the sky, and the ancestors of the heavens also stood next to Jian Wushuang. Many high-level powers in the early gods looked at the appearance of the ancient cosmic boats. One by one was trembling, and their hearts were shaking slightly, buzzing, humming. The ancient spacecraft finally stopped completely in that dark void, followed by numerous dense figures rushing out of the spacecraft like wasps. These people are the strong armies of the Demon Star, and they are also the main level of rules. As for the number, they are much less than the camp of the gods in the early days, only 100,000 people. However, although the number of rulers in the Demon Star army is far from being comparable to the beginning of the divine realm, the rulers of the Demon Star are all wearing the same black armor, even holding in their hands. The magic soldiers are also the same standard magic soldiers. The breath on them is even more magnificent. The ruler of the 100,000 rules is at least the highest level of the Void Realm, and the Void Realm occupies more than half. Not to mention quality. The lord of these rules of the Demon Star army is much stronger than the lord of the rules of the early gods. In the early days of the divine realm, although there was a main army of 700,000 rules forming an army of 700,000 people, but the strength of the 700,000 people was uneven, although there were many rulers of the 6 realms in Void, but in terms of quantity, it is not as many as Demon. This is just a simple comparison of the number of people and the quality. They can really fight each other. The coordinated military formations, the degree of tacit understanding, and various means are the keys to victory. Although there were 700,000 troops in the divine realm at the beginning of the Tai dynasty, it was really necessary to fight against the master army of the 100,000 rules of Demon Star. It may not be possible to have a complete victory. Suddenly, hundreds of streamers swept from the ancient cosmic boat at the same time and appeared in the forefront of the army of 100,000 rules. These streamers are truly the masters of the Demon Star camp, with hundreds of people, and the head is the Demon King and Shihua King. He is the Lord of the Clouds. Jian Wushuang stared at the most conspicuous person in the crowd ahead. It was a middle-aged man who looked extremely elegant. He stood at the forefront of the Demon Star army, carrying his hands, a smile on the corners of his mouth, and the pale gold in his eyes. Extremely evil feeling, the Lord of the Demons and Clouds. The root of this war is also the real source of the calamity in the early days of the gods. The Lord of the Devil Clouds looks ordinary, and it doesn't give people a terrible look, and I can't sense the specific breath on him. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. He knows that the more ordinary he feels, the more the Lord of the Clouds proves. Should the purple armor man next to him be the Shihua Lord? Jian Wushuang looked at the Shihua Lord again. Is also the 4th level master. Jian Wushuang did not dare to have a little bit of for the Shihua prince. Jian Wushuang's look suddenly moved. His eyes immediately locked a master behind Demon Star. Xinglua dominates. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed. His eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness. He knows the Lord of Xinglua, but he stands next to the Lord of Xinglua. He has not seen the true deity of the god, but he can't recognize it. But the Xian Shinto people, several of them immediately recognized the of the witch. Is the witch God? This witch is very cunning. At the time, the 3 sacred realms were destroyed, and the 3 lords of the 3 sacred realms were beheaded and killed. But the witch has fled far away. But he couldn't find him. I really do know where he has been hiding all these years. The gods of Xian and the Lord of Time and Space also looked at the of witches with a hint of killing. Ha ha! I didn't expect that in such a short period of time you could reach this step. The sword is unparalleled. You are really surprised by this seat. The hearty laughter sounded suddenly. The faint golden light in the eyes of J. Demon's mane eye suddenly became dazzling and looked even more evil. Master of the demon cloud, this should be the first time I really see your deity, and I have waited for this day. I have also waited for a long time. Jian Wushuang said. His voice was cold. This seat has always been looking forward to meeting you. Sword is unparalleled. After all, you are the most talented genius you have seen so far in this seat. Even your master, Xian Yi, is purely talented. It's far from being comparable to you. The Lord of the Clouds smiled. Chapter 39:57. Third more. Master. Jianwu looked cold. Simple conversation, but it has caused Jian Wushuang to have a terrible killing intention. After all, his master Xian Yi died in the hands of the Lord of the Demon Clouds. Sword unparalleled. I heard that you are now recognized as the #1 in this star field. I am curious, what step has your strength reached now? The Lord of the Clouds smiled and suddenly waved. A towering throne formed out of nothing behind him. The Lord of the Clouds sat on the throne in such a big swing and looked down at everything. Snack food. Lord Moyen stared. Star-Lord. A man more than 2 meters tall and looking like a brown bear came out. Go up and try this little guy's strength. Remember, don't kill it at the beginning, otherwise it won't be interesting. The magic cloud Star played with the taste. Yes. The burly man, like a brown bear, immediately stepped forward. Which is Jian Wushuang. Come up and die. This burly man stood like a brown bear standing in front of the hundreds of thousands of troops in the early world of God, and uttered a loud drink. Qi Jian Wushuang frowned. What does the Lord of the Demon Cloud want to do? Will the battle be ahead of time? Is it necessary? Qi Jian Wushuang had doubts in his heart, but immediately he noticed all the eyes around with special expressions. These eyes all came from the strong men in the early divine camp. At this moment, the eyes of hundreds of thousands of strong people are focused on him. These eyes are full of anticipation and enthusiasm. As the Lord of the Clouds said, Jian Wushuang is now the undisputed strongest in this star field, and one of the greatest reliance of the camp in the beginning of this war. There are no doubts about the countless practitioners of the field in the beginning. It is based on him, and now the other party is actively inviting to fight. If this sword is unparalleled, it is okay if it wins, but if it is defeated, it will be a tremendous blow to your own camp. You know, now only one of the masters of the Lord of the Clouds comes to invite the battle. If you can't defeat even the swords, you don't need to fight again. The Lord of the Demon Cloud seems to want to win the battle more easily. Jian Wu has two sides indifferent, perceiving the countless prospects around him. Jian Wushuang understands that he must not shrink from this battle, must fight, but also extremely clean defeat, and even kill each other. Only in this way will his morale be unaffected. Su took a deep breath, and Jian Wushuang stepped forward, stopping in the void in front of the burly man. You are Jian Wushuang, the ruler of a rule? The burly man glanced at Jian Wushuang. His eyes flashed disdain immediately. The ruler of the cricket ant. He doesn't know what his master wants him to do to deal with a cricket ant, although he didn't understand. The burly man still said in a deep voice, I am Lord, His Majesty the Fourth God will eat. Lord said, do NT want to kill you from the beginning. So rest assured, I will NT ill let you die so soon. But if you are too weak, you can't even take my simplest attack, then it's no wonder that I die. You don't kill me the first time, but I will kill you the first time. Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Haha, the kid is mad enough. Sure smiled coldly, but his body immediately had a fierce breath rising. This breath was so earth-shattering that many practitioners in the early world of the divine realm were astonished. Color. I can't help it. In this star field, the strength of the practitioners is really too low. The strongest before was worthy to reach the second series level, but now the simmering breath is clearly at the third series level. The master of the third level, the practitioners of this star field, have never seen it before. Now I feel this breath, of course, terrified. Wu Kejian was unparalleled, but after he noticed this breath, he still looked calm. This breath is also the third level primary dominating level, and it is very general among the third level primary dominating. You can easily bring out a third level dominator in the eternal dark prison. I am afraid that it is stronger than him. Strength. No need to waste time. Just kill. Wu Jianshou did not take this nibble at all. I saw that his right hand was turned over, and Wu Weiss divine sword appeared in his hand. The breath of the rule's treasure level spread, making many of the devil stars dominate, including Devil Star Master and Shihua King. It's a bright light, and Jian Wushuang has already shot directly. Buzzing. A hazy mist like a field swept across the mighty. In the blink of an eye, the whole world was covered by this mist. Within the hazy mist, an ape formation has taken shape. I was standing there, unable to stop the mist, and now he was at the very center of the mist. At the same time, he sensed the special power carried in the mist. Is it the array? He frowned, and a huge axe appeared in his hand. Suddenly, a cold light lit directly. I saw in the mist of the sky a huge sword shadow cut directly. It's too fast. The speed of this sword is incredible, and it appears directly from the mist. I didn't see how Jian Wushuang shot it at all. When he reacted, this huge sword, the shadow, had appeared directly in front of him, and he could not even wave the huge axe in his hand to resist the sword shadow. Wu Jianying was not hit by any obstruction on the sacrifice body of sacrifice. The sacrifice of sacrifice body was violently blown out, and the breath on his body was directly weakened by more than 20% at this moment. How is it possible? Shi widened his eyes. As the lord of the demon clouds, he sat down as the fourth general. He obviously has a mighty strength, and the giant axe is already in his hands, but he hasn't had a shot at all, and the divine power has been annihilated by more than 20%. Howl is another huge sword shadow, followed by the third, fourth, fifth. Do not! Gourmet screamed violently, and he waved the huge axe in his hands, trying to resist. He could cut 5 swords in succession. He only resisted one of them, but the other 4 were directly bombarded on his body. All of his power was destroyed. Humming. The hazy mist of the sky also dissipated directly, and the heavens and the earth returned to peace. The sword and Wushuang had taken back the Wu weapon sword, and he stood quietly in the void of the universe, and at his feet was the cold corpse. From the beginning of the mist to dissipate, it is only a momentary effort, but the fourth of His Majesty, the Lord of the Clouds, will eat and still die on the spot. Chapter 3958. For more arrived today. Dead. That eater is dead. For a moment, I didn't respond. What kind of fourth will be killed? Did you see it? This is the Lord of the Blood Sword, our first strongest in the star field. Too strong. The Lord of the Blood Sword is too strong. And there is the Lord of the Blood Sword. Then there is no such thing as a demon lord. Numerous practitioners in the Taiyuan divine camp were shaken completely because the battle was too fast just now. They just saw that the mist was permeating. As for what happened in the mist, they hadn't had time to see it clearly, and the mist was dispersed again. and just now that was still clamoring and bursting the dying forth will eat and is dead. It was only a moment, and the absolute strength revealed by Jian Wushuang completely conquered them. The result of this battle also immediately boosted the morale of the practitioners in the early divine camp. Originally, there was still a trace of embarrassment about the outcome of this battle. Now, because of the relationship between swords and swords, they are full of confidence. Almost everyone thinks that they can win this battle. This battle, when beautiful. Heavenly little friend, he is really amazing. I just felt that breath. And I can feel his breath much stronger than us, but in front of Xiaoho Xiaoyu, he was beheaded. The masters of the god realm camp at the beginning of the Tai dynasty were also very excited. They all knew that Jian Wushuang's battle easily won and killed opponents, which had a great influence on the whole battle situation. The master's strength has increased again. Among the many slaves of the sword unparalleled, at this moment only the Lord of the Martian is standing in the power of the early gods, and everyone else is hiding. Suddenly, at the moment, the Lord of Mars was secretly astonished. He knows Jian Shuang's strength. Thousands of years ago, in the eternal dark prison, although Jian Shuang's strength was also arrogant enough, he could only trap the enemy with the wave lightsaber, and then slowly killed the opponent. For nearly 1,000 years, Jian Wushuang has been doing secret repairs in the Tower of Time and Space, and his strength has increased significantly, especially in the sword formation. Whether it is the Wave Lightsaber Array or the Earth Guardian Sword Array, they have been greatly improved. Of course, there is the third most important thing to make the Supreme Immortal Mystery, which is comparable to the strongest treasure, which gives Jian Wushuang a stronger divine power. And just cast by Sword Wushuang, it is the hazy sword formation derived from the hazy sword skill. This sword formation is an absolute killing sword formation. It is equally powerful from the current swordless hands. The current sword is unparalleled, and even if he does not use his whole cards, he can easily kill the ordinary third-level master by relying solely on the hazy sword array. The entire universe is empty, and because of the battle between Jian Wushuang and Shirshir, they are caught in a commotion and madness. In the beginning, the practitioners in the world were all surprised and excited, but those practitioners on the side of the demon star were exactly the opposite. When they saw that their fourth would be so simple and killed, each of them was shocked. They know very well how powerful this fourth will be. The 6 major generals of the Lord of the Demon Cloud have the same strengths as each other. Even if they are the first generals, they are not much stronger than the 6 generals. It can be said that the 6 major generals, it is Her Majesty's strongest combat power. Of course, the Lord of the Clouds is far above the 6 gods themselves. But now, the fourth will be killed by the other parties so easily, then in their entire Demon Star camp, I am afraid that only their master can compete with each other. Originally, I wanted to suppress the morale of the opponent a little bit, but I didn't expect it to be a cocoon. The Lord of the Clouds frowned, and Jian Wushuang's killing and eating was so clean and clear, which obviously exceeded his expectations. However, this sword's unparalleled improvement in strength is indeed beyond this seat's expectations. The Magic Cloud Star secretly said, "The Master of the Rules can only kill a third-level master in an instant. The master of this rule is very powerful. I have been practicing a chaotic era so far, and I have seen many talented men, but the Lord of the Rules against the sky like this, I have never seen it." Shihua Shinjun was also surprised there. No matter how against the sky dare to block the way of this seat, he has to die as well. But the Lord of the Clouds burst out with a terrifying killing intention. There is no need to waste time anymore. Just go ahead and kill it. The demon Cloud Star sat on the throne and waved his hands casually. At the moment he waved his hand, The army of 100,000 rulers behind him was moving instantly. Kill! A terrible shout, and kill sounded suddenly. 20,000 people spoke at the same time, and the sound they made was just like a single person, and the sound was filled with one of the terrible killings. For a time, the entire universe was shivering. The main army of 100,000 people's rules is like a huge war machine directly running, and numerous figures are swept out at the same time. And even if they are swept out at the same time, this army is neat and tidy without any slight disorder. A horrible killing intention has already been flooded in this world, and at the moment when the main army of the rule of 100,000 people was up and running, at the beginning of the camp, countless practitioners, his eyes became scarlet, and he even became crazy. At this moment, these practitioners have come up with their own treasures. Each piece is at the top, and even the highest level of treasures appear in their hands, and the breath of God's power of countless rules has also risen into the sky. Battle! With a loud roar, the war was soaring. The next moment, 700,000 rules of the main army spawned 7 huge battle formations, just like the 7 war beasts, also directly rushed out. Compared to the whole of the 100,000 rule lord army of the demon star, the 7 war beasts on the one side of the divine realm in the early days did not seem so perfect, but the momentum was not weak at all. The most important thing is that in quantity, after all, it is one of 7 enemies. Even if the quality of the Lord of the Devil Star army rules is higher than that of the gods in the early days, the gods in the early days have no fear at all. In the blink of an eye, the 2 armies collided head-on. This is the ultimate battle that has begun long ago and has determined the life and death of countless lives and souls in the whole early world of God. From this moment, it finally broke out. When the battle began, the world was angry. Chapter 39:59. The first is more. Pung, 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 pung. A terrible roar sounded loudly. The 2 armies all formed a battle array, combining the power of the master of all rules, and the first time they carried out a terrible collision shock. The shock wave was shocking and shocking, causing the surrounding universe to tremble in madness. There was even one cosmic black holes appear out of thin air. In the first round of collision alone, in the early days of the divine realm, 7 war beasts, 2 of them were directly repelled, and the entire war beast trembled wildly and almost collapsed. It is also a battle formation composed of the master of 100,000 rules. A single war beast is not an opponent of Demon Star's army at all. Even if it is 2 or war beast, it may not be able to compete with Demon Star. The army contends. But in the early days, one side of the world was eventually the master of 700,000 rules, consisting of 7 full-fledged monsters of war. Although these 7 war monsters are not opponents, they can be swarmed up. Even if the battlefield of the Demon Star army repelled the 2 in the first place, the remaining 5 will rush wildly and display horror. Assault. The battle line of the army of the demon Nebula attacked the past. The battlefield of the Demon Star army is like a whole. The 100,000 rule master obviously cooperates for a long time, and it is extremely tacit. Even when facing the 7 war beasts, they are attacking from the surroundings at the same time. While resisting, they also able to fight back and forth again and again. The minimum of 100,000 is the master of the rules of the top of the void realm, forming a battle array, perfectly performing, and an arbitrary attack. That power is already above the general master. Simply talking about power, I am afraid that even the master of the 3rd and 4th series cannot be compared with it. This battle formation formed by the Demon Cloud army and the 7 war monsters in the early stage of the divine realm collided with each other in a frantic collision, but within a short period of time, they did not fall into the wind. In the surrounding void, many masters of the divine realm camp stood in the early days, watching the battlefield in front of them. and their hearts were shocked. And the first time I have seen hundreds of thousands of rules to form a battle formation and fight and collide again and again. It's not just you, we're all the same. Well, the crazy killing of the master of hundreds of thousands of rules, it is incredible just to think about it. Every one of the masters was secretly admiring. In this star field, although there are many rule masters, there are hundreds of thousands of rule masters. This number is still too large. Usually, when the two forces fight, the number of rulers participating in the battle can be tens of thousands, which is considered a super scene. But these scenes, compared with the war in front of them, are little witches. It is indeed Demon Star. Although the Demon Star army has only 100,000 rule masters, the 100,000 rule masters are not only in quality, but also in their proficiency in battle formations and their cooperation with each other. The ruler of these rules must be too strong. Fortunately, the number is 7-1. Otherwise, the collision of this army, I was too early in the world side, is not the opponent of the Devil Star. Even now, I am too early the world side. At best, they can barely occupy some advantages. Xian Shinto solemnly. Wu Jianso nodded slightly. He can also see that the masters of the rules of the Demon Star army cooperate very well, and that the masters of these rules have a mastery and proficiency of the battle array one by one, which is far from the masters of the rules of the early gods. Ratio. Although there were 700,000 rulers in the Taijutsu camp, most of these rulers were invited in the past millennium, and they did not come at one time, but came one after another in the millennium. Although the master of these rules immediately began to familiarize themselves with the battlefield, after all, time was limited, and there were too many people. Even if the master of the stone Mars exerted all his strengths, in such a short time, it was impossible to achieve. Every ruler has a high degree of mastery of the battlefield. In other words, among the 700,000 rulers of the divine world in the early days, most of the rulers just barely mastered it, and many of them were too late to master it, but with other people, they barely battled it out. Combination formed. Under these conditions, in the early days, the ruler of the one side of the divine realm, I am afraid, will only be able to exert 20 to 30% of his power. This has led to the fact that even if the 7 war monsters join forces, they can only compete with the Demon Star army in a short period of time and can only take a slight advantage at most. Master, it is my reason that disappoints you. The Lord of Mars said next to Jian Wushuang, "This matter, no wonder you." Jian Wushuang waved his hand. He is very clear that in such a short period of time, the Lord of Mars can make these 700,000 rulers to form a battle line, which is very good. In the main army of the rules, although I didn't get much advantage in the early days, the God realm had at least the upper hand. Next, I saw the collision of high-level combat power. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly, but his eyes was directly through the void, and looked at the Lord of the Clouds star at the end of the line of sight. When the magic cloud Xingzhu, still lazily sitting on that throne towering statue, eyes look unto them from time to time at the battlefield, see, when on the battlefield, magic cloud star armies in the collision with the beginning of the spirit world, even when a little disadvantage, magic cloud Xingzhu, his face showing a hint of surprise of color. War? And this war level did not seem low. What a magic cloud Xingzhu vision. He saw immediately that the beginning was the spirit world, one of 7 beasts of war. 700,000 of the main rules of the form of very smart, but those who master the rules of war to a very low degree of mastery, not only the law of war, to play it out completely valiant. This is the beginning of the gods, is in the thousands of years began to emerge a large number of the main rules of their army, should also in this nearly 1,000 years before the formation. The formation maybe within such a short time army was able to play this, and other combat power. It appears that one side is the spirit world was, in the beginning, there was a good strong battle formation. Magic clouds magic main underground passage. He said good tactical deployment of strong, natural stone Mars is the Lord. Alone under the command of the army, the winner is hard to see high-level combat capability it. Magic Cloud Xingzhu spoke. He slowly raised his right hand as, standing behind him, from the magic cloud star of hundreds dominate, their eyes are instantly converge on the magic cloud Xingzhu right hand. With this magic cloud Xingzhu waved his right hand raised, all of a sudden, a road to dominate the levels of the atmosphere directly broke off. Magic Star's arm dominate hundreds, including many second series, and even digital dominate the third series at this moment, have direct move. Chapter 3960. Second more. Rumble. The outburst of mastery breath caused the focus of this battlefield to shift from the masters of the rules of both sides to these masters instantly. It's our turn. Dozens of masters gathered together at the beginning of the Tai Kingdom. These masters have already flexed their muscles, and when they see the masters of the Demon Star's side, they are immediately dispatched. I saw that the same atmosphere of dominance erupted, but in the beginning, the master of the world, no matter the quantity or the breadth, could not be compared with the master of the Demon Star. After all, the Lord of the Demon Cloud Star comes from the second-level astral world, including many second-level masters, and even the third-level master. Even if a fourth general is directly killed by Jian Wushuang, there are 3 more. On the other hand, in the early days of the Divine Realm, almost all of them were dominated by the first rank, and even the top ranks of the first rank were very few, and their numbers were far inferior to each other. According to reason, there should be no room for counterattack in this collision of dominating combat power, but in the early days, the side of the gods was also prepared. I saw a series of 6-man star battle formations suddenly rising up, and in the early god camp, a group of rulers suddenly emerged. The number of masters of these rules is not too many. There are only thousands of people, but the thousands of masters of the rules are all in the 6 levels of the void, and the magic treasures they hold in their hands are arrogant. Is the strongest treasure? Yes, it is the strongest treasure. Before the sword Wushuang came out of the eternal dark prison, he brought back thousands of strongest treasures at one time. Most of these strongest treasures were not needed at all, so the mysterious Shinto people were extravagant and gave some stronger rules of the 6 realms of Nether. Lord also used the strongest treasure. The master of these 6 rules of the Void Realm, who had the strongest treasure, did not join the battlefield of 100,000 people, but formed a new battlefield with 18 people together. 28 battlefields composed of the 6 void realms with the most powerful treasures. The power of this battlefield is no less powerful than the General Master. At the same time, thousands of rulers of this kind directly formed more than 80 such wars, and 80 extra masters came alive. In addition to the dozens of masters originally owned by the one side of the world in the early days, the number of mastery powers is more than that of Demon Star. However, the large number does not mean everything. After all, the Devil Star side has a lot of second series, and even third series dominate. Boom! I saw that the 2 dominated the strong, and they fought together in a fierce, fierce battle. Immediately, there was a fearful roar of cries. In the early days of the Divine Realm, many masters, Xian Shinto, Lord of Time and Space, Lord of Heaven and Earth, Tianzu, and Emperor 13 all shot, including Jian Wushuang's wife Lung Wushuang, who had already shot and directly faced. A master of the second series. Cold, as frost itself absorbed the heart of the astral world, has great potential, and got the Mist Supreme's personal biography. After breaking the dominance, the strength is also extraordinary. He can easily compete with the second-level dominator, even if he does not play the whole card. Once the cards are exhausted, you can even reach the top level of the second level. I can say that, In the early days of God's many masters, with the exception of Jian Wushuang and the stone Mars master who presided over the situation around him, almost all shot. But despite this, the two sides collided, and the situation was still one-sided. In the early days of the divine realm, the six-horse star battle array, composed of 18 lords of the 6 realms of the void, was defeated by dozens of fronts in just a moment of effort, and many rulers were beheaded and killed on the spot. On the other hand, there are already 3 masters beheaded and killed by the 3rd-level master of Demon Star. It only took a moment. The dominant combat power on the plane side is not the opponent of Demon Star at all. The sword sank without a double-sided color, but followed the message, Xian Shen, almost, after receiving the news from Jian Wushuang. The Shinto man immediately noticed that instead of paying attention to the master in front of him, he waved his hand directly, and an exquisite attic appeared in the middle of the battlefield. The beautiful atmosphere of this loft is very special, but it's just a treasure. With the start of the war, these masters have already come up with a variety of treasures, such as field treasures, flying treasures, repression treasures, and so on. Now, mysterious Shinto took out a loft, and it was nothing. No one on the two sides of the original fierce battle paid attention to the mysterious Shinto man who took out this loft, but suddenly, a large group of figures, dozens of them directly attacked from the exquisite loft. Each breath of these figures was so strong that they even reached the 3rd-level level. Most importantly, their combat power was even more, it is invincible, and almost any one of its combat power can be comparable to the 3rd-level high-level master. Lame enough 40 people assaulted and killed, and those who dominate the magic cloud star as fast as possible. Suddenly, not good. The 3rd level dominates. So much. Do not. A sound of anger rang through the void of the universe. These anger comes from those masters under the demon star. These masters are completely crazy. At this moment, the 3rd-ranked master, within their magic cloud star, the master of the magic cloud star, and his 6 gods will only reach the 3rd-rank level. And before the Lord of the Clouds, he reached the peak of the 3rd level, and in recent years the retreat strength has reached the 4th level. But those 6 gods are just the 3rd level to count the dominating levels. Suddenly, the 40 people who suddenly appeared in front of him even took out one who was not under the 6 gods. Even their fighting power is even stronger than the 6 major gods. I especially had 2 of them exhaling a breath of suffocation, and that breath was almost approaching the 3rd peak. I must know that the 3rd series dominates, and the 1st series, and even the 2nd series dominate almost all of them. Even if he is also dominated by the 3rd level, his strength is slightly weaker. In the face of these darkest strongest from the eternal dark prison, there are only those who can be easily killed. So many 3rd-level masters suddenly rushed out from the middle of the battlefield. This was absolutely catastrophic for the master of his majesty. I saw these 40 masters who reached the 3rd level sweeping the battlefield at a horrible speed, and passed by as if they were harvesting wheat, easily killing 1 master from the magic cloud star. 100 masters, almost just a blink of an eye, were killed directly. The remaining masters are like bow-struck birds. Chapter 3961. 3rd more. Escape. Run away. The gap is too big. This can't be beaten at all. Hurry up. So many 3rd-level masters. To kill us is simply slaughter. The surviving masters of the Demon Nebula were scared and almost insane. It took only a moment to work on it. Hundreds of masters have been slaughtered for most of them, and many of them include 2nd-level masters. As for the 3 generals under the Devil Star, at that moment, will also play against one of the other masters, and that master is 1,000 killing Emperor. In the end, killing the Emperor with just 1 axe that will be hit on the spot. If there are 2 or 3 axes again, that will probably be killed on the spot. It's too strong. It's terrible. This person is not the strongest among these groups. The severely damaged general looked at the thousand-slayed monarch in front of him in horror, and immediately looked at the surrounding void, Lord Dragon Lord and Lord Scorpion. He can see that Lord Dragon and Lord Scorpion are stronger than those who have been hit hard. Escape. These masters who are still alive under His Majesty's star have lost any warfare, and at this moment directly chose to escape. But even if they fled, the slaves under the swordless pair of swords were still chasing wildly. This saw that many of the masters had been beheaded. In the end, there were hundreds of masters. Only fewer than 20 people escaped from the battlefield and returned behind the Lord of the Demon Clouds. The rest, including one of the generals, were directly killed by the slaves of the sword, unparalleled. Fortunately, there were fewer than 20 of them. Although they were lucky to escape their lives, they were still trembling with horror at the moment. 1. As I expected before, as long as all of my servants have shot, they can defeat the Lord of the Demon Star. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, looking at the battlefield ahead, and was very satisfied in his heart. Ha ha, happy, happy. So many masters, just in one fell swoop. They are all killed, just like cutting wheat. Where did the dozens of powerful men who suddenly appeared come from? Why are they so powerful? The masters of the Taiyuan divine camp were still standing there, and most of them had cyanosis in their heads. Most of them don't know where the sudden dozens of powerful dominators came from, and most of them didn't know that there were such a group of dominating levels before. When they saw the powerful power of the Lord of the Demon Star burst out, these masters were still terrified, but who could not have thought of blink of an eye, the situation completely reversed. Mysterious God, what is going on? Master of the Xuanjingong. At the beginning of the Taiyuan divine camp, the invited masters came to ask one after another. Wu Xian's Shinto man smiled brightly and said, "You, the batch of masters you are seeing now, are all blood swords." He brought them back from a special place. All his slaves, brought back by the blood sword. Slave. Many of the masters of the god realm camp in Taichu were shocked. All eyes could not help looking at Jian Wushuang behind the battlefield. These eyes became more awe-inspiring. I'm kidding. The slaves are so powerful. How strong is this bloodsword lord? Huh. Those masters of the demon nebula were defeated by the front, and the masters of the early gods, including the slaves of Jian Wushuang, returned to Jian Wushuang. Master, fortunately shameless. Lord Dragon, Lord said respectfully. Jian Wushuang nodded his head with a smile on his face. This battle, Jian Wushuang has carefully laid out the layout from the beginning and also began to calculate. What he calculated was the masters of the Devil Star. He wanted to kill as many masters as possible under the Demon Star, and even if possible, destroy all the masters who came with the Demon Star army this time. In this way, even if he could not resist, in the end staying at the Lord of the Clouds, he is not worried anymore. Because if Her Majesty's Lord does not have a master who can be transferred, then even if this battle of demon is over, Jian Wushuang and others will retreat to the early divine realm. Yun Xing's plan is also very difficult to achieve. At least it can give Jian Wushuang a lot of time. Therefore, at the beginning, he deliberately showed weakness, and only let the local gods in the early stage of the gods fight against the masters invited in this star field in recent years and a master of the six-rule rule. Let the mysterious Shinto stay in that delicate loft, and in the loft, all his 40 slaves stay inside. Only when the time comes, the mysterious Shinto man takes out the loft at the center of the battlefield. His servants kill many slaves at the same time, and try to kill the Lord of the Demon Star in the shortest time possible, so that the Devil Star on the edge of the battlefield the Lord has no time to rescue. Although the final result is not too perfect, after all, dozens of dominators have escaped, and it is possible to kill more than half of Dominion's masters. This is already an extremely great result. Most of the Lord of the Demon Cloud Star has been beheaded and killed, and the rest has been scared out of mind. In a short period of time, he can't take another shot. As for the ruler of the rule, I also had an advantage in the world. It can be said that in the camp, I was completely crushed by the demon side in the beginning. In this battle, we have already won half. The mysterious Shinto man clasped his hands. His eyes flashed fine. Mango! Next, as long as you find a way to block the Lord of the Demon Cloud and the Lord of Initiation, that's enough. Shihua Shunjun is easy to handle. Jian Wushuang, open his mouth. The information given by Shunyun will not be false. Although this Shihua Shunjun is in the 4th level, his strength is average. I am composed of 36 slaves. The fairy battlefield should be able to compete with him. The key is the Lord of the Clouds. Wu Jian's peerless eyes stared through the void, staring at the Lord of the Clouds starkly. Information given by the Master Shinyun is extremely affirmative to the warlord of Shihua, but the true strength of the Master of the Magic Cloud is very vague. After all, the Lord of the Clouds has long occupied a secondary astral world, and has become the master of this secondary astral world, and has not shot it for a long time. Not only that, he has also been retreating in recent years. Now his strength has just achieved a breakthrough to reach the 4th level. Although it is only a breakthrough, after all, he has lost the pre-God world, and can use the pre-God world. See how his true strength is. No one can say for sure. Okay. Wu Jianso suddenly looked up, and his pupils shrank sharply, because he has already seen the Lord of the Clouds, who has been sitting lazily on the throne, has slowly stood up. Master Demon Yunqing, it's time to do it yourself. Chapter 3962. For more arrived today. Seeing the Lord of the Clouds standing up, Jian Wushuang's complexion immediately became dignified. Although this battle has continued to the present, in the early days, one side of the divine realm has occupied an absolute advantage, and it can even be said that it has already won half. But Ku Jianshuang is actually very clear. This war until now is just an appetizer. Even if there are hundreds of thousands of rules of the main army collision, there are many masters of crazy killing, but these are appetizers, and this result is also Jian Wushuang they had expected long ago in their expectations. And the real success factors of this war are all in one person. This person is the Lord of the Clouds. He is the most terrible, strongest combat power of Demon Cloud Star, and the greatest threat to the gods in the early days of the divine realm. Only if it could defeat the Demon Lord, to be precise, as long as it could resist the Demon Lord and prevent the Demon Lord from killing, then this battle can be said you have to win, otherwise everything is empty talk. After all, as long as no one can stop the Lord of the Clouds can kill all the high-level powers in the early god world with one's own strength. The Lord of the Devil Clouds is really so calm, but now he intends to shoot. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly, but he followed with a sneer, so many masters died, and he was so calm again, furious. I'm afraid you'll be furious. Jian Wushuang guessed pretty well. Now, the Lord of the Clouds is indeed angry. He glanced at the servant behind Jian Wushuang, and his eyes were burning with anger. Just now, most of his masters were slaughtered directly, more than 80, with so many dominators. Even if it is more than half of the dominance of Demon Star, it has been beheaded here. When this battle ends, after he returns to Demon Star's overall strength is bound to weaken a lot. And the most important thing is that these masters were killed under his eyes. He clearly watched these masters killed, but there was no time to rescue them. It made him even more angry. Sword unparalleled. This seat really despises you. You can find a group of 3rd-level masters in a short period of time. but really have the ability. Devil Star Master said coldly. He also has to admit that even he can't do it with dozens of third-level masters in a short time. After all, here is the edge of the universe, and the nearby star fields have reached the third level of the level. There are very few of them. He may still be invited by 3 or 4 third-level dominators. What he can do. But could Jian Wuxuang did it? Demon Lord, don't worry, there are many things you didn't expect. Jian Wuxuang said with a smile. Perhaps, but I haven't had that patience with you anymore. I just heard that the third-level master behind you is called your master. They are all your slaves, right? So long as I kill you, will they die? Or will they get rid of your control? After hearing this, the eyes of the demon dragon lord and others behind Jian Wuxuang were all bright. In fact, they were forced to surrender before they chose to surrender to Jian Wuxuang. Although Jian Wuxuang took them out of eternal dark prison, and they only needed to surrender for 100,000 years, if there was a chance who would like to stay in a rule the Lord S. Men who listened to their dispatch for 100,000 years. If Jian Wuxuang died early, wouldn't they be able to release in advance? Jian Wuxuang also immediately understood the intention of the Lord of the Clouds, but smiled indifferently. Master of the Clouds, you don't have to fight the ideas of my slaves. Don't think that they will pretend to be ineffective in this battle. I tell you, if I am not dead, they can live, but if I die, I will directly kill them before I die. The words of Jian Wuxuang are extremely simple, and there is no room for negotiation. This makes the Dragon Lord and others feel shocked. Although they are angry, they are more afraid. They are now afraid that Jian Wuxuang really died in this battle. Oh, a bit interesting. Then see if these slaves in your hands can block this seat. Devil Star Master smiled slightly, but his figure had slowly floated forward, while at the same time, a terrifying breath that moved the world and trembled from the Devil Star Master slowly rose up. This breath is too strong. It is suffocating. Although there were many masters present, even the second and even third-rank masters, there was also a strong and powerful breath from these masters, which can rise from the moment of the Lord of the Devil Stars at this moment. Compared with the breath, it is like spark and Haoyue. This breath rises up, and the pressure that sweeps away makes the sword unpaired. And many of the masters of the early gods are out of breath, and some are already sweating. The pressure of breath alone has caused the general first series and even second series dominators to lose the courage to compete with them. Only with the third-level dominance can we barely block the oppression of this breath. The fourth-level master, is it so terrible just with the breath of divine power? Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly, followed by a low-drink magic flame. Huh! A golden figure appeared in front of Jian Wuxuang in an instant. This is an indifferent golden armor man. It is the magic flame. The magic flame stood in front of the sword without double sides. At this moment, the body also had a strong breath of divine power rising. Although this breath is only the third level of the peak level, there is still a little gap compared to the magic cloud Star Master, but the magic flame Stan's eyes were cold, but he was not affected by the magical breath of the Lord of the Clouds. Go, kill this demon lord. Jian Wuxuang pointed at the demon lord. Yes. Demon nodded. His body turned into a golden lightning, swept out directly. The next moment has recondensed in the void in front of demon lord. The demon Nebula glanced at the demon flame in front of him. Disdain. Third series dominate. Funny. Junior, you are too arrogant. When your deity is swaying the universe and massacre the fourth series, and even the fifth series dominate, you don't know where it is. The magic flame was low. Junior. Mo Yen stunned. He didn't know that demon flame was an ultimate master at first, and lived a very long time. If he was at the peak, let alone a fourth-level master like the Lord of the Clouds, and even a fifth-rank master. In front of him, they all had to tremble. The Lord of the Clouds was really just a junior in front of him. Chapter 39:63. The first is more. Boom. There was a loud noise, and Moyen had already shot. I saw him suddenly rising with magnificent golden light. These golden lights were extremely dazzling, like a huge golden sun. And as the golden light shone, the momentum emanating from the magic flame suddenly surged. But in a blink of an eye, the golden light of the sky was condensed into a 10-meter-long, bulky golden condor, and a breathtaking violent breath swept out. This golden condor's wings spread directly across the void. Condor! Golden condor! Many of the strong men who watched the surrounding void, seeing the appearance of this golden condor, were very surprised. Junior, today I will teach you what it means to be outside the sky. The icy voice of the magic flame came out from the golden condor. This golden condor was extremely fast and condescended like a prey. The horrible power broke out from the golden condor. This power was even more shocking to those who watched the surrounding war. There is no doubt that the mighty power of this golden condor instantly reached the fourth level. Don't say anything. The Lord of the Clouds smiled indifferently. A dark spear appeared in his hand. The dark spear exuded a faint light, and the power of the Lord of the Clouds' right hand pervaded. The dark spear pointed upwards into the void, and was a jab. A seemingly simple blow made a huge black hole appear instantly in the void of the universe, devouring everything around him like a mouthful of blood. In a blink of an eye, the golden condor that fell from a high place collided directly with this spear, and the cold golden claws directly grasped the spear and made a sound of metal collision friction. The two sharp claws of the golden condor actually swept directly from the dark spear, and then grasped the head of the Lord of the Clouds. The fourth series dominates the combat power. He was too late to withdraw the spear in his hand to resist the claws of the golden condor, but the other palm of his hand was directly clenched into a fist. A horrifying force condensed in his hand, and then exploded. Pung pung! There was a loud noise, the world shook, and the surrounding void was collapsing. The sharp claws of the golden condor were blasted out, but the abrupt golden condor opened his mouth. Wow! A golden thunder burst out suddenly, incredibly fast. The demon Yunxing Lord was also shocked. His body flashed quickly, and he barely avoided the golden thunder. With a hissing noise, your golden condor's momentum has skyrocketed again, and he is madly attacking the demon star. The two pillars of this golden condor, its wings, including its extremely sharp mouth, have become magic weapons at this moment, and the power that erupted is extremely tyrannical, and it has even reached a fourth with a single blow-level hierarchy. The key is that this golden condor is extremely flexible, the speed is extremely fast, and the attack method is extremely strange. At this moment, the Lord of the Clouds has also shown a powerful power that is far above the third-level master. But in the face of the crazy attack of the golden condor, for a while it was in a disadvantage. So strong. The golden condor is so powerful. Every attack of it is extremely terrifying, even reaching the fourth level of domination. Is this man also the master's slave? His Majesty, when is there such a powerful slave? The dozens of slaves under his sword's warriors all talked about each one, and they were all amazed. Perhaps the masters of the first and second ranks around can't see the intensity of this battle, but all of these slaves have the third rank of combat power, so they can naturally see the current battle very much clear. They can see that the magic flame itself may be only the third level, but the golden condor he has revealed is definitely the fourth level, and it is not weak in the fourth level. At least the golden condor. he is now transforming into a crazy attack. If the weak fourth level dominate, I am afraid it will be difficult to resist. There are still such powerful people in the camp of the gods. In the beginning, that purple warframe man, also known as Shihua Shinjun, is now attentively watching the battle between the Golden Condor and the Lord of the Clouds. He can feel the strength of the Golden Condor and the Lord of the Clouds, especially the Golden Condor. The attack method is not only extremely powerful, but also does not give people a chance to breathe. If such a crazy attack is replaced by him, I am afraid it has been completely suppressed, and the power of the Devil Star is obvious. A lot stronger than him. So far, it is only slightly underdog. Magic Cloud, you care, be careful to capsize in the gutter. Shihua Jun smiled, but still very relaxed in words. Haha, it's only been a long time that I have fought against people, and I want to warm up first. The Devil Star also laughed, but his eyes became cold. Go! With a loud scream, the breath of the Lord of the Demon Clouds skyrocketed, and a large black magic cloud swept up. These demon clouds swelled, and eventually formed a dark and hazy face. This face is so huge that a pair of scarlet eyes pierced directly at this moment, and the dark spear in the hand of the Lord of the Clouds also stunned a burst of stab, and the universe vanished madly in an instant, and the terrible power passed out. The strength of this force completely affected the surrounding the cosmic void and nearby battlefields. Although the Golden Condor, transformed by the demon flame, was powerful, under the spear burst, he felt a tremendous impact, forcing him to burst out. Humming, the Golden Condor dissipated, and the shape of the demon flame appeared in the sight of everyone. Suddenly, the magic flame at the moment had a very solemn complexion. Just hit the Golden Condor. I turned into, with a single blow. It seems that your junior's strength is better than I expected, mumbled the flames. Originally, according to the speculation of the magic flame and sword unparalleled, this demon Star Master just broke through the 4th rank, and its combat power should be relatively weak among the 4th rank master, but it seems that this is not the case. At least, the strength of the Lord of the Devil Stars is much stronger than that of the initiated god, who has reached the 4th level for a long time. Although it is much stronger than I expected, it is still within my range. The flames of magic flames turned slightly cold, and the rich golden light rose again in the next moment. The strange flash of golden light was originally just a golden light, but at this moment it turned into two. At the same time, 2 huge golden condors were formed at the same time. Chapter 3964. Second more. 2 golden condors. Oh my God, a single golden condor is so scary, but this person can be transformed into 2 golden condors at the same time? Many practitioners who watched the battle around were shocked. Even if the Lord of the Demon Clouds saw the demon flame turning into 2 huge golden condors at the same time, his eyes and pupils could not help shrinking. 2 huge golden condors, like 2 golden lightnings, suddenly swept across the void, one at a time and one at the same time. The Demon Cloud Star Master waved the black spear in one hand while competing against 2 golden condors. However, just now is just a golden condor. He can still resist it if he is serious, but he can face 2 golden condors at the same time. Even if he is more serious, he can still resist very hard. I saw that the 2 huge golden condors came and attacked again and again, either with claws or wings or direct impact. Each attack was extremely powerful and was not weaker than the 4th level master. With a full blow in the face of this crazy attack, the Lord of the Clouds could only resist passively and could not find a chance to fight back. Suppress. The Demon Cloud Star Master has been completely suppressed by the 2 golden condors transformed by the demon flame. Great. Good job. Look, The Lord of the Nebula is completely suppressed. Many of the masters at the beginning of Tai Tai's divine realm were overjoyed when they saw the scene ahead. Even if it was Jian Wushuang, he couldn't help but clenched his palm. His eyes flashed a fine light. He knows the origin of Demon Flame, and Demon Flame also told him before. As long as his gold-swallowing body can recover 20%, he will have 90% confidence to defeat the Demon Star Master, and even 50% will be able to defeat the demon. Yunxing beheaded on the spot. Now it seems that Demon Flame did not lie. He has recovered 20% of the gold-swallowing body. Although he has only recovered to the 3rd level of the highest level in the realm, he can rely on the mysteries of many means during his lifetime. His combat power can override the general 4th grade primary dominate. Even though the Demon Cloud Master is a lot stronger than they expected, the Demon Flame can still suppress it. However, suppression alone is not enough. If it is possible, it is best to be able to wreck this magic cloud star, or even kill it directly. Jian Wushuang secretly said. The 2 golden condors transformed by the Demon Flame attacked the Lord of the Clouds madly, and completely suppressed the Lord of the Clouds, but the suppression was suppressed, and the Lord of the Clouds has not been really hurt so far. And most importantly, it has been completely suppressed by the magic flame, but the star of the magic cloud has not appeared any anger or anxiety from beginning to end, which makes Jian Wushuang's heart a little worried. This is your full strength, but that's it. A laugh with evil charm suddenly emanated from the main mouth of Demon Star, and a strange smile appeared on the face of Demon Star. The magic flames sank inside, but the next moment, the 2 huge golden condors penetrated the void in an instant, 2 sizzling hissing sounds at the same time, and the 2 golden condors burst out at a terrifying speed at this moment, and they attacked the flame at the same time. A monstrous evil spirit permeated. Jin Yen flashes. Mo Yen shouted inside. Jin Yen is the strongest move in the derivative golden condor. He is currently performing. This move is a killing move, and the power is naturally overbearing. Huh. The Lord of the Clouds looked up and looked at the golden condor, rushing in and out, hesitating in his eyes. The 2 golden condors, one behind the other, and the speed are incredible. At this terrible speed, he can't dodge at all, and can only forcibly resist the impact of the 2 golden condors, but he only has time. He waved his spear and resisted the golden condor directly in front of him, but the golden condor struck from behind him was not impeded by any impact, and hit his body heavily. At this moment, the golden light skyrocketed, and the entire dark universe was completely illuminated by this bright golden light. Suddenly, the Lord of the Clouds was completely caught in the golden light of the sky, and was madly impacted by that sky. Owl. The 2 golden condors dissipate at the same time. The shape of the magic flame is also a sharp retreat, retreating to the surrounding void, and his eyes are staring at the center of the battlefield. At last, the golden light slowly dissipated, and the figure of the Lord of the Demon Clouds appeared again in the sight of everyone. I saw the Lord of the Demon Cloud at this moment. The robe on his body had burst apart, but there was a cyan armor covering his whole body. There was a very clear mark on the cyan armor. Obviously, the mark just left. This mark has begun to dissipate slowly, and the hair of the Lord of the Clouds is a bit messy, and there is even a trace of blood overflowing from the corners of his mouth, which looks a little embarrassed. It hurt me? The demon lord stretched out his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes looked at the demon flame again, but there was a faint, icy look in his eyes. Although I have encountered many strong people and have played against many masters, but so far I can hurt me very few. You should be the only one who has hurt me in this billion years, people, and on the premise that I have reached the 4th level. After I have broken through, I can still hurt me, and that alone is enough to be proud of you. Pride. Mo Yen sneered, It's just sitting on the edge of the universe to watch the sky. If you go to the depths of the universe, no, even if you go to a slightly larger territory, you can have the strength like this. Someone who killed you is here. Perhaps, but you are not qualified for it alone. The Lord of the Clouds stared at Demon Flame coldly, and his voice slowly became cold. You are pretty good, barely qualified to let me do my best now. Exhausted, Moyen frowned. Many of the strong men who watched the battle around were surprised. Did the Lord of the Clouds haven't come up with all their strengths till now? It's impossible. He showed the combat power before. Obviously, there is a fourth series, and the fourth series is still a relatively strong one. He has a fourth series that has just broken through. He can have this. The general strength is already very good. How can it still hide the strength? It's hard to tell. It doesn't look like he's lying, he said. I looked at each other, and at this moment they were all condensed on the Lord of the Demon Cloud. Even sword unparalleled, pupils narrowed, staring at the Demon Star Master. Chapter 3965. Third more. The Demon Cloud Master has not done his best so far. Jian Wushuang does not know, but from the beginning to the end, the relaxed appearance of the Lord of the Clouds is not difficult to see that he should not lie. Suddenly, the Lord of the Clouds took back the black spear that was originally held in his hand, and when he turned it over again, he took out a purple spear. It is also a spear-like magic soldier, but as soon as the purple spear appeared, the horrible breath emanating from it immediately caught everyone's attention. That is, the rule is precious. It's a rule of law, so terrible it's not wrong. The whole battlefield was suddenly uproar. The rule is precious. The sword has no double-sided color, also changed. He has the rule of treasure in his own hands, and he has a divine sword suitable for himself. He knows how much a rule of treasure can enhance his strength. For the master who owns the rule of the treasure, and the master who does not have the rule of treasure, the combat power is also completely two levels. This Demon Star Master has just revealed his combat power, but it is normal or slightly stronger in the fourth level primary master. But now he has the rule of treasure that is suitable for his own performance. Then his combat power can at least soar. Go to the fourth level, higher dominate level. He even has the rule of treasure. Mo Yen also felt a little dreadful at the moment. The rule is precious, and many fourth and fifth series do not have it. Here is at the edge of the universe. The rule is rare and pitiful. Like swords, it is also the opportunity to go against the sky and pass the red cloud realm. Only then did he get the rule of treasure, but to the Lord of the Clouds, the magic flame had never thought that the other party would have the rule of treasure. With the rule of treasures, the combat power of the Demon Star Master can reach a new level, and the magic flame himself, although he was the ultimate level master in his peak, had the rule of treasure, and more than one or two, but since he was chased after every hardship, only the soul body escaped. His treasure, they all fell into the hands of the strong man who chased and killed him. Even if his soul body regains control of the body, Jian Wushuang will not be able to get him a rule that is suitable for him to perform. After all, Demon Flame is good at claws, and his suitable blade is claw-type magic soldiers. Jian Wushuang can only give him a superb treasure of the highest level for him to perform. But the strongest treasure of the highest level is only one step away from the rule of treasure, but the power is far worse. And unlike the shock of the many powerful men in the early Divine Realm camp, the original god, who also reached the fourth level, has not been surprised at all when he saw the Lord of the Clouds come out with the rule of treasure. Some were just astonished. Some sighed. Only Diwu Temple can make such a wealth of money. The magic cloud has not joined the Diwu Temple for a long time, but it has been given a special soldier with restraint effects on special lives and a rule of attack. Although it's just a rule of thumb, It's very rare. Wu Shihua and the Lord of the Clouds were friends, and he envied him from the beginning. Not only because the Lord of the Clouds has taken away a side of the astral world, but also the chance of the Lord of the Clouds. He has joined the Diwu Temple, but it is a great force in the vast universe that many strong people are eager to join. What can you do? Diwu Temple is extremely powerful overall, but the threshold is also high, and the requirements of the strength and potential of His Majesty are extremely strict. Although he is the 4th level master, he is not eligible to join Diwu Temple. After the rule of the Supreme Treasure appeared in the hands of the Lord of the Clouds, the pressure that the Lord of the Clouds brought to the early gods' camp was even greater. You try again. The demon Nebula Master held the purple spear with the magical treasure level in one hand, with a smile of evil charm on his face, looked at the magic flame in front of him, and the other hand was still out, hooking his fingers towards the magic flame. The demon flame looks ugly, although it is clear that after the Lord of the Demon Cloud possesses the rule of Arcana, the overall combat power will be greatly improved, but the magic flame has no fear at all, only to see the surging golden light shine again. In just a moment, the 2 flames of the giant golden condors came together again, and the 2 golden condors howled again, and then attacked the demon star again. But this time, facing the attack of the 2 golden condors, the Lord of the Clouds just waved the purple spear in his hands. Wu Mingming is a spear, but at this moment he is smashed out by the Lord of the Clouds as a growth stick. He smashed casually, and the Lord of the Clouds did not even use his tricks. However, at the moment when the purple spear was smashed, a very unique power burst out. Boom! As if an adult bullies a child, the purple spears were destroyed all the way, and they directly defeated the 2 golden condors transformed by the magic flames. Even the purple spears still had amazing power, and they smashed into the magic flame's body directly. Above, Demon Flame's red gold body is extremely powerful, but after all, it has only recovered 20%. Under the bombardment of this force, it trembled wildly. Demon Flame spit a large mouthful of blood, and the breath of the whole person was weakened. It was a big cut, and his body also bulged out. It took a long time for him to stand still again. How is it possible? The magic flames widened his eyes, and his face was incredible. The strong men who watched the battle around were also shocked. I smashed the spear like a stick at will, but I still smashed the 2 golden condors transformed by the magic flame instantly, and also made the magic flame wound. This gap is too large. Just now, under the attack of the 2 golden condors, the demon Star Master was extremely embarrassed and even injured. Why now, in a blink of an eye, he completely changed it. Law of the universe. Jian Wushuang stared at the Lord of the Clouds staring ahead. His face was already gloomy to the extreme, and the coldness and frost standing beside Jian Wushuang was startled, and he also noticed the gloom on Jian Wushuang. Law of the universe. It's the law of the universe. This demon Star Master realized a little of the law of the universe. How is it possible? Even the Master, it is extremely difficult to understand a trace of the law of the universe. How could this demon Star Master? Is it because of this reason that he took away one of the astral planes before? The slaves behind Wu Jianwu also shook one by one. The law of the universe, the supreme force in the vast universe. Even if Jian Wushuang had paid a great deal of energy and price at the beginning, he barely comprehended a little of the law of the universe. But now, no one has thought that the Lord of the Clouds even realized a little bit of the law of the universe. Chapter 3966. For more arrived today. Trouble. Wu Jianshou clenched his hands tightly, his body trembling slightly, and his heart was full of anger. He never thought that this Lord of the Clouds not only possessed the rule of treasures, but even realized a bit of the laws of the universe. The law of the universe Even if you are the master, you can understand that a little, its power can change dramatically. And the law of the universe is driven by the law of the universe, and the power of the law of the treasure can be better exerted. Wu Jianwushuang himself realized a little of the law of the universe, and the rule of treasure was also in his hands. He knew very well how much the two helped his strength. The Lord of the Demon Cloud itself is the fourth level master, and it is at its own level. Although the enhancement of his strength will not be too outrageous, it will also reach a completely new level. At the very least, it must be the ultimate of the fourth series, even barely comparable to the peak of the fourth series. This kind of combat power, in the early days of the divine realm, no one can compete. How to do? The Lord of the Demon Cloud is too strong and completely beyond our expectations. How can this be good? It is the fourth level to dominate the combat power, plus the rule of treasure, and even comprehend a bit of the law of the universe. This kind of combat power can completely kill me all by myself. Do we really only have to retreat to the divine realm? At the beginning of the Tai dynasty, many powerful men in the world were very anxious and anxious. Fujun, Long Rushuang glanced at Jian Wushuang. The Jade Hand and Jian Wushuo were holding each other in the palms of her hands, and her brows were also a little worried. Relax, give it to me. Jian Wushuang gently rubbed the cold, frosty jade hands, but then swept away in front of the void. I saw Jian Wushuang appearing in the battlefield ahead. Many of the powerful men in the Taiji world at the beginning were all stunned, and each one of them immediately ignited a new hope. The power of the demon Yangxing's main show is too arrogant and terrible, which makes them even nearly desperate. However, Jian Wushuang, in the eyes of the many powers in the early divine camp, that is also an absolute myth, legend. However, before the outbreak of the war, the ruler of the rule directly killed a third-ranked master by thunder. He is the first-ranked player in this star domain, and so many reached the third-ranked. The strong are all subject to him, even just his slaves. His strength, his means, so that many of the strongest camp in the early world cannot see through. Now, he appears on the battlefield. Perhaps he really has the ability to change the situation in front of him. Although hope is slim, it is also hope. Heavenly friend. The four gods of Xianxian, the Lord of time and space, the Lord of heaven and earth, and the heavenly ancestor stood side by side. The eyes of the four were completely locked on Jian Wushuang. The four of them have been in contact with Jian Wushuang for the longest time. In these years, they have watched Jian Wushuang grow up step by step. Until now, they have such strength and status. At the same time, in the process of growth, Jian Wushuang also gave them shocks and surprises one after another. In their eyes, Jian Wushuang is simply an outrageous monster, a big metamorphosis, even more than the original Xian Yi is even more up against the sky. Even if the horrible strength is revealed in the main show of the Demon Star, the moment when Sword Wushuang walks out, I don't know why they suddenly have a little more confidence in their hearts. This confidence is the absolute letter to the sword matchless. Unconsciously, several of them have already regarded Jian Wushuang as the backbone, and they have also regarded Jian Wushuang as the largest pillar that propped up the world in the early days. Now that the entire pre-god camp, if the only one who still hopes to contend with the Lord of the Demon Star, then there should be only sword, unparalleled. Tianho Xiaoyu, it's up to you. The four of them were meditating in their hearts. Wu Jian's unparalleled figure has now come to the side of the magic flame. Ha, Jian Wushuang, are you finally planning to shoot yourself? The Lord of the Clouds stood in front of the void, and when he saw the arrival of Jian Wushuang, he gave out a hearty laugh, but did not mean to shoot immediately. Wu Jianshou looked at the Lord of the Clouds coldly, but did not speak. Master, The subordinates are incompetent. Mo Yen bowed. Let's get up, this is no wonder you. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. He didn't blame the demon flame, and it really can't blame the demon flame's head. Demon Flame, previously only based on what he said about some information about Demon Star Master, thus judging the approximate strength of Demon Star Master, thinking that Demon Star Master may have just broken through the 4th rank and did not take long, and the fact is true in this way. Flames just didn't expect that the Demon Star Master not only possessed the rule of treasures, but also realized a bit of the law of the universe. This is simply an incredible thing. Jian Wushuang had never even thought about it before, and of course the magic flame was unexpected. Master, the Lord of the Demon Cloud, is very powerful himself, and he also understands a bit of the laws of the universe. It is even more valuable to him. The combat power is much stronger than we expected. I said before, I can beat him with confidence, but it seems that it is a joke at all. His strength is completely beyond what I can handle now, unless my gold-swallowing body can recover to more than 30%. Otherwise I cannot kill he. Demon Flame solemnly said. Wu Jianwusu glanced at Moyen and nodded slightly. The strength of the magic flame is already very good. Only 20% of the deities are restored. The restoration is only the peak of the 3rd level. However, it can explode the 4th level combat power, and the combat power is extremely powerful. It is very rare. Already, Flame, I ask you, in your current state, if you can show a more powerful killing strategy, regardless of everything, at least you must be able to threaten the Lord of the Clouds. Sword Wu Shuangdo. Well, Moyen frowned, but followed straightly. Master, I still have a trick that is extremely scary, but even this trick, even when I was in my prime, was very difficult. And if I cast it in my current state, I can barely show it, but the price is that the 2% of the gold-swallowing gods I recovered will directly collapse, and I will start to build cohesion in the future. How can you do this trick? Jian Wushuang looked over. Using my current strength, this trick can completely reach the 4th level peak. Although there is no certainty to kill him, at least it can also hurt him. The magic flame solemnly said. Can it be damaged? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up immediately, and at the same time a heavy plan had emerged from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 39:67. The first is more. Flames, get ready, show your strongest tricks. As for the body to collapse again, don't care. After killing the Lord of the Clouds, and after this calamity, there will be a chance to reshape the body for you in the future. Yes. Demon Flame nodded. Magic Dragon. Jian Wushuang again whispered. Keep an eye on that Shirhua Lord. Once that Shirhua Lord has any action, you will immediately form a fairy battle to entangle him. Remember, what you have to do is not to kill that Prima Prince. You just need to entangle him and keep him from getting in the way. I understand. Lord Dragon responded. After a good explanation, Jian Wushuang's eyes were placed on the Lord of the Clouds, staring forward again. The Demon Star Master obviously has absolute confidence in his own strength, knowing that Jian Wushuang is laying out the means, but he is not in a hurry. Jiang Wushuang, if you have any means, just take it out. Otherwise, you and your early gods will never have the opportunity to stand up again. The Lord of the Clouds smiled. As you wish. Jian Wushuang did not follow the master of the Demon Cloud Star, and when he turned his hand, Wu Weapon Sword immediately appeared in his hand. Is also the rule of treasure, but after the emergence of Wu Weiss Excalibur, the powerful breath of the treasure spread, but the purple spear in the hands of the Lord of the Clouds was steady. After all, Wu Weiss Excalibur is from the Red Cloud realm, and according to what the Mister in the Red Cloud realm said, it is a top-class rule arcane treasure, and the purple spear in the hand of the Lord of the Demon Clouds is just a subordinate. The The rule is precious. The two are not at one level at all. You even have the rule of treasure, and this rule of treasure in your hand seems to have a high level of magic sword. The Lord of the Clouds stared at the sword with no hands in the sword, but there was a hint of fiery in his eyes. Qi Jian Wushuang waved his hand again, and for a long time the world trembled. I saw 3 ancient and vast breaths rising suddenly, 3 golden lights rising, and they were 3 towering stone monuments. Once they appeared, they immediately appeared in 3 different corners of the surrounding void. Fall. It's a rule again, and it's still 3 things. Demon Star was startled. He can very clearly sense that the 3 towering steels that Jian Wushuang took out are all rules of treasure. However, here is the edge of the universe, after all. His Lord of the Clouds is only a 4th-level master. He has limited knowledge and cannot directly recognize the Zhentian monument. But even if you CA&T recognize it, the 3 rules of the treasure alone have made the Lord of the Clouds extremely excited. Jian Wushuang, you really prepared a big surprise for this seat. The Lord of the Clouds laughed loudly, and his eyes flashed with a frenzy. In his heart, whether it is the sword of Wu weapon in Jian Wushuang's hands or the 3 town monuments that Jian Wushuang now takes out, they are already in his pocket. As long as Jian Wushuang is killed, these rules are precious. It is naturally his. Jian Wushuang snorted coldly. His eyes flashed. God and Magic Town Heavenly Formation. I saw a lot of special handprints padded out one after another. Under the guidance of Jian Wushuang, the 3 shocking heavens were lifted up, and a series of complex golden mysterious patterns flashed, and quickly flowed, buzzing. Universe the Void shook slightly. The next moment, golden lights radiated from the 3 monuments of the town at the same time. This golden light is connected to each other, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 town monuments have completely intersected, and a large golden law formation has been formed directly. This golden circle is like a huge golden cage, covering the vast world, and the breath of horror is constantly rising in this circle. The sacred magic town Tianfao Array has already taken shape. In a short time, a powerful suppressive force directly acted on the Lord of the Clouds, the most central of the golden circle. The main body shape of the demon cloud, Star, shook slightly, but immediately returned to calmness. Is the rule of repression like a treasure? And these 3 rules are combined to form a special kind of repression, but unfortunately, your own divine power is too weak to seem to be able to show the true power of this law. Mighty power. The repressive force of this circle has little effect on this seat. The Lord of the Clouds still smiled. He is telling the truth. The demon town Tianfao Array is indeed very strong, but Jian Wushuang's own divine power is too weak. At the beginning of the eternal dark prison, he urged the demon town Tianfao Array to suppress the demon dragon master. The demon dragon lord can do the same. It came out with about 70% of its combat power. Compared to the original, Jian Wushuang in these years is only because of the 3rd important aspect of the cultivation of the supreme immortal mysticism. The power of the gods has improved a little, but the impact on this formation is still not too great, and the magic cloud, the strength of the Star Master, is much stronger than that of the Dragon Leader. The repressive power of the sacred magic devil's heavenly formation can let the Lord of the Dragons play only 70% of its combat power, but the Lord of the Demon Clouds has not much influence under this repressive force. In this regard, Jian Wushuang was not surprised. When he thought about it, a little cosmic law was integrated into the 3 town monuments at the same time. Suddenly, roar! The deep roar sounded, and the Sanzuan town monument was trembling violently. Immediately on the surface of the Sanzuan town monument, The endless golden secrets condensed, but they were condensed into 3 towering tall golden ghosts. The golden demon remnant hidden in the town's monument has been awakened directly by Jian Wushuang. With the appearance of these 3 golden gods, the repressive power of this and the magic of the heavenly formation increased instantly. Lord Moyun frowned slightly. The repressive force just had little effect on him. But now, the repressive force is enough to affect him, but the impact is still small. Is there only such a degree? Demon Lord still smiled, slightly. Qi Jian Wushuang did not speak. He had known for a long time that this level of repression alone had a great impact on the strength of Demon Star. Alas, this is just the beginning. Mystery, dragon extermination, the sharp sword flashes in Wujian's eyes, and the dragon-destroying mystery works, and the immense power in his body is burning madly at this moment. The burning of divine power increased the sword divinity's basic divine power by 100-fold in an instant. It should be known that the God Magic Town Magic Circle he is currently performing. The reason why the power is not enough to have too much influence on the Lord of the Clouds is because his own divine power is too weak. As soon as he performed the mystery of dragon extermination, his divine power surged, and the repressive power of this magical devil's heavenly formation naturally increased instantly. Buzzing. The horrible repressive force is at least several times or even dozens of times stronger than before. Madness acts on the Lord of the Clouds. Even the Lord of the Clouds feels an extremely heavy pressure at this moment. Chapter 3968. Second more. Suppressed the strength of this seat by nearly 20%. The main look of Demon Star finally changed a little. After the execution of the Mystic Dragon technique, it is not the end. I saw Jian Wushuang waving again. The void in the universe shook slightly. He followed a large amount of black air, swept up abruptly, and in a blink of an eye he covered the vast cosmic void around him. Here is the cosmic void, which is already dark, but at this moment it is even darker. There was no light at all, and the entire universe was in absolute darkness. Silent. The whole universe is a silence. Primitive universe. The law of the universe personally gave Jian Wushuang the strongest talented supernatural power, and also Jian Wushuang's strongest hole card for killing tricks, and at this moment it was directly cast out, and the burning of the magic power of the dragon mystery, plus the blessing of the primitive universe, this made the sword unparalleled power reach a new level in an instant, and the repressive power of the magic town Tianfa Array also surged again. Buzz. The Lord of the Demon Clouds is trapped in the heavenly magic circle of the Devil Town. At this moment, I also feel a terrifying force oppressing him. Even if he is under this terrible suppressive force, he can only play at most. Out of 70%. Great, Jian Wushuang, is this your strongest hole card? The Lord of the Stars stared at Jian Wushuang, his eyes burning. The ruler of the rules, using the treasure array method, can burst into such terrible repression. Really, but as long as you kill your cards, and these treasures will be yours. Jian Wushuang looked dignified. He knows that he can't last this long. I don't mention how great the burning of divine power is to the depletion of divine power. The talented primitive universe alone can only last for 10 breaths. Within 10 breaths, even if he can't kill him, he must consume his power to the greatest extent. Jian Wu's eyes exploded sharply. French array, kill. Sword array, wave light. Hurrah! The mighty sword-like waves swept up directly. These sword-like waves overlapped, and the power was shocking. At the same time as the sword waves swept up from the 3 town monuments, there were also a large number of blades of gold-like sweeping out. These golden lights are perfectly combined with that sword-like wave. Time I saw a large number of sword-like waves permeated with golden light, like a tsunami, and madly rushed towards the Lord of the Nebula, Sun Bo lightsaber array, and the strongest killing trick in the magic town of Heaven Law Formation, the two perfectly combined. In addition, under the sword Wushuang's simultaneous execution of the dragon extermination technique and the blessing of the primitive universe, the heavy golden light sword wave coming from the crazy shock, the power is too strong. Almost every heavy golden lightsaber wave. The power can match the full strike of the fourth level master. The Lord of the Clouds is at the very center of the magic town of heaven and magic. Under that powerful suppression, the strength can only play 70%, but the strength of 70% is still horrible. I saw him waving his boss. Spears, either sweeping or stabbing directly, can easily crush the waves of waves sweeping around. In the blink of an eye, the Lord of the Clouds has defeated dozens of waves of golden light swords. However, the golden light sword wave, but endlessly vulgar, is still a crazy shock attack. Sword formation, terrible sword formation. The face of the Lord of the Clouds finally changed completely, and there was no such relaxed and comfortable appearance as before. No way. He was caught in this wave of lightsabers at the moment, and he could only bear the shock of the surrounding golden lightsaber. Although those golden lightsaber impacts did not threaten him at all, there were dozens, hundreds, even thousands of consecutive shocks coming in this way. It is troublesome. After all, the sword-like wave can be compared with the fourth-level master to do a full blow. Even if he is suppressed by strength, he must use the rules of the universe to make a full shot so that he can easily defeat this heavy sword-like wave. But while crushing these sword-like waves, his own divine power was rapidly being consumed. The speed of this consumption is also terrible. Break me! The demon Nebula was angry. He held the purple spear with one hand and smashed a stab, and the purple spear turned into a huge purple thunderbolt in an attempt to completely defeat the sword-like ocean in front. However, hundreds of thousands of years of research in the Tower of Time and Space, Jian Wushuang has promoted his three major sword arrays to the extreme, especially the wave lightsaber array, which can be combined with the magic town and heavenly array after all. It is his strongest killing trick, so he perfected the sword formation as much as possible. After hundreds of thousands of years, the wave lightsaber formation has been extremely tough. The most important thing is that he is still performing the sword array under the dragon demystification and primal universe and the blessing of the surrounding gods and magic towns. Even if he is powerful, even if he casts his best the strong tricks, they did not want to defeat the lightsaber. I can't defeat it directly. Then he can only fall into the wave lightsaber array and constantly endure the impact of the golden lightsaber ocean and continue to be consumed. Boom, 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 boom. I only heard a low-impact sound, which rang continuously in the sword array. This sound continued for a long time, and never stopped. Within the sword array, the Lord of the Clouds has withstood the impact of the golden light sword wave thousands of times, thousands of shocks. He has to fully resist each time, accumulate when he got up. His divine power had been consumed very much, and it was estimated that he was already close to 40%. But at this time, the special force that had been covering the void of the surrounding universe suddenly dissipated. In the sword array, the power of the golden light sword wave that was madly hitting again and again was greatly weakened at this moment. The repression effect suffered has also weakened a lot. No way, 10 breaths, it's already here. Primitive universe naturally stopped. Huh. The Lord of the Clouds looked up, but followed with a big laugh. Ha! Jian Wushuang, I thought that your sword formation can be maintained like this forever. It can really be endless, but now it seems at most you can only continue for 10 breaths. Unfortunately, if you can really continue to maintain this, maybe it is really possible to kill this seat, but now, Without the blessing of the primitive universe, the power of the magic town of Triumphagen weakened, and the power of the demon star master could be stronger, and it was obviously much easier to resist the impact of the sword waves around it. 10 breaths, it is enough to consume nearly 40% of the magic power of the Lord of the Clouds. Wu Jianshuang did not feel unfortunate. After all, he had never thought of relying on this sword array to kill the demon Star Master. This was just the first killing move in his plan. And then, the second killing trick. Alas! Chapter 39:69, third more. Magic Flame. Jian Wushuang whispered quietly in the surrounding void, the already prepared flame of magic. A flash of madness flashed in his eyes, followed by the endless golden light rising. Ha! 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 9 golden phantoms flickered at the same time, and these 9 golden phantoms condensed into the void into 9 huge golden condors in the blink of an eye. The golden condors transformed by the demon flame have long been seen by everyone before the scene. The single golden condor is the 4th level to dominate the combat power, and the magic flame is transformed into 2 golden condors. Killing Jin Yenshin also hurt the Lord of the Clouds before, but now it is full of 9 golden condors, and most importantly, the 9 golden condors are even stronger than before. When I heard Jian Wushuang drinking, the 9 golden condors turned directly into 9 golden lights, like a golden flame burning, and instantly penetrated through the void. With an immortal momentum crazy towards the demon, the Lord of the Stars crashed away. I was too fast. The speed of these 9 golden lights was really scary, and the Lord of the Demon Clouds is still within the range of the gods and magic squares and still bears the repressive force and the long surrounding golden light sword wave impact. Although there is no blessing from the primitive universe, these 2 the power has weakened a lot, but the sword unparalleled is still fully exerting the dragon extinction technique, burning the divine power. At this moment, Jian Wushuang also desperately. I saw that in the majestic sword-like ocean, there were dozens of sword-like waves rising wildly at the same time, forming a heavy and tsunami-like golden tsunami, and it turned under the cover of the demon star. The demon star master quickly rushed to resist, directly smashing the dozens of sword-like waves directly, but the 9 golden lights that struck and killed instantly, but the demon star master failed to block. Pung pung, 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 pung. The 9 golden lights transformed by the golden condor hit the body of the Lord of the Clouds almost at the same time, and the power of time terror broke out at the same time. Even though he is the master of the magic cloud, his face has changed greatly at this moment. He can feel the horrible impact of these 9 golden lights. Any one of these 9 golden lights is better than the strongest hit of the 4th level High Master, and the 9 hits at the same time, the power is no less than that of the 4th level peak. This level of attack cannot afford the Lord of the Clouds. Humming. After 9 golden rays, the power was exhausted and finally dissipated. As for the magic flame, at the moment when the 9 golden powers were exhausted, his body immediately collapsed, but his soul body left the battlefield at the fastest speed, fled to the side of Jian Wushuang, and was retaken by Jian Wushuang. Got that gourd inside. In front of the void, a huge cosmic black hole appeared there, a large swath of space crazily crisscrossing. And at the very center of the cosmic black hole, the Lord of the Clouds still stands there. But at this moment, the Lord of the Demon Clouds has an extremely pale complexion, and the original breath of his body has weakened a lot. His body trembled, as if there was a blazing flame burning in his eyes. Oh! The demon Nebula opened his mouth, and a large mouthful of scarlet blood spewed out. In vain. Ha ha ha! The Lord of the Clouds laughed wildly, but the laughter was extremely insane. The breath of death in this small star field even made this seat feel the breath of death. For a long time, this seat has not felt this kind of death. Sword unparalleled. This seat swears that you will be ashamed of your bones, as well as the slave you just had, and all the practitioners in the early world of God. This seat will make you unable to survive, not to die. The insane laughter of the demon cloud master resounded throughout the battlefield and remained for a long time. I was staying around the battlefield, and many powerful men from the Taiji divine camp heard this, and they couldn't help panic. Kung Wushuang, who is standing in front of the Lord of the Clouds, suddenly burst out, "Master of the Clouds, you have no chance." The trembling sound of the sky made the universe trembled. He followed the sword Wushuang's figure and stepped on his palm, but he had already taken out a thing. It is a bamboo leaf that looks very ordinary. The many practitioners who can be present here have amazing eyesight. Naturally, one can see the shocking power hidden in the bamboo leaves. What? The Lord of the Clouds stared in surprise, looking at the bamboo leaf in Jian Wu's hands. I saw Jian Wushuang's right hand suddenly and forcefully, under his guidance, among the bamboo leaves. A terrible power that everyone felt suffocated suddenly rose up. This breath is far superior to the third-level master, even the fourth-level master. It is vast, like the might of the universe. Not good. The main face of the demon Nebula changed greatly, and his eyes were as wide as a copper bell. He felt it, felt the rising power of the bamboo leaves. This power, just rising, has made him feel very palpitated. As this mighty power became more and more arrogant, the demon Star Master was even more frightened. Fifth series, this is the power of the fifth series. The demon Star Master shuddered, and his face finally showed a hint of panic, although he was the fourth-level master. And because he lost the relationship between the early world of the gods, he realized a little of the law of the universe and even joined the Diwu temple and obtained a treasure that is suitable for him to perform. In addition, he also practiced the mystery in the Diwu temple. He is also very good at asking his own life. Among the fourth-ranked masters, even if he encounters the fourth-ranked peak master, he is not an enemy, not too afraid. Like the moment Jian Wushuang's double-killing tricks successively performed by demon flames brought him a great threat. Demon flames' tricks even severely damaged him, but he couldn't really scare him. But now, the power rising from the bamboo leaves really scared him. Triple kill. The first killing trick is that I fully exert mystery of dragon extermination, ignite the primitive universe, and use the wave and light sword array to cooperate with the demon town of heaven magic array crazy impact strangulation. The purpose is just to consume his divine power. The second killing trick is that the magic flame releads the body to collapse, and the strongest blow it has done is to hurt it. The next killing trick is really the deadly killing trick. This bamboo leaf was handed to me by the predecessor of the wind demon. It was refined by the master of the fifth rank personally. It contained some of the power of the master of the fifth rank. It was guided by me enough to instantly kill the master of the fourth rank, Lord of the Demon Cloud. I don't believe that you can survive this heavy killing trick on the premise that your divine power has been consumed more than half, and it has already been seriously damaged. Jian's eyes are cold, and the murder is unlimited. Chapter 3970. The first is more. No. The demon Star Master was horrified. The power rising from the bamboo leaves shook him physically and mentally, and that mighty energy gathered in a frenzy, and it turned out to be a knife, a huge domineering knife that can cut the sky. Obviously, the fifth-level master of the bamboo leaf refining at the time was a strong man who was good at knife path, and his sword skills should be extremely domineering. The knife now appearing in front of the Lord of the Demon Clouds, even though it has only part of the power of the 5th level master, can still have the power of slaying magic. Lord of the Clouds, you die. The sword has no intention of killing the sky, and above the void of the universe, the arrogant knife is directly and fiercely chopped down towards the demon Star Master. Stronger than the Lord of the Clouds, under this sword, there is no courage to resist at all. Too strong, this knife, if I am in the peak period. I may still be able to survive, fortunately, but I am in this state if I bear this knife. I will die. Demon Star Master stared, with eyes wide. At this moment, he did sense an unprecedented crisis of life and death. This life and death crisis is so intense that it has appeared for the first time since he took over the early divine realm and became the Lord of the Clouds. There is no doubt that this knife is enough to kill him. No, my magic cloud has just broken through to reach the 4th level, and has just received the approval of the Diwu Temple. I have not yet crossed the universe, and I have not even had time to go to the depths of the universe to see how it is possible to die like this. I can't die, I can't die. The Lord of the Clouds growled wildly, his voice hysterical. His face had also been completely twisted. His eyes were even more red. And just as the tyrannous sword was about to be cut off, a violent power on the Lord of the Nebula suddenly emerged. Buzzing. Lord Moyun has become crazy at this moment. Burning soul. It's the soul burning. The Lord of the Devil Clouds has actually performed a soul burning. Many powerful men standing in the surrounding void, watching the scene, were surprised. Even the sword Wushuang, who guided that dagger, was stunned. Soul burning. In general, it is the end to death, and without any chance of surviving, the burning soul will desperately want to make the other party pay as much as possible. Once the practitioner has burned the soul, under normal circumstances, he cannot stop until the soul is completely burned and clean. In other words, this method is a means of death. Like Jian Wushuang, in the eternal dark prison, he relied on a vein of red clouds to suppress a powerful man. After being suppressed by him, because he was unwilling to submit to him, he directly chose to burn his soul to commit suicide. However, what Jian Wushuang did not expect is that this demon star master chose to burn his soul at this moment. Could it be that he felt that under this sword, he would be dead before he made such a choice? But Naha's sword has really been cut off, and the power has not been fully revealed. It's too early to burn the soul now. Although Jian Wushuang was puzzled, he could guide the speed and power of Neha's sword, but he did not weaken at all. Wow, Dao Guang fought mercilessly, and the entire void of the universe was directly split in half, and a huge space fissure hangs like a galaxy. The Lord of the Clouds has been completely submerged by the blade of light, and the terrifying power has completely covered the Lord of the Clouds. I only heard the sound of divine squeezing and crashing, and the power of the half-sword was completely exhausted and dissipated. This universe of emptiness gradually restored its calmness. Jian Wushuang has also stopped the burning of divine power in his body and appeared on the edge of the battlefield. Although he only had a dozen breaths from his shot to the present, it was extremely short. However, during this time, he had shown all his whole cards, like Dragon Mystery, as well as the former Magic Square Town Magic Law team, in conjunction with their own wave lightsaber array, crazy consumption of Magic Cloud Star Master's divine power. Although the magic power of the Lord of the Clouds was consumed by nearly 40%, his own power was also consumed a lot. Until now, Jian Wushuang's breath has also weakened a lot. The remaining divine power is less than 50%, but he doesn't care about his state at all, but raises his head, staring at the void in front of him. Master Moyun, are you dead? Jian Wushuang murmured softly. Not only him, but also many of the masters from the Taiji divine realm who watched the surrounding battles, as well as the master of the demon star, all stared at the void. They are also waiting for a result. The energy remaining in that void is completely dissipated, and the broken cosmic void is restored again. When everything calmed down, a figure slowly appeared in the sight of everyone. The appearance of this figure made all the strong men in the Taiji divine's side shrink their eyes and pupils. Not dead. All the souls are being burned, but the Lord of the Clouds is not dead yet. How is that possible? How could he not be dead yet? Impossible. In the early days, many of the masters of the world screamed, just like the mysterious God, the master of space and time, the Lord of the sky, and the ancestor of the heaven. The ancestors were just very excited. When they saw the magic cloud star burning the soul, they almost thought that the magic cloud star was dead. But now this figure appears, but they almost collapsed. Isn't this dead? Even Jian Shuang was unbelievable at this moment. All the souls have been burned, and the Lord of the Clouds is not like a perfect level of life. The soul can be restored by divine power. Once he has burned the soul, he must die according to reason. But it turned out. Survived. I really survived. With the insane laughter, it spread freely from the Lord of the Clouds master. I have to thank Diwu Temple. If it weren't for the unique soul-burning mystery of Diwu Temple, I would definitely have died just after that. But now, I survived. My demon cloud, surely I shouldn't die. I won't die here. The Lord of the Clouds laughed, just like a living lunatic. When hearing the words of the Lord of the Clouds, Jian Wushuang was silent. Diwu Temple, unique soul-burning mystery. Jian Wushuang understood instantly. The reason why the Demon Star Master did not die just now is that he has a unique soul-burning mystery, which can be used to burn the soul when it is cast, so that it can burst into a terrible power in a short time, but can also stop the soul burning midway, and make sure that the Demon Star Master soul will not be completely annihilated. Chapter 39:71. Second War. The triple killing moves were extremely well prepared, but the results still failed to really kill the Demon Star Master, which made Jian Wushuang very unwilling. Fortunately, although the Lord of the Clouds is not dead, he can be hit by successive triple kills, but he has also suffered unprecedented damage. In addition, he previously burned the soul frantically to resist the tyrannical sword, causing most of the soul to be destroyed. Now he, even if he is alive, is miserable. I saw that in the cosmic void. Although the main body of this demon star is still standing, its body is shaking slightly, and the breath emanating from his body has already lost its grandness and strength as before, but it gives people this feeling of incomparable weakness. This weakness is really not pretended, but it is indeed weak to the extreme. At this moment, the Lord of the Demons and Clouds is afraid that even a single Chengdu combat power cannot be exerted, and there is little divine power left on his body. In this state, let alone the sword, unparalleled, I am afraid to come to a third-level master to casually crush him easily. The Lord of the Clouds, you must die. He was very clear that as long as the Lord of the Clouds was still alive, even if this war was his early victory in the God realm and the army of the Lord of the Clouds was defeated by the front, as long as the Lord of the Clouds was given some time, the Lord of the Clouds, you will be able to restore your strength to its peak, and you will be able to kill your army again. And if there is another war, the sword has no hands to resist the capital of the Demon Star Master. This time he drove the Demon Star Master to a terrible 3 major killing moves. Only the first one was performed by himself, in order to consume the Demon King Master's divine power as much as possible. But the second heavy killing trick, the strongest blow from the magic flame, can't be displayed again, because the flame-swallowing body of the magic flame has collapsed again. Want to repair 20 to 30%. How difficult? As for the final third killing trick, the one who really pushed the flame into desperation was a special treasure given by the wind demon. This treasure is only one, and it has already been used, and naturally it can no longer be used. In other words, if the Lord of the Clouds is killed again next time, he may only have swallowed that special blood pill, and he will have to fight against this Lord of the Clouds. It took me a long time to push the demon star to such a field today. I can never give him a chance to make a comeback and kill. At all costs, I must kill him. Jian Wushuang is crazy and incomparable, which has always existed throughout the battlefield. The magical town of heaven and magic has always evoked a terrible suppressive force, suppressing the demon Star Master. At this moment, the sword unparalleled was holding Wu Crying Sword with one hand and attacked directly. Not good. Seeing Jian Wushuang killing, Demon Star's complexion changed dramatically. In his current state, he can't fight against Jian Wushuang directly. Sihua, come and help me quickly. The Lord of the Clouds yelled. The Shihua King, who has been standing on the edge of the battlefield, has been watching this battle, but he saw Jian Wushuang teaming up with the Demon Flame to perform a triple killing move, and even forced the Demon Flame into desperation, and nearly killed the Demon Flame. At the same time, his heart was also shaken. The means revealed by the sword, unparalleled sword, were all scared by him. But now he heard the Lord of the Clouds cry for help, but his brows frowned, but he did not hesitate. No matter how good Sword Wushuang is, it's just the ruler. Although the several successive killing moves have been overwhelming, it is estimated that it is already his strongest hole card. It should not be stronger in his hands. He did not rely on his whole cards, and his combat power was at least equal to me. I don't need to be afraid of him. Seeing that the Lord of the Clouds was in trouble, he shot directly. But I have been instructed by Jian Wushuang for a long time, and I have been standing in the surrounding void watching the Demon Dragon Lord and other people who acted every time. At the moment when he saw the departure of the Emperor, immediately those slaves of the sword, unparalleled, moved. 36 slaves, including the Lord of the Dragons and Lord of the Scorpions, were dispatched this time, and they immediately formed a towering battle array. This battle array was extremely powerful. Under the joint operation of 36 third-ranking masters, the power of terror broke out. The first time, he rushed to the front of Shihua Lord and stopped him. Damn! The Shihua Lord sweared, and he wanted to fight the battle array in front of him, but he did have to fight. As soon as he met the Shihua Lord, he immediately discovered that the battle force in front of him could reach the 4th level, dominate the hierarchy, and simply talking about the power of power is obviously better than him. Although he shot with all his strength, he could only fight for this battle array for a while, but he couldn't get out of this battle array and help the Lord of the Clouds on the other side. And the Dragon Lords have long been given the command of the sword unparalleled, never thought of defeating or killing the Shihua King, just relying on this battle line to entangle with the Shihua King. Do NT give Shihua King made up his hand. Shihua Shinjun was completely stopped and could not find any chance to shoot. The Lord of the Clouds, who was madly fleeing, saw this scene and could not help but change his face. How to do? The Lord of the Demon Clouds growled madly in the heart, thinking about getting away. But he is now in the repression range of the gods and magic squares. Even if they are at their peak, they may not be able to defeat them, let alone now. He can hardly find the possibility of escaping in the magic circles. And the only initiating prince who could save his life was also blocked from the law formation and could not enter at all. It seems that he has fallen into a real desperation. He pondered desperately, but couldn't find any solution for a while. Suddenly, the Lord of the Clouds saw the outside of the battlefield, and the remaining more than 10 masters came from the Lord of the Clouds. You guys, don't hurry up to rescue this seat. The Lord of the Clouds gave a loud drink outside the battlefield. More than a dozen masters from Demon Star, because in the previous war, were scared by the servants of His Majesty Jian, and their moods have not completely calmed down. But later they saw their invincible the Lord of the Clouds was forced to be so miserable that he even fell into a desperate situation. One by one, he was so shocked that he was trapped there. These masters did not return to God until they heard this savory drink from the Lord of the Clouds. But after returning to God, it was you who looked at me, and I looked at you, but no one came forward for a while. You can't come, you can't find it. The Demon Star master burst into a blast again, and there was a terrible killing in the blast. Chapter 3972, Third More. Detecting the killing intention of Demon Star Master. Those masters under Demon Star are shivering. They have been attached to the Lord of the Clouds for many years, and for a long time they have had an almost instinctive fear of the Lord of the Clouds. Immediately, among the more than 10 masters, the 2 strongest gods will leave immediately. The speed of these 2 gods was extremely fast, and they directly swept across the void and swept towards the heavenly array of gods and demons. In the early days, the side of the gods also immediately responded. If His Majesty's sword is not a magic flame, there are a total of 41 slaves, all of whom are 3rd-level strong men brought back from eternal dark prison, of which 36 are the formation of a mortal battle array to stop the First Emperor, while the Lord of Mars is responsible for the coordination of the 2 sides of the battlefield. But there are still 4 slaves, the first time they were looted. However, because the Demon Lord fled to the Demon Star camp, and will be closer to the 2 gods in distance, the 2 gods will have already stepped into the demon town Tianfa array first, and the first time was blocked in front of Jianwu. Court death. Jianwu's eyes were cold and stunned with an astonishing killing intention. In his hand, Wu weapon sword was cut out directly, and the hazy sword formation immediately formed. Just before the start of the war, Jian Wushuang cast a hazy sword array and directly killed a general under the Lord of the Clouds. At that time, he had not used the magic town of Tianfa array. Now there is the blessing of the magic town heavenly formation. Even if he is 1 enemy and 2, to kill the 2 generals, it is very easy. It can be easy, more or less it takes some time. And the Lord of the Clouds has fled to the very edge of the magic circle of heaven and magic with this extremely short time. And the Shihua Lord is also communicating with the fairy. At the same time as the battlefields were fighting, they kept approaching the Lord of the Clouds. Beginning, fast, hurry up. Demon Star was anxious. He knew that as long as he was able to drag the Shihua King to this circle, with the help of Shihua King, he could escape. But Shihua Shinjun was entangled in the battlefield of Xianyu. Although approaching him, the speed was very slow. At this time, the Lord of the Clouds, a strange voice suddenly sounded. In the void in front of the Lord of the Clouds, a figure emerged out of thin air. This figure appeared too suddenly. It can be said that there are no signs. There are many strong players. Jian Wushuang has been using the magic town of Tianfazan to suppress this void. But even he did not find this figure. When did you enter the circle? It's the witch god. It's him. When did this witch break into the circle? In the early days of the divine realm, the Xian Shinto and the Lord of Time and Space immediately recognized the sudden figure. But they were all surprised at this moment. From the beginning of the war, when they found the witch from the Dominion-dominated camp, they always kept an eye on it, but then the war broke out, and the 2 camps dominated the crazy fight. The Demon Star side dominated and retreated, leaving only a dozen people who fled back. Of these, more than 10 people obviously know which existed. This made the Xian Shinto people, several of them, think that the witch died with the Lord of many demon stars. But now it seems that this is obviously not the case. This witch has used special means to hide in this cosmic void in the early morning, and there are so many strong people present, but no one has found his existence. Until now, he appeared in the circle. If they did not take the initiative to reveal their figure, they would still have no idea what this witch want to do. Mysterious Shinto and others are puzzled. Which god? Even the Lord of the Clouds stared at the witch who suddenly appeared at this moment. Not even he knew how the witch appeared in the circle. He didn't know why the witch suddenly appeared in front of him under such circumstances. Does this witch want to save himself from the swordless hands? Is it possible? Hey, Lord of the Demon Cloud, the master of the fourth series, but also master the rule of the treasure, but also understand a bit of the law of the universe. Even the Diwu temple recognizes your strength and grants you a number of mysteries. It would be so embarrassing to be forced by a ruler. Really shame for the Diwu temple behind you. The evil spirit of Wu laughed with a hint of irony in his words. Which god? How dare you talk to this seat? It is impossible to find death. The voice of the Lord of the Clouds was cold. Even though the situation is extremely miserable now, after all, the Demon Star Master has always been in a high position for a long time and has long been domineering. The witch is just a first-level master. In his eyes, such masters are no different from ants. If it was not for the witch before, he would have slapped him directly. Ha, Lord of the Clouds, you really don't know your situation at all, let me tell you. The witch laughed, and the laughter converged. He looked back at the Lord of the Clouds, but it was a word and a word. Master Demon Star, you listen well. From today on, your body, your cultivation, your majesty Demon Star, including yours in the beginning, the world of God, everything you have will be mine. What are you talking about? Demon Lord stared. But before the Lord of the Clouds had any reaction, the witch who had stood in front of him had become empty, and his body had begun to wither, and only a momentary effort had turned into a dead body, weakly fell down into the void below. In this scene, all the strong people in the scene were astray, but they immediately discovered that the body of the witch withered and fell, but a majestic soul body was left. This soul body was extremely arrogant, as if burning. The flames were ordinary and rushed to the Lord of the Clouds instantly. This is, at the moment when he saw the soul body rushing towards him, the Lord of the Clouds had already reacted and understood what the witch was planning to do. I was furious and wanted to stop this soul body, but this soul body was not affected in any way and was directly submerged into the body of the Lord of the Clouds. Next moment, what? A hysterical roar from the Lord of the Demon Star. If the Lord of the Devil Star's face is crazy, the whole person will squat down in pain. No, no. Get out, get out. There were screams of snarling sound from the main mouth of Demon Star. The sound was full of pain. However, the sound became weaker and weaker. Excuse me, witch god, let me go. Please. In the end, a terrifying cry for mercy was made in the main mouth of Demon Star, but the voice was getting lower and lower. Eventually, the sound completely disappeared, and at this moment the Master of the Cloud has also calmed down again. Chapter 3973. The first is more. The whole universe was empty, and at this moment it was quiet, even in another nearby battlefield. The main force of the rule that has been frantically colliding and fighting has stopped his actions at this moment. The battlefield of fairy tales, composed of 36 slaves under the command of Sword Master Muzu, was also fighting fiercely with Shihua Shinjun, but now it has stopped. As for Jian Wushuang, in the extremely short period of time, the two great generals who were standing in front of him have been beheaded. Now they are also standing there, and their eyes are staring at the Devil's Star Master staring at the void in front of them. Although Jian Wushuang was just fighting the two gods, his attention has always been on the Lord of the Clouds. The emergence of the natural witch god, including the changes that happen to the Lord of the Clouds, can be seen clearly. His intuition told him that a huge change had taken place in the Lord of the Clouds, and it was the witch who caused it all. Suddenly, the lord of the demon cloud, who had calmed down, raised his head directly, and a strange, weird smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Master of the demon cloud, no, this feeling you should be which god? Jian Wushuang said coldly. His eyes were extremely solemn. Well, Sword Master, you have a good vision. The Magic Cloud Master at that moment laughed strangely, but it is clear that the Magic Cloud Master is no longer alone. Although it is still the deity of the Lord of the Clouds, Jian Wushuang understands that it is the witch god that now controls the deity of the Lord of the Clouds. Do you win? Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. Looting? Well, I didn't him. I just swallowed his soul. Wu Shinto swallowed his soul. Jian Wushuang stunned. Well, if it's just a looting, the soul of the Lord of the Demon Clouds will be completely wiped out by me, and I will only dominate his body. As for other things, I can't get them, but I will swallow them with his soul. Not only can he dominate his deity, but he can even get his full memory, including all the means he knows, such as the mastery of that cosmic law. And now I also master it, as well as the primal. He dominates the heavenly will of the world has now changed over to me. Wu Wu laughed. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was startled. After directly swallowing the other person's soul, you can get the other person's memory, including many feelings and means. How can that be? How could there be such an incredible method in this universe? Under normal circumstances, two different souls cannot be integrated, so the so-called soul devourer. If a soul wants to devour another soul, it can at most swallow some of the other soul, the extremely pure soul origin. But if a soul is swallowed up intact, it will be extremely damaging to its own soul. Not to mention that we now need to get the other party's complete memory and many means of perception. At least in the view of Jian Wushuang, the witch god is now like this. After swallowing the soul of the Lord of the Clouds, he will get all the memories and feelings of the Lord of the Clouds. This is simply incomprehensible, but the meaning of watching witch myth is obviously not like lying. As if seeing the incomprehension of Jian Wushuang's heart, the witch laughed again. Sword Wushuang, you are born at the extreme edge of the universe, and you are not qualified to actually go through the depths of the universe. You have no idea what the universe is, the vastness of the universe, how many innumerable practitioners have in the universe, how to directly devour the souls of the practitioners, and to obtain the memory of the other party, including many means of perception, is indeed incredible. But for me, it can be done. Of course, there are also many restrictions on my means of devouring the soul. For example, if I am just a master, then there is a supreme level soul in front of me, and I can't devour it. As for this Magic Cloud Star Lord, I could have devoured his soul directly, but did it help you? Jian Wushuang, I really want to thank you very much. If you have used many killing methods to force the demon star so miserable, and even caused him to burn most of his soul, then in my current state, I really can't help him. The sword did not sink. He also understood that this witch does have the ability to devour the soul, so as to obtain the other party's memory and even the means of perception. But this means of soul devouring is not omnipotent. Before the power of the Lord of the Clouds was at its peak. To be precise, when the soul was not damaged, why couldn't this which God be the Lord of the Clouds? But because of his threefold method, he forced the Lord of the Clouds to burn most of his soul and fell into the weakest. The state of the gave the witch god a great opportunity, which allowed the witch god to devour the soul of the Lord of the Clouds. It can be said that he really helped this witch god. Now, this witch god not only occupies the Lord's body, but also masters everything, including the heavenly will of the early world Wu god. Where are you from? Sword Musu stared at the witch god. He doesn't know much about this witch god. Not only him, the whole world of the early gods knew little about this witch god. All I know is that this witch is a master and comes from other star domains. I do know why he came to the early world of God a long time ago. And these years the witch god has created the witch god religion in the early world of the gods. This witch has been secretly capturing some special lives in the early world of the gods, or some higher-level special ethnic practitioners. But the purpose of the witch to capture these high-level practitioners has never been known. Before the sword, unparalleled, including the many powerful men in the early world, all the attention was paid to the Lord of the Clouds, but the witch was ignored instead. But now, this witch does not act, but the shot is amazing. He even swallowed the soul of the Lord of the Clouds and mastered everything of the Lord of the Clouds. At this step, Jian Wushuang treated the witch seriously, and he was also curious about the origin and identity of the witch god. This, which is such a means, if there is no huge origin, Jian Wushuang will certainly not believe it. On hearing Wu Jianshuang's words, a weird smile appeared on the face of the witch god. Jian Wushuang, do you really not recognize who I am? Huh. Jian Wushuang stunned. Does the word witch god mean that they knew each other before? But he and the of witches have never met each other. Does he have any other identity besides the witch god? Jian Wushuang frowned. Ha ha. Suddenly the witch burst into laughter, and the laughter was full of torture. Jian Wushuang, I haven't told you before. Will we meet again soon? Chapter 3974. Second more. Jian Wushuang, I haven't told you before. Will we meet again soon? The words of the witch god were introduced into Jian Wushuang's ears, but they were astonished. You are... Jian Wushuang stared at the witch god in front of his face in disbelief, and a person was already in his mind. Ha ha, it looks like you changed me. You recognize me, let alone I change my appearance. You should know it. The witch smiled, but his body shape started directly at this moment. Change. He was originally the master of the Devil Star, but in the blink of an eye, he turned into a man in a white robe with long flowing white hair and a handsome face. At first glance, this handsome man looks very elegant, like a fairy in the middle. After seeing this handsome man, Jian Wushuang couldn't calm down anymore. He is not only him, but also the servants of His Majesty. At this moment, his eyes are widened, and he looks at this handsome man with an incredible face. There is no way. They are all powerful men from the Eternal Dark Prison. As one of the 10 kings of the Eternal Dark Prison, and recognized by countless strong people as the first demon of the Eternal Dark Prison. How can they not know? Star Demon Patriarch. He is Star Demon Patriarch. It is impossible. The ancestor of the Star Devil is dead. I saw him burn his soul in front of his master and died. After his death, those who were turned into livestock and animals by him were recovered immediately. Hey, what is going on here? Why is the dead Star Demon ancestor appearing here? No, he can never be the ancestor of the Star Devil. I have seen him. Even the soul breath is different. Just look the same. The servants of his sword master Wushuang completely shaken. This is also normal. After all, the Star Demon ancestor was a super existence who was scared and terrified by their long years. Such a super existence now appears in front of them and swallows the soul of the Lord of the Clouds. How can they accept it? Even for Jian Wushuang, I couldn't believe it for a while. You are the ancestor of the Star Devil. It is impossible. Your soul breath is obviously different from the ancestor of the Star Demon. Jian Wushuang yelled, Soul breath, which God smiled dumbly. Sword unparalleled, you have been in the Eternal Dark Prison for some time. Don't you know what my ancestors are best at? I am best at all kinds of things means, and such a means to change the breath of the soul. Of course, I also have, if I am willing, I can naturally change the breath of the soul. After saying that, the spirit breath emanating from the witch changed, and soon became exactly the same as when he saw the Star Demon ancestor in the Eternal Dark Prison. Until this moment, Jian Wushuang really believed that the person in front of him was really the ancestor of the Star Devil. This, which has been in the world for a long time and has been searching for high-level cultivators, has turned out to be the Star Demon ancestor in the Eternal Dark Prison. That is to say, this Star Demon ancestor has actually escaped from the Eternal Dark Prison many years ago. As for the Star Demon ancestor, who remained in the Eternal Dark Prison, what is the sword unparalleled? Guess. Jian Wushuang, you should be very puzzled now. Which god, the ancestor of Star Devil, was watching Jian Wushuang with great interest at the moment. I'm not in a hurry anyway. I will lift the doubt in your heart. I am indeed the ancestor of the Star Devil. You don't have to doubt this. As for the witch god, it is just a temporary name I used after I escaped from the Eternal Dark Prison. The star ancestors of the stars began to talk slowly. It has to be said from the Eternal Dark Prison. Eternal Dark Prison was the place where Hongyun Yi was originally used to detain prisoners. Although most of the detainees in it were sinners who committed heinous sins in the God of Red Clouds, there were also some people for special reasons. Those who were detained, such as me, were caught in the vein of Hongyun because they had mastered that very special power. After a long period of time, Hongyun wanted to know the source of this power from my mouth, but unfortunately they couldn't get the answer from my mouth. Until later, Hongyun's vein was destroyed. After a pause, the Star Demon ancestor continued. I was detained in the vein of Hongyun. I did not know that the vein of Red Cloud was destroyed, but before the hundreds of chaos ages, the Eternal Dark Prison was subjected to a fierce bombardment. The bombardment caused the Eternal Dark Prison to shake it. After that, the practitioners in the vein of Hongyun never came to the Eternal Dark Prison and did not detain other prisoners to come in. I have therefore concluded that the pulse of Hongyun has been destroyed. The impact of the Eternal Dark Prison in the beginning should be the impact of the battle of the destruction of Hongyun Imai. The Red Cloud is completely destroyed, but the Eternal Dark Prison has been left unattended for a long time. I guessed at the time that the Eternal Dark Prison should have been lost. A lost prison, a prisoner like me who was detained in the dark prison. Who knows how long it takes to be able to see the sun again? I don't want to wait that long. So from a long time ago, I have started to find out how to leave the Eternal Dark Prison. I spent dozens of chaos ages, traveling all corners of the first level of Eternal Dark Prison, seeking the way to leave. And finally, when I passed a dark area of the Magic Dragon realm, I found this Eternal Dark Prison method, a gap. This gap is small, very subtle, and no accident. It should have been caused by the fierce bombardment of the Eternal Dark Prison when the Red Cloud burst. The appearance of this gap made me find an opportunity to leave the Eternal Dark Prison. The sword has no double-sided color. There is indeed a gap in Eternal Dark Prison, and this sword is unparalleled. But this gap is very subtle. It is impossible to find under normal circumstances, and even if it is found, it is still very difficult to escape from this gap, but this star magic ancestor. From that day, I began to study how to use this gap to leave the Eternal Dark Prison. Star demon ancestors continue to recount. This research is another dozens of times of chaos, and I barely researched. There is a path to leave, and this path has a very important point. It is impossible for the divine body to pass, and it can only pass through the way of the soul body, and no one has tried in this path. Can you successfully leave? Fallen on the way, no one knows. I dare not bet, so I can only try again and again. Star Demon Ancestor said, Chapter 3975. Third more. Try. Jian Wushuang frowned. He can only try with the soul body, but the soul is the root of the cultivator. This ancestor of the Star Devil is not his perfect life. How can he try with the soul body? I am afraid that if you are a little careless, the soul body of this star demon ancestor will collapse and die directly. If it's an ordinary practitioner, a normal soul body CANT, try it at all. But I'm different. My soul body is inherently differentiated. I can divide my soul into two. One stays in the body, and the other is directly based on after trying that path. The soul that was differentiated was not long after it was first tried, and it was directly annihilated. As soon as the soul died, my soul of the body immediately felt, and the memory of that soul would also return to the body. Although I lost some of the soul, I accumulated some experience and lost the soul. It only takes me a while to recover and then differentiate again. In this way, I have tried hundreds of times in the dozens of chaotic eras in the long years, and finally, I succeeded. The soul that differentiated me escaped from the eternal dark prison. Zhu smiled. Qi Jian Wushuang has been silent. He did not expect that this ancestor of the Star Devil had such a special ability that he could differentiate his soul into one and two, and even if one of them was annihilated, his memory could immediately return to the body. Relying on this method, the ancestral ancestor made hundreds of attempts in the eternal dark prison and was successful. Of course, this ancestral ancestor was able to escape, but it was not a fluke, but the efforts of hundreds of chaos eras and the attempts and soul restoration after the soul differentiation. If you change to someone else, even if you find the gap, you may not escape from the eternal dark prison. Wu sighed lightly. Jian Wushuang continued to listen to the narrative of the star demon ancestor. After my differentiated soul escaped from the eternal dark prison, I came to this star field, and then I directly snatched a ruler and spent some time in this star field against this star. After the domain has enough understanding, my differentiated soul directly exerts burning and annihilation. Star demon ancestor said, "Soul burning." Jian Wushuang stunned. That divided soul has already escaped. Why choose the soul to burn again? The ancestor of Star Devil laughed strangely. No way, because the soul that I differentiated and used to try to escape only accounts for 20% of my own soul, and there is nothing in my hand. With the existence of treasures, I naturally will not replace this soul with my own body, so this differentiated soul will perish, and after the memory returns to the body, I will begin to really prepare. This time, I was fully prepared to restore my soul to its peak state, but there will be exceptions to everything, and I dare not gamble everything on this time. So I still divide the soul and divide it into a soul. Stay on top of the divine body, and my core soul body is abandoning the divine body and taking my many treasures into that path. My prudence is not wrong. Although there are hundreds of previous attempts, I also have a chance to succeed. The danger that can be entered along the last path along that path is too great. My soul body, even though I was careful everywhere, I still encountered a calamity in that passage. As a result, many of my treasures were lost in the turbulent space, and my own soul body, although fortunate to escape, was also severely damaged. Hearing this, Jian Wu's pupils could not help shrinking. No wonder he didn't get any high-value treasure from Star Demon Ancestors after he killed the Star Demon Ancestors in Eternal Dark Prison. It turned out that the Star Demon Ancestor he met in Eternal Hell at that time was just a differentiated soul carrying a body. As for his treasure, he was taken away by his own soul body, and when he escaped from Eternal Hell, these treasures are all lost. Those lost treasures are okay. Although there are a few rules and treasures, there are also some extremely precious things, but as long as I can escape, there will be opportunities to recover the treasures later. But the key is that the soul body has been seriously damaged. The soul body of my deity is not differentiated, and the cost of such soul damage was very difficult for me at the time. And more importantly, this star field is at the extreme edge of the universe, with scarce resources and pitiful practitioners of the same low quality. my soul suffered such heavy damage and could not be recovered for a while. I first lost one of the rules, Lord, and later took away a master who came from another star domain. This master is the witch god. Later, I temporarily survived in this star domain as a witch god, and at the same time I was looking for the opportunity to restore my soul body with such scarce resources. Even if it took millions of years or even tens of millions of years, my soul body just recovered a little bit. I know that it is impossible to restore the soul body by normal means, so I can only find a way to devour others' soul. Depends on devouring the soul, but restores his own soul. Speaking of which, the star demon ancestor's eyes flashed with fierceness. Jian Wushuang is staring closely at the star demon ancestor. In the surrounding battlefield, many strong men from both sides are also watching the star demon ancestor. No one came to interrupt the star demon ancestor. Narrative. Actually, restoring and even improving my soul by devouring the souls of others is the method I am best at. In the eternal dark prison, when I performed soul differentiation time and time again, I relied on the souls of those prisoners to recover. But unlike Eternal Dark Prison, this level of star practitioners is really too low, and even the first-level masters are few and few. Most of them are just rulers. I am afraid that the souls of the Lord of the Rules must add thousands or even tens of thousands together to be comparable to a third-level soul dominated by the Eternal Dark Prison. This is far from enough for me who has already been hit by the soul. So I looked at those high-level life, especially the special life. Star Demon Ancestor smiled. Those high-level ethnic groups, or lives, or even special lives, their souls are completely different from normal human cultivators. For me, a soul that devours a high-level life is more than 100 gods. The soul of the ruler is more useful, and devouring a particular life is better than swallowing a master of the second and third series. Chapter 3976. The first is more. Is this why you took control of the witch god religion, arrested special lives, and practiced with special ethnic groups? Jian Wushuang stared at the star demon ancestor in front of him, and then asked, I'm curious, since you are here, it's so difficult to restore the soul of a star field. Why not choose to go to other star fields? Haha, other star domains. Star Demon Ancestor smiled and said, First of all, the universe is full of endless danger. Besides, let alone the large number of star thefts that flow through the universe in all year round is a big trouble. If my strength is at its peak, there is no problem in going to other star domains, but the key is that my soul has been hit hard, and my strength is very low. In this case, I will go to other star domains alone. With a little care, I am afraid I will die. Risk too much. Of course, the most important point is that I know the existence of the primordial realm, and I know that the demon star master has taken away the primal realm. From that moment, I have already started to count the demon star master. Now, I took the initiative to find the Lord of the Clouds and told him how to maximize the value of the beginning of the world as soon as possible. After listening to this Lord of the Clouds, he was really excited. After all, he also hoped that his strength can increase at the fastest speed. So, I came to the early divine realm and joined forces with the 3 sacred realms of the beginning to arrange them together. But the Lord of the Clouds didn't know it at all. The method I proposed can indeed bring the early divine realm within the shortest time. It's not him, but me, who has the potential to squeeze it out. If everything goes according to plan, after the plan is completely completed, I can use the power of the early divine realm to fully recover my soul power, and even stronger than before. But unfortunately, because of your appearance, 3, the great sanctuary was directly destroyed, and even I could not continue to stay in the world in the early days. The Lord of the Clouds had to come in person, and my previous plan could only be changed. However, what I never expected was that you have severely damaged the Lord of the Clouds in this battle, and even pushed him to a desperate situation, forcing him to burn most of his soul. This has created a, for me, golden opportunity. I know, I can't wait any longer. So I shot straight and devoured the soul of the Lord of the Clouds. Until now, Jian Wushuang, I really have to thank you. If you have forced the Lord of the Clouds so miserably, I do know when that plan will be realized, but now it's unnecessary. Everything is unnecessary. Consumed the soul of the Lord of the Demon Clouds. My own soul has been restored for the most part, and the rest will be restored, and it will be too easy. Star Devil Ancestor laughed heartily. After listening to the Star Demon Ancestor, Jian Wu's eyes dimmed. He already fully understood that the Star Demon Ancestor had already begun to calculate the Lord of the Clouds long ago. The funny thing is that the Lord of the Clouds really thought that the plan proposed by the Star Demon Ancestor was to make him better, bring into play the value of the early gods. But I do know that all the efforts of the Lord of the Demon Clouds have made a wedding dress for the ancestor of the devil in vain. Until now, even his own soul, his own deity, and everything he owns have been taken by the demon. The ancestors took it. Star Demon Ancestor, you have counted for so long, it has indeed succeeded in occupying everything of the demon Star Master. But one thing you are afraid to forget. Jian Wushuang suddenly said. Forgot what? Star Demon Ancestor looked over. You forgot the status of the Lord of the Demon Cloud. Before you devoured his soul, he was already hit hard. He is afraid that he will not be able to play 10% of his strength. Although you now occupy his body again, you can still play his peak. What is the strength of the period? Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. I don't care if you are a witch god, an ancestor of the Star Demon, or a master of the Demon Cloud. As long as I am here to kill you, everything can be over. Qi Jian Wushuang's body burst into murderous intentions, and the Wu weapon sword in his hand also trembled slightly, and an astonishing evil swept out. Well, do you want to kill me? Star Demon Ancestor looked at Jian Wushuang with great interest. Jian Wushuang, in Eternal Dark Prison before, all you see is just a soul that I differentiated to control the deities. And at that time you have a red cloud of tokens, which is already invincible. No matter how I use it, there is no use for it. But today, I will let you see the true means of this ancestor. As soon as the voice of the Star Ancestor fell, his body moved directly. There is no sign of this. The ancestor of the Star Demon has already appeared in a cosmic void outside the circle, just not far behind the Prince of Shihua. The speed is fast, like a teleportation. The Star Ancestor's ancestor stared at the Sihua Shinjun in front of him, but there was a flash of enthusiasm in his eyes, followed by a rush. Wow, wow. A chain of transparent chains, exuding a special breath, erupted directly from the Star Demon Ancestors. These chains are soul chains, and there are 9 of them, each of which contains a strong soul breath. These 9 chains are covering the past as soon as possible towards the beginning of the Emperor. What? Shihua Jun was surprised. He didn't even think that this ancestor of Star Devil suddenly shot. Not only, but also the target he was looking at turned out to be himself. Wu Mingming is Jian Wushuang trying to kill him, but this ancestor of the Star Devil killed himself at first? Shihua Jun snorted coldly. After all, he was the master of the 4th series, and his strength was not weak. He wanted to destroy the 9 souls in the first place. Then, the 9 soul chains emanating from the Star Demon Ancestors were not affected by material attacks at all, and even passed directly through the material attacks. In the blink of an eye, they were already covered on the body of the Shihua King. Shishiwa's prince wanted to struggle, but the moment the 9 soul chains touched his body, the phobia of Shiwa's stature was shocked, and a little terror appeared in his eyes. he followed the many strong men in the surrounding battlefield to be able to see that the soul body of the Shihua Shinjun was actually extracted from the body by the 9 soul chains. 9 soul chains completely restrained the soul body of Shihua Shinjun, and then swept away in the direction of the star demon ancestor. Suddenly, the ancestor of Star Devil opened his mouth, and a huge black vortex appeared immediately. Do not! The Emperor Shihua sent a hysterical roar, but under the shackles of the 9 soul chains, he had no room for struggle at all, and the Blinker family had fallen into the black vortex and was swallowed relentlessly. After swallowing the soul of Shihua King, the god body of Shihua King also swept towards the black vortex and was also directly swallowed by the black vortex. Chapter 3977, Second War. Silent. The entire universe is empty and silent, and needle drops are audible. In the depths of the universe, no matter whether they are from the Taiji Divine Camp or the Demon Star Camp, many of the strong are now widening their eyes and looking at the scene in front of them with incredible faces. Shihua King, that is a real 4th order master. This kind of master can easily become a 2nd-level astral star master at the very edge of the universe. Although there are many strong players in the field, but in addition to the sword unparalleled, in the early days of the divine realm, only the 36 slave warriors formed an immortal battle line before they could contend with this original prince. Yi Ku is such a powerful master, but in just a moment, he was swallowed up by the star demon ancestor, even the soul and the body. There is no room for struggle. The Shihua King has not even had time to resist, and he has already become the ration of the star demon ancestors. This Jian Wushuang looked at the scene in front of him with a look of astonishment at the moment. After swallowing the soul and body of Shihua King, the black vortex dissipated, and the figure of the star demon ancestor reappeared. But the sword is unparalleled at this moment, but it is extremely clear that the breath emanating from the ancestor of the demon, including the breath of soul, is stronger than before. A lot of injuries have been recovered from his body. Jian Wushuang was startled. He relied on devouring the soul and body of Shihua God, and restored his soul and body. Jian Wushuang immediately got angry. Just now the ancestor of Star Demon himself said that he can rely on devouring the soul of others to restore and enhance his soul. But what Jian Wushuang did not know is that this ancestor of Star Devil can also devour the body of others to restore their own body. That's right, the ancestor of the Star Demon now occupies the demon body of the Lord of the Demon Cloud. This body is too badly damaged, and there is little divine power left. He can't exert any combat power after he devours the soul of the Prince of Shihua. This ancestor's deity recovered a lot instantly, and even the divine power had been restored by about 20%. The star ancestor of the Xingmao sent out wanton weird laughter. After devouring the soul and body of Shihua Shinjun, he turned his eyes to the 36 strong men who formed the battlefield of Xianhua, the 36 slaves of Jian Wushuang, who had previously formed the battlefield of Xianhua and were entangled with Shihua Lord, were the closest to Shihua Lord. After the star demon ancestors devoured Shihua Lord, they naturally began to fight again. Their attention. See you, wow. 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 The transparent soul chains are extended again. Each of these soul chains is extremely fast and unstoppable. Even Shihua Shinjun couldn't stop these souls from expecting directly. The slaves under the sword of Wu Shou could not stop, even if relying on the power of the battle line. I saw 9 huge soul chains that directly extended into the battlefield, and almost 9 touched the slaves in the battlefield. Although all of these 9 slaves are dominated by the 3rd rank, and they are still the strongest in the dark when they are in eternal dark prison, there is no room for struggle in the face of this soul chain. I saw that, for a moment, the 9 souls were pumped out and uncontrollably looted towards the star demon ancestors. In just a moment, they were swallowed up by the star demon ancestors relentlessly. Oh my! What kind of means is this? Whether it is the 3rd level master or the 4th level master, there is no room for struggle, escape, rush away, or you will be swallowed up by this ancestor of the star devil. Suddenly, 9 strong men were swallowed up by the star demon ancestors, and the rest of the slaves naturally panicked, and all of them fled away at the fastest speed. Escape. Don't let everyone approach this star demon ancestor. Jian Wushuang also gave a loud drink, and the huge wings behind him stretched out, bursting out at the fastest speed, and wanted to rush to the star demon ancestor and bring the star demon ancestor stopped. However, the ancestors of the star demon knew that Jian Wushuang was perfect life and invincible in soul. The method of detaching the soul he is using now is useful for the 3rd and 4th series masters, and the other party can hardly resist it. This method is useless to swords, but is useless. And now that his body has not fully recovered, naturally he does not want to waste time on Jian Wushuang. I saw that the ancestors of the star demon fluttered strangely, like a teleportation in the cosmic void, and in the blink of an eye came to the remaining masters of the demon star. Then a chain of souls was taken out, and a famous master under the demon star immediately became his ration. He followed the ancestor of the demon and went to other places, and thus appeared in one corner after another. The soul chain extended out, devouring the soul and body of a strong man. No one could stop him at all. Even if it is Jian Wushuang, he can only watch it. There is no way. In a blink of an eye, this ancestor of the star devil has devoured thousands of practitioners, including many masters of the rules, and those slaves under the sword, unparalleled sword, have been devoured by him more than 10. 2, there are also a lot of factions in the camp, which were swallowed up by the ancestors of the star devil. Escape. Flee in the direction of Taichu divine realm. Fast, as long as you escape to the early world of God, this star ancestor can't take us. Don't come together and run away. Taika's high-level powers roared desperately, and Jian Wushuang no longer went after the star demon ancestor, but instead helped the powers of Taika's power to escape at the fastest speed. Fortunately, the battlefield they chose previously was in the void of the universe around Taichu God Realm, leaving a retreat for their own camp. Now, when they meet the star demon ancestors, they can escape back to Taichu God Realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequence is it's really unthinkable. But even so, there are still a lot of powerful people who have eaten up the soul and the body by the ancestors of the star devil. The vast universe was full of countless practitioners, but now it's empty. Only the star demon ancestor is still standing there. As for the many strong men in the early gods camp and the demon star camp, except for those who were swallowed up, most of them fled to the early divine realm, and a small part of them fled to other places. In the beginning, the world was next to the extreme edge of the void in the universe. Many of the top powers in the Taiyuan divine realm camp are gathered here, but their looks at this moment are extremely ugly. How about the loss? Jian Wushuang looked down at the nearby Martian master and asked lowly, "It's miserable. His master has 41 slaves. Now, there are only 25 people alive, and nearly half have died. As for the masters of the divine camp in the early days, more than 10 have also died, and on the ruler, fortunately, only hundreds of people were swallowed." Stonemar said, Chapter 3978, Third More. The reason why there are so many slaves who died under the sword of the sword, mainly because the slaves are very close to the ancestors of the star devil, and those slaves are the 3rd level masters, which is obviously more attractive to the star demon ancestors. As for the masters of the early gods camp, they are far away from the star demon ancestors, but even so, they have been swallowed by a dozen people. On the contrary, they are the rulers. although they have been swallowed up by hundreds of people, in the eyes of the high-level powers of the early gods. These hundreds of rulers are far less important than those who dominate. There are 700,000. Fortunately, although the ancestral means of the star devil is against the sky, it should not dare to break directly into the early world of the gods. Jian Wushuang muttered, "The universe is empty, and only the solitary ancestor of the star demon is still standing there at this moment. He is standing outside Taichu Divine Realm, and can sense Jian Wushuang and others who are at the extreme edge of Taichu Divine Realm. But as Jian Wushuang said, his deity is afraid to break into Taichu Divine Realm, once invaded into the early Divine Realm. Even if he now replaces the demon Star Master to control the heavenly willpower of the early Divine Realm, he still has to be limited by the laws of the universe in the underworld, but the restriction is not so big. Well, did you choose to hide in the beginning of the world?" The strange laughter of the star demon ancestor resounded again. Just the others soared unparalleled. "You are a perfect practitioner of life, but in terms of soul, invincible, why didn't you dare face me? Couldn't you be afraid that it would be impossible for me to swallow my soul and devour it?" Jian Wushuang was standing at the very edge of the world in the early days. He could clearly hear the words of the ancestor of the star demon. His face sank slightly, and his hands were clenched tightly. "Heavenly friend, do nt be impulsive. The ancestors of the star demon are strange and unpredictable. Although only the soul means have just been revealed, he has devoured so many strong people. His current strength does not know how much he has recovered, whether the combat power can be comparable to the demon Star Master, or should it be stronger if you go out now, it is likely to be in the middle of him. Yes, this star demon ancestor obviously wants to provoke your master to go out." Stone Mars also said, "My dear friend, you are the hope of my early gods. Only when you break through and become the master of the early gods again will my early gods be able to escape the crisis. And now, although we are forced to escape to the early gods' world, but it's okay, this star demon ancestor is only one person no matter how strong, and his deity does not dare to enter the kingdom of the early gods. Naturally, it's CANT, help us. Be careful to be killed by him. Then my world was really over in the beginning." The Lord of Time and Space also solemnly said. Fu Jun, Lung Rushuang also looked over. "I know all of what you said." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, and his hands slowly relaxed. "Relax, I'm not stupid. I wouldn't be in the middle of such a simple challenge. And this battle, Magic Yun Xing's army has been completely defeated. The ancestor of the star devil alone is not a great threat to my deity. From the beginning, the expected results of the early god's side were more sought after, which was to defeat the army of His Majesty, and make it impossible for the army of His Majesty to enter the early gods. This is also a type they can accept. Victory. Now, the Demon Star army has long been defeated. Only the Demon Star Master is left. Even if he is in control of the heavenly will of the early gods, if there is no help in the early gods, he should not be able to get the early gods. How is the world? At this time, Jian Wushuang will not be stupid enough to take risks. The universe is empty. After the star demon ancestors finished speaking, there was no reply in the early gods, and their brows were raised. "Well, it seems that I really don't plan to come out. I intend to keep hiding in the early gods." "Then you have been hiding like this, but you can only live another 10 years. Live a decade longer." Many of the powerful men in Tychus Divine Realm were shocked to hear this. What do the ancestors of the Star Devil mean? Live a decade more? Can we all die in 10 years? It's impossible. In the beginning, the realm of the gods was a single astral realm. The ancestor of the demon was alone and borrowed his 2 guts. He didn't dare to come in. How can we kill us? Many of the strongest in the camp of the gods In the early days, star devil ancestors sneered. Wu Kejian has no two-sided color, but is very dignified. He faintly feels that the words of the ancestors of the star devil do not seem to scare them. Jian Wushuang, do you really think that as long as you hide in the early world of God, I have nothing to do with you? Ha! It's a joke. You also look down upon my ancestors too. I am not the lord of the demon cloud. Even if he has lost the power of the early gods and controlled the power of the heavenly will of the early gods, he can only slowly benefit from the evolution of the early gods, but I different. My star demon ancestors' most powerful is devouring means. I can devour the soul of the practitioner, devour the body of the practitioner, devour the many geniuses and treasures in the heavens and the earth, and even the treasures. Similarly, when I replace Lord of the Demon Cloud, after occupying the heavenly will of the early gods, I can devour the whole gods too. What? Many of the strong men in the realm of God, in the early days of the universe, close to the void of the universe, were frightened by the words of the ancestors of the star devil, swallowing the early world of God. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but widen his eyes. Impossible. How could this be possible? One side of the astral world, this star demon ancestor can also devour. What a joke. Fake. This star demon ancestor must be lying to us. He just wants to cheat us out to die. Yes, Lord of the Blood Sword, don't be fooled. At the beginning of the Divine Realm camp, many of the masters spoke. No one believes what the ancestor of the star devil said, and directly devours an astral world. What a joke! Who in this universe can directly devour an astral world? Qi Jian Wushuang was also full of doubt. But the ancestral ancestor soon spoke again. I know, you definitely don't believe it, but it doesn't matter. You will believe it soon. The ancestor of the star devil did not say more, but directly came to the critical point of the primordial world and the void of the universe, and saw the corner of his mouth, slightly tilted, followed by a rumbling black vortex, emerged out of thin air. The diameter of this black vortex is less than tens of meters at first, but with its continuous rotation, it has expanded to hundreds of meters, 1 mile, 100 miles, 10,000 miles, 1 million miles in the blink of an eye. Chapter 39, 79. The first is more. Rumble. The huge black vortex, which has a diameter of more than 10 million miles, is spinning wildly, and an incredible engulfing power bursts out. This engulfing force directly acts on the early world. Suddenly, many powerful men in the early divine realm, including Jian Wushuang and others, could feel very clearly at this moment that the vitality of the early divine realm was passing. This lapse is not just a short lapse, but a continuous flow with the devouring power of the black vortex. This scene made many of the powerful men in the Taiji divine camp embarrassed. Is he really devouring the early world? The whole vitality of the early divine realm is being devoured, and the speed is very fast. Impossible! How could this happen? Before I spoke of the devouring ancestors of the star demon ancestors, I also felt that many powerful people who sneered at them were shocked. None of them thought that the ancestor of the star devil could really devour one side of the world, as he said. Life is swallowed up too fast. If it has been swallowed at this rate, for at least 10 years, the vitality of the early gods, including everything in the early gods, will be completely swallowed up by this star demon ancestor. Pure, mysterious man looks extremely ugly. Disaster! This is the biggest disaster in the world of my God. Even if the demon lord of the clouds, he just wanted to speed up the evolution process of the early world, so that the early world would end its life in the shortest time. But now, the ancestor of the star devil is going to devour the entire Taichu divine realm directly, and let the whole Taichu divine realm become his ration. This is naturally an unprecedented catastrophe for the Taichu divine realm. It's over. I'm over in the beginning. No way. There is no way. We can only watch the world in the early days being devoured by this ancestor of the star devil. What we can do, we have already done it, but in the end, can't we change the end of the destruction of the gods in the beginning? Many practitioners who originally belonged to the early world of the gods were mourning at this moment. To prepare for this battle, they prepared too much. They thought that as long as they defeated the demon star army, the world would be spared in the early days. However, they did not expect the sudden appearance of this star demon ancestor, but they let the early gods. The world is in a bigger disaster. Moreover, this disaster is almost irreversible. At this moment, Jian Wushuang also clenched his hands and looked up at the black vortex whose diameter was more than 10 million miles, and his figure was shaking slightly. Fu Jun, the cold frost next to the uncle, looked over, but with a smile on her face. You have tried your best. The end is like this. You don't need to blame yourself. Yes. Mysterious Shinto nodded slightly. You have done your best, but the appearance of the ancestor of the star devil, no one had thought of it. It seems that it is destined that I will be suffering from this calamity in the early days. Tianho Xiaoyu, your talent, Shuiju, the potential is unlimited. There is no need to stay in the early gods like me. If you can, you take your wife and leave. Leave. Jian Wushuang glanced at Xian Shinto. What about you? I am waiting for a few people to be different from you. We have lived long enough, and we have already reached the end of our journey. Even if we are given the opportunity to travel to the depths of the universe, I am afraid it will be difficult to make any further progress. We might as well stay in Taichu Divine Realm and live and die with Taichu Divine Realm. Xian Shinto laughed. Ha! Xian Shun is right. Our potential has been exhausted long ago. It is also luck that we can live to this day. But Xiaoho Yuyu, if you travel to the depths of the universe, you can achieve greater success, even in the future. It is possible to ask the Supreme Master. At that time, you will take revenge for my early gods and kill the star demon ancestor. And I have no regrets. The Master of Time and Space also laughed. It is difficult to take the lead in the scourge, but these local masters in the early days of the world looked a little indifferent. They don't care about their own lives, but they are still full of expectations for the sword, unparalleled. After all, Jian Wushuang's talent potential is too incredible. Even to them, they have been dragged down by Jian Wushuang, which has caused Jian Wushuang to never go deep into the universe. And now, if the realm of the gods really collapsed in the beginning, if all of them died, it might be a relief for Jian Wushuang. The gods of Xian and the Lord of Time and Space all think so. However, Jian Wushuang did not think so. In the early days, the realm of God was his hometown. It was the place where his master Junyi also had to fight to protect his life. He was the second perfect practitioner of life in the early world of God. Too early world. Although it seems that the devastation of the world was unavoidable at the beginning, Jian Wushuang is still not too pessimistic, and he is still thinking about countermeasures. Is there really no way out? Jian Wushuang frowned, but his hands were clenched tightly. No, there is still a glimmer of hope. Fan Jianwu doubled his right hand, and a scarlet elixir suddenly appeared in his hand. This elixir is exactly one of the special treasures given to him by Wind Demon in that special time and space. The Wind Demon gave him 2 treasures in total, of which the bamboo leaf has been used when dealing with the Demon Star Master, and the power of the bamboo leaf did not disappoint him, which contains some of the power of the 5th series. The Demon Star Master was forced into a desperate situation directly. If the Demon King Master knew a special method of burning the soul, he would have died directly before fear. The bamboo leaves only need Jian Wushuang to guide with their own divine power to exert their power, but this blood-colored elixir is different. According to Feng Mo, this scarlet panacea is a trivial matter. Although it can make him stronger in a short period of time, the cost is extremely high, and he may even die directly. Because of the high cost, Jian Wushuang had reservations before. He used this scarlet elixir as his strongest hole card and never used it. But now, the calamity is at the head. When he uses all means to fold his cards, he can't stop the ancestor of Star Demon. Jian Wushuang can only pin all hope on this blood-colored potion. Tianho Xiaoyu, what is the elixir in your hand? Xian Shendao looked at the elixir in Jian Wu's hands in surprise, and felt that his elixir was extraordinary. I don't know the specific elixir, but this elixir will be the last hope of the world. Qi Jian Wushuang clenched his blood-colored elixir with his hands, but in his eyes there was a sharp explosion. Chapter 3980, Second More. Last Hope. Wu Xian Shinto, the Lord of Time and Space, and the many strong men in the surrounding Taiji divine camp all looked at Jian Wushuang in succession. Frost. At the moment, Wu Jianshuang looked at his wife tenderly, with a slight smile. I really want to walk with you to the world and to travel all corners of the universe, but I'm sorry. Fu Jun. Lung Rushwang's eyes were wet immediately, looking at the blood Dan taken out by Jian Wushuang, and what Jian Wushuang said, she had guessed something faintly, only to see her smile slightly. These, in fact, I am very satisfied. You can rest assured. Don't worry about me. If you die, I will never live one more day than you. Qi Jian Wushuang stunned. He took a deep look at his wife, and he could see the decisiveness in his breath. He nodded, and Jian Wushuang swept directly into the void of the universe. At the beginning of the Taiyuan deity camp, many practitioners were almost desperate, but suddenly they all saw the figure swept away from the void of the universe. I am the Lord of the Blood Sword. The Lord of the Blood Sword, will you go out and fight the Star Demon Patriarch? I don't know why. When they saw the swordless twins rushing out, these practitioners who had been desperate had suddenly a little hope in their hearts. Yes, Jian Wushuang is their only hope. Star Demon Patriarch. With a loud blast, he exploded in the cosmic void, and Jian Wushuang had left the early divine realm and returned to the cosmic void. Previously, because the Demon Star Army had been defeated, and only the Star Demon Patriarch was left. Everyone felt that the Star Demon Patriarch alone could hardly really threaten the early gods. Therefore, Sword Wushuang did not need to take risks. It was not necessary. Spell. I now know that after the Star Demon Ancestor can directly devour the primordial world within 10 years, Jian Wushuang will have to fight desperately with the Star Demon Ancestor. Buzzing humming. The huge black vortex suddenly stopped, followed by convergence at an alarming rate. Soon, the black vortex completely disappeared, and the figure of the Star Demon Ancestor gradually emerged. Ha! Jian Wushuang, now finally can you let it go? Star Demon Ancestor looked at Jian Wushuang, but with a strange smile on his face. Wu Jian has no double-sided color, is cold, and never speaks, and in his two hands, he holds the Wu Cry Excalibur with one hand, and the other hand holds the blood-colored elixir. The elixir was his only chance, but he did not plan to swallow the elixir immediately. Although this Star Demon Ancestor devoured the Sihua Lord before, and many masters still have a lot of rules, but his combat power should not have recovered to the highest level. Jian Wushuang stared at the Star Demon Ancestor. He can feel that the deity occupied by the ancestor of the Star Demon, originally from the Lord of the Clouds, has not yet reached the peak state, and there is still a large gap from the peak state. First, try his current fighting power. Sword Wu's eyes flickered, and immediately the three towering town monuments rose directly. A burst of gold light flickered, and in the blink of an eye, the magic town Tianfao Array was already formed. There was a strong repressive force acting on the ancestors of Xingma, but the ancestors of Xingma still smiled, as if they had not been affected in any way. French array, kill. Sword formation, wave light. Booming rumbling. The endless golden light sword is swept out by the ocean, and the mighty madness rushes towards the star demon ancestor. The star ancestor of the star only casually glanced at the golden light in front of the ocean, but the corner of his mouth showed a slight disdain. Joke. I saw the star demon ancestor waved at will, and suddenly a black divine power swept directly out. This black divine power is extremely special, completely different from the divine power of ordinary practitioners, and much more powerful than the divine power of ordinary practitioners. It's this kind of power again. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed sharply. He remembered very well that in the eternal dark prison, he had used the vein of red clouds to suppress the star demon ancestor, but the star demon ancestor could still mobilize a very special power, which was not only special, weird. And it's amazing. The ancestral ancestor himself also said at the time that the reason why Hongyun Imai would suppress him was because he had mastered this special power. Now, the ancestor of the star devil uses the special body of the Lord of the Clouds to use this special power again. Although the body of the Lord of the Clouds has not yet recovered to its peak, the strength of the ancestor of the star is not at its peak, but when this black divine power diffuses, crashed Quickalaxiu, round after round golden sword intended to be ruthless strangling wave off, or even directly to the final collapse of the gold sword intended to integrate, directly impact the ocean are open. Sun just waved his hands at will, and the swordsman and the magic sword town Tianfa array combined with the light sword array has been directly defeated, although Jian Wushuang at the moment did not perform Dragon Mystery. Nor could it trigger the primitive universe, as long as it is displayed in conjunction with the Shenma town Tianfa formation. Even if it encounters the ordinary 4th-level master, it can barely entangle one or two, but this ancestral ancestor. Very strong. Even if he hasn't reached its peak yet, his combat power is still far more powerful than the previous demon star, and he swallowed the soul of demon star, mastering everything about the Lord of the Clouds. Naturally also includes the trace of the universe S rules, but when the ancestor of the stars and the Celtics first shot, he never used the rules of the universe. The sword has no double-sided gloom. Simple confrontation. He has understood that, even with his own strength, even if he can perform the dragon extinction technique, even if he can also perform the primitive universe, he still can't compete with this star demon ancestor. He could only pin all hope on the blood-stained panacea in the palm of his hand. Famos Senior, you elixir, don't let me down. The double-sided sword of Wu Jian has been completely twisted and became extremely embarrassed. He knows that the elixir is likely to die once he swallows himself, and at this moment he is ready to die. I didn't hesitate. Jian Wushuang swallowed the panacea clenched in the left palm directly. When the panacea was inserted into the body, Jian Wushuang only felt that his throat was dry, and at first there was nothing strange. But after the syringa really swallowed in the belly, bang! An unexpected power broke out. Suddenly, this mighty power, with an ancient will, swept directly in all directions. Rumbling. At this moment, the entire universe is trembling madly. At this moment, the vast universe is under the control of that ancient will. At the same time, a vast message suddenly surged towards the sword, unparalleled like a tide. Chapter 3981. Third more. The sword is unparalleled at this moment, but his head is a little cyanotic. He thought that the blood-stained elixir was the pure elixir that could increase his strength in a short period of time. But now that he actually swallows it, he finds that the result is not the case. At least this hemochromic medicine contains more than just that kind of medicine power. It also carries an ancient will power and a vast message. This vast message is, first of all, about the use and history of this elixir. Humbling bowed in. Wu Jianwushuang didn't know the real name of this blood-colored elixir until now. Knew about the origins and uses of this Hongling Baodan, but surprised Jian Wushuang. Hongling Baodan, the supreme level of elixir. After taking it, whether it is the ruler, the chaos master, or the supreme, you can directly fall into the state of epiphany. In this state of epiphany, both the speed of cultivation and the speed of enlightenment can be directly increased 100 times. This elixir is one of the most desirable and enthusiastic elixir in the vast universe. Even the supreme level of the elixir is extremely eager for this elixir. A brief introduction made Jian Wushuang startled. This elixir is completely different from what Fengma predecessors said. When in the special time and space, Feng Mo gave him the scarlet elixir, the wind devil clearly said that the elixir was the kind of elixir that could increase his power in a short time, but the side effect of this elixir was extremely great. Once swallowed, he might even die. Wu Jianshuang remembered it clearly. Fengma did say so he always regarded the elixir as the strongest hole card. Until the last moment, he was unwilling to swallow the elixir and fight for his own life. But now, when the elixir is actually swallowed, the elixir information available is not the same at all. This blood-colored elixir, called Hongling Baodan, is a kind of elixir that can be used to help people to practice enlightenment in a short period of time. It is also very high level. If this elixir is usually obtained, Jian Wushuang will certainly be ecstatic. After all, how rare is epiphany? But now he swallowed this elixir to fight desperately with the star demon ancestor. At this time, what was the epiphany? Wu Jian's heart was bitter, and he didn't know why the wind demon had to make such a big oolong. But the message that came to his mind made Jian Wushuang completely understand. The following messages were left to him by the wind demon. Jian Wushuang, since you can see this message, you should have swallowed the elixir I gave you. How about it? Did you not think of it? Is it a little dumbfounded? Ha ha. Fengma is obvious this was done deliberately, and the message left was full of jokes. Let's get back to the truth. I must first tell you, indeed, I lied to you. The elixir I gave you is nothing at all that can increase your strength in a short time, but the price is extremely high, and it will even directly affect you. Dead elixir. ICANT give you such an elixir. After all, your kid understands a bit of the law of the universe at the level of the rule master. Such a super genius. Even if I'm Ling Yunxing, must be regarded as a treasure. And how could I give you this kind of elixir? Of course, the reason why I would lie to you is mainly to hone you. If I tell you the true use of this elixir, you swallowed it earlier, the strength increased, and the trouble was easily solved. What is it? The sword is not bizarre. He now understands that the wind devil has lied to himself from the beginning. Obviously, he has such a great elixir, but told him that this elixir is used desperately at a critical time. And he did not even think of Feng Mo's identity at that time. He would lie to himself and did not expect to go up there. Of course, Feng Mo deceived him like this, and the starting point was also for his good. Wu Jianso continued to listen. Jiang Wushuang, you listen well. This Hongling Baodan you swallowed now is one of the top elixirs in the vast universe, but it has made countless supreme eyes and even scramble for it. Of course, this, although the elixir itself is precious, in this elixir, the Star Master has left a trace of will. This will is truly the most precious and most important. It is even more rare than the Hongling Baodan. Many more. Fengma said again, will. Jian Wushuang stunned. He swallowed Hongling Baodan, and instantly an ancient and majestic will rose up and now completely covered the entire void of the universe. Is this ancient will left by Master Lingyun? No wonder it was so arrogant. This elixir was originally prepared by the Star Master for his own personal disciples, but unfortunately, the war came too suddenly, and the Star Master has not had time to collect a self-disciplined disciple. And this elixir has been with us all the time. In the special time and space of the film, until you passed the test of the 18th set by the Lord of the Stars. At that time, we felt that you were qualified to become the disciple of the Lord of the Stars, but it was just barely qualified. Plus, yours the saint did not die at that time, and the strength was too weak. If this elixir was given to you at that time, it would be too wasteful. So instead of giving it directly to you at that time, you were asked to choose an inner star secret technique. But then when you come to that special time and space again, not only did you break through and become the ruler of the rule, but you also unbelievably comprehended a trace of the law of the universe. Alas, the ruler comprehended a trace of the law of the universe, and you are perfect, the practitioner of life level. With this talent, I am afraid that the entire vast universe cannot find a second person. So at that time we decided that you must be a star disciple. Here you come to us to save time. I will discuss with several other brothers. Was Lingbao gold medal in Hongdan to you? Jian Wushuang, I lied to you, letting you swallow this Hongling Baodan at the moment of life and death. Then you must be in a very crisis situation now, but it doesn't matter in a crisis situation. As long as the Master's will is awakened, no one can hurt you. And this Hongling Baodan not only gives you to enter the state of epiphany, the most important thing is that after the Master's will is awakened, it will give you great chance fortune. This chance fortune is actually many guidelines left by the Master. It is his understanding of the rules of heaven and earth, the understanding of the laws of the universe, as well as various aspects of refining, alchemy, and formation, as well as various taos, such as knife, sword, and gundo. He is an invincible supreme. He has unique insights in all aspects. After you swallow the Hongling Baodan, you can come into contact with the Master's will, and the Master's will teach you a full 100 years. Of course, this is 100 years in a special state, but it is only one day outside. Chapter 3982. The first is more. 100 years. The will of the Lord Ling Yun taught me 100 years in person, and he is still swallowing Hongling Baodan in an epiphany state. Jian Wushuang's mind was a little dazed. Jian Wushuang, although it is only 100 years old, it is an incredible creation for any master, and you are just the master of the rules, and you get this opportunity in a desperate situation. Your harvest will be, it's going to be bigger. So rare this once-in-lifetime opportunity. Do NT live up to my hard work? Here, the message is completely interrupted. Wu Qijian's heart was completely unable to calm down. At this moment, he can clearly sense the existence of that ancient will. This ancient will is left by the invincible and supreme level Lord Lingyun. Even if it is only a trace of will, it can still make the laws of the universe retreat. And this ancient will now covers the entire universe. The ancestor of the star demon standing in front of Jian Wu's face was full of teasing smiles, but now he can't laugh at all because he also felt Jian Wushuang. That will. This will covers everything in the void of the universe, and he is also covered by this ancient will. At this moment, he only feels that his thoughts are completely frozen. He stood there with his eyes wide. He wanted to open his mouth, but found that he couldn't move at all. I can't even move my mouth, let alone shoot against the sword. What is this? Anyway, Star Demon Ancestor was furious, and his heart was screaming frantically. He didn't know what happened to Jian Wushuang. He only knew that he was unable to move under that will now. He stood in front of Jian Wushuang like a sculpture like this. At the moment, Jian Wushuang sat down in the cosmic void and even closed his eyes. Wu Hongling Baodan has been swallowed by him, and the power of the elixir has been exerted, allowing Jian Wushuang to quickly enter a state of mystery and mystery, which is the state of epiphany that countless practitioners have dreamed of. In the state of epiphany, the speed of the practitioner's realization will be multiplied exponentially. At this time, a hazy figure had appeared in Jian Wushuang's mind. This figure is extremely tall and magnificent, but at the same time it gives a very intimate feeling. Wu Jianwushuang understood that this dim figure was the master of Lingyun. This Lingyun star is a will at this moment and penetrates into his mind, preaching directly in his mind. Master Ling Yunqing began to preach. Because Jian Wushuang is only the master of rules, and he is good at the relationship between the universe and the laws of the universe. This Ling Yunqing mostly teaches about the rules, the disciplines of kendo, and the laws of the universe. Wu Jianshuang is listening carefully. He has a very high level of understanding. With the help of Hongling Baodan, the speed of understanding is even more incredible. What Ling Yunqing almost said, Jian Wushuang understood everything. Wu Jianwushuang also knows that this opportunity is rare. He has no waste at all and has been listening, understanding, and understanding. But Lingyun's Star Master, that is a supreme person who has reached the level of invincibility, even in the vast universe, he is also a supreme figure of a hegemon. He talks about everything from shallow to deep, and it is useful to the sword, unparalleled, and very helpful. Time began to slowly pass, and in the cosmic void, less than half an hour had passed, but in the world of consciousness of sword unparalleled, it had been a full 3 years. In just 3 years, Jian Wushuang has realized the fifth rule, the rule of gold. At the time, Jian Wushuang had tested his affinity with the rules of heaven and earth. Among them, the rule of gold and his affinity were no less than the rules of earth. Before he fully understood the rules of the earth, and the 4 rules were merged, he began to explore the fifth rule. This fifth rule is the rule of gold. Before the start of this war, Jian Wushuang's rules on gold were somewhat enlightened, but the level of perception was not high. But now, with the help of Hongling Baodan, Jian Wushuang listened to Ling Yunxing's introduction to the rules of gold. From shallow to deep, it contained everything of the rules of gold. In just 3 years, Jian Wushuang changed the rules of gold, completely enlightened. And this is just the beginning. In the 13th year of the Epiphany, the 6th rule, the dark rule, is fully enlightened. In the 31st year, Jian Wushuang's kendo made great progress, reaching the first major achievement of the kendo universe. At this level, many of the 4th level masters who are good at kendo did not reach. In the 45th year, Jian Wushuang made another breakthrough in kendo, reaching the first completeness of the origin of kendo universe. Simply understanding of kendo's understanding is already comparable to the 5th level master. In the 78th year, Jian Wushuang's understanding of the laws of the universe increased greatly, from barely grasping a trace to the threshold of truly entering the laws of the universe. In the 82nd year, the 5th rule of gold, which was learned by Jian Wushuang, was combined with the other 4 rules. Since then, the 5 rules have merged. In the 99th year, Jian Wushuang's confrontation together reached a new level, and it was already comparable to some masters in the universe who are better at array, such as Blood Rain Demon. I finally reached the 100th and final year. This last year, the effect of the Hongling Baodan has already been consumed. This year, the sword is unparalleled and has not made much progress. Instead, it integrates the previous 99 years' experience. The vast universe is in the void, buzzing. The ancient will that existed for a day and night finally dissipated slowly. The vast cosmic void has also restored peace, and the ancestor of the star devil has finally restored his ability to move at this moment. Did it finally dissipate? The star ancestor clenched his teeth, looking extremely ugly, even though it was urgent and lasted for a day and night. But on this day and night, he was full of pride, and was deterred by that will. He could not move at all. He could always feel the arrogance and terrible of that ancient will. Supreme, it must be the will of the Supreme Strong, and I am afraid that it is not the ordinary Supreme. The ancestor of the Xingxing demon has an extraordinary origin, and his knowledge is not low. He can naturally perceive the mastery of the master of the will. A single wire of will is strong enough to deter the void of the entire universe, and even to avoid the laws of the universe. Such a strong man, even in the deepest part of the universe, must be a hegemonic level of existence. What does this sword have? What did you do? What happened to that? Well, just now. How many secrets are there in this kid? The star ancestor's ancestor narrowed his eyes and stared at Jian Wushuang. Chapter 3983. Second more. He is not only the ancestor of the star devil, but also the many powerful men in the early divine realm camp, which are close to the edge of the universe at the moment. None of them understand what happened to Jian Wushuang. They are as full of doubts and puzzles as star demon ancestors. What is going on with the Lord of the Blood Sword? I don't know, but looking at it like this, seems to be practicing? Cultivation? What a joke. Many of the strong men in the Taiyuan divine realm camp looked strange. Neither of them can believe that at this moment of life and death, the Lord of the Blood Sword still has the mood to cultivate. But looking at him sitting cross-legged in the void of the universe, it is indeed a cultivation practice, and it seems that the ancestor of the star devil has not disturbed his cultivation. Girl Frost, you are the wife of Tian Ho Xiaoyu. Do you know what this is? The Xian Shinto man looked at Lung Rushuang. I don't know. Lung Rushuang shook his head slightly. Fu Jun took out a blood-stained elixir and said something like that. As far as I know him, he should want to use the blood-stained elixir. It's right to be desperate with this star demon ancestor, but this result, cold and frosty, my heart was very puzzled. In fact, I don't blame them, even if Jian Wushuang himself. I had never expected that this would be the situation. And now, one day and one night has passed, and a full 100 years have passed in the space of consciousness. The training of Jian Wushuang has finally come to an end. Even though cultivation has stopped, Jian Wushuang still hasn't opened his eyes, and his body has a majestic divine power gathered wildly. Boom! Suddenly, the entire void of the universe was shocked, and then a new breath of divine power began to emerge from Jian Wushuang's body. This is the breath of divine power that dominates the level. The star ancestor's face changed suddenly. Dominate the breath. At the moment, many powerful men in Taiji's divine realm were felt, and all of them were shocked. Master, you can't be wrong. This is indeed the atmosphere of the master level. Tian Ho Xiaoyu, could it have broken through to become master? Xian Shinto man stared with wide eyes and stared at Jian Wushuang with incredible face. And deep in that eye at the same time, he also carried an unprecedented excitement. Breakthrough? He sat in that cosmic void and practiced for a while. Then broke through? At the moment, the Lord of time and space, the Lord of the heavens, the King of heaven, the Emperor 13, and all the powerful men in the early divine realm are somewhat unbelievable at this moment. But in addition to being incredible, more is an unprecedented excitement and ecstasy. You must know that Jian Wushuang is a practitioner of perfect life level. Once he breaks through and reaches the dominion, he can easily retake the primordial divine realm, and naturally, the primordial divine realm can turn into danger. However, the practitioners of the perfect level of life have to break from the master of the rules to reach the master. The difficulty is too great. They have asked Jian Wushuang before. Jian Wushuang himself said that he is far from the master. Break through. Just because Jian Wushuang couldn't break through the master, They had to choose to fight against the Devil Star as a last resort. Until now, the ancestor of the devil was drawn. But whoever thought that Jian Wushuang broke through at this time? Is it really a breakthrough? Or is it because of that blood-colored elixir that it has temporarily risen to the level of dominance? The Lord of the Martian said, suddenly, when he said this, the hearts of the many powerful men in the Taiji divine camp were tight again, and all eyes immediately looked at them. Breakthrough dominated? This is impossible. Star demon ancestors stared at the sword Wushuang in front of him, unwilling to believe it all. I can just now. Boom. The universe was empty, and there was a loud roar. The ancestors of the star demon and the countless strong men in the Taiji divine camp were all shocked by this roar, and everyone looked up at the same moment. I saw the top of the cosmic void, rumbling that dark and boundless cosmic space, as if forcibly penetrated by people. A huge boundless cosmic void appeared out of thin air. This cosmic black hole is too big, occupying almost half of the cosmic void. He followed closely, and from that cosmic void there was a loud noise. The dazzling rays of light lit up, and a supreme rule came suddenly. This rule is superb and supreme. As soon as he appeared, the entire void of the universe was completely condensed. I was in the starry ancestor of this universe, staring at this scene with wide eyes. This is the law of the universe. The law of the universe is coming. In the Taizhou divine realm, countless strong men in the Taizhou divine realm were also stunned. It is the law of the universe, and the law of the universe comes down in person. It's really the legendary law of the universe. What's going on? The law of the universe was attracted by the Lord of the Blood Sword. I screamed in exclamation, ringing out, the Xian Shinto, the Lord of time and space, the Lord of the heavens and the heavenly ancestor looked at each other, and the eyes of the four were filled with unprecedented shock. The law of the universe is coming, and they are no stranger to this scene. At the beginning of the divine realm, Jian Wushuang, refining the ancient chaotic world into his own secret world, also caused the law of the universe to come down in person. It's just that the magnitude of that advent was relatively small, and the law of the universe came through the beginning of the divine realm, but this time it descended directly into the cosmic void. And the law of the universe that came down was significantly more extensive, more majestic. And the same is that the last time the universe law came because of the sword warriors, this time the universe law came, or because the sword warriors. It's Tian Ho Xiaoyu. It must be that he broke through the master, which led to the coming of the law of the universe himself. Xian Shinto shouted in surprise. Is it really the Lord of the Blood Sword that breaks through? A breakthrough from the ruler of the rule leads to the coming of the laws of the universe. Many of the strong men in the divine realm camp face each other, and the shock in their hearts cannot be described in words. In fact, what the mysterious Shinto people say is not wrong, is a breakthrough. Before the start of the war, he was really far from the master level. After all, he only just realized the fifth rule, and the perfect life level must break through the rules master. I am afraid that even the 5 rules are not necessarily integrated. Enough. Jian Wushuang had never thought of breaking through the dominion before the war. However, the appearance of the Hongling Baodan has completely changed all this. Wu Hongling Baodan let him enter the state of epiphany, and the will of Ling Yunxing master contained in the period taught him a full 100 years in the space of consciousness. In this century, his progress has been too great.